Good morning. I want to reconvene our 2023 strategic planning session, continued from yesterday. I did want to comment and thank the staff of the Association of County Commissioners for their guidance and leadership and facilitation yesterday. I think the consensus amongst the board who was here last year and from our newest member, Commissioner Stevens, that yesterday was very productive. I think we laid some groundwork last year, and if I can say, we paid the price last year to get done. And we talked about incremental compounding, I think, yesterday, that we paid some of the dues, and we're seeing the results of that this year. And I fully expect today will be some more engaging conversation and discussion as we look at the top 5 priorities that we established yesterday that we wanted to discuss. And my goal for this board is to, on each of those, to walk away with some sort of guidance and instructions for staff that we want to accomplish in the next year. So any other board comments on yesterday or expectations for today? All right, hear none. Kevin, I'll turn it over to I will say my wife was a fan of the Ted Lasso biscuit. I don't know if she ate more than one, but I know she did eat one, and she was a fan. So.
She ate one, and she was like, "That's enough."
Yeah,
right.
And there was no milk, so there was no milk involved. So I think it was pretty good.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, members of the staff, Mr. Manager. Day 2, here we go. I'm excited. I hope you guys are. Today is where we really dig into the issues that you identified yesterday. So I want to set the stage about the expectations moving forward, and what I want to ask you. You just said what you wanted to accomplish. So be prepared, board. I'm going to ask you guys to talk a little bit more about what you want to accomplish and what you want to leave here today and what's success to you. So I'll get to that in just a moment, because I think that's important to hear the voices around the table, the leaders of the county, to identify what you want to achieve. But a couple of thoughts to begin the day with. One, I picked up on that term as well, incremental compounding. What was the term again specifically?
Strategic incremental compounding. Strategic
incremental compounding. I wrote it down, and I told Commissioner Smith, we just finished we had 4 of us in our management team just finished reading Atomic Habits, and great book, and I would recommend it to you. So it really hit me, so I wrote that down, your own term, but it is meaningful. And what I walked away with yesterday from my perspective was, wow, it worked, right? Strategic incremental compounding, because y'all did put the hard work in a year ago. Y'all took the time to sit around the table and have difficult, challenging conversations, and it worked last year. The number of successes that you guys listed at the beginning of the day yesterday I was like, that's great. And I'm glad to be back. I'm glad that y'all are investing the time, investing what you're doing. I thought the fund balance discussion that you guys had yesterday was really meaningful. I really sat back there and enjoyed listening and hearing that, and y'all worked that out. What Neil actually mentioned to me this morning was perhaps that's been on your minds for a while, and y'all might have been thinking the same things, but once y'all sat down and had the opportunity to sort of talk that through, you're like, yeah, we can agree upon that. It just took sitting down, having the time, because I'm guessing when y'all sit down at a board meeting, obviously you have an agenda that you have to roll through, and preserving a lengthy amount of time to have those conversations is meaningful. So that was I think, a highlight of yesterday that I took away. And I wanted to say congratulations to you guys for doing the hard work. And it's going to be probably more difficult today, right? Because you're getting into some issues that do not have clear answers. You're going to get into issues that are going to raise questions and maybe challenge the way you think about things, especially with 7 different opinions around the table. And you're going to have to do the hard work of coming to consensus on things with each other, and understanding that you might have to have a little give and take on what you think success is or what the outcome is. So I would sort of plant that seed in your mind as you sort of enter into these discussions today, that you're going to have to find that middle way for all of you to figure out the future of these particular issues and what's best for Johnston County. Let me ask you that question. What do you want to accomplish at the end of today? And by the way, we don't know when the end of the day is. I think there's a scheduled time for us, but we'll see, Mr. Chairman, how far we make it and how folks' mental capacity is for getting through these issues. So we'll rely on you and the board for that. But we'll do the best we can to get through all of these things. But when you walk out of the room today, whenever that is, what would you like to have? What would be success for you today when you walk out? And this is the audience participation moment.
Well, I've already said, Ken, what my goals were as far as on each of the items we discussed, to provide some direction for staff and for us as we move forward next year on each of the items that we discussed today.
I'm not sure there's an answer to this question, but I'm guessing from staff, more detail is better, right? However, there may not be the level of detail that is desired, so we may not get there. But so in that sense, is there just like general terms or general guidance and direction? That might be success. Others on the board, what is success for you as you leave today?
I would say that with each of these issues, there might be multi-pronged directions that we could take, and I would love to see it narrow down, preferably to one direction for the staff and for the board to work towards. That may be pie in the sky. We may not be able to achieve that today, but with each of these issues, looking at the options and maybe trying to nail it down to one or two. If we could do it to one and it doesn't work, then we've got another one that we can pursue, but at least have some direction. Instead of just talking about the options, pick one and let's go with it.
And again, it might be that that's a compromised position by the board, right?
Yep.
Got it. Others?
I was just going to add to that right quick. I mean, we saw that a little bit yesterday when you were talking about the fund balances. We talked about what is acceptable, and it seemed, from the discussion, we were looking at 50% and maybe 40 to 50, but the 50% seemed to be a number that we kind of all collectively said seems like an acceptable number. So, we'll see how that goes. But I think that was something that happened yesterday as far as consensus. Like you said, we talked about it before, but we never really had an in-depth discussion to provide any direction to staff on what we were looking for specifically. So,
Kevin,
Yes, sir.
let me pile on to your mountaintop travel and your compass and all that.
Yes, sir.
I've had high times in life and low times in life, but the one thing I've always wanted to have, and if I got that, I was satisfied, and that was, what's the path? What's the path to success? Where do I want to go? I don't want to just wander around in the woods looking for something. I want to have a path to where we need to go. It may be a steep path, it may be an easy path, but whatever it is, it's a path. And then I always had the confidence, if I knew where the path was, by gosh, somehow, some way, I would get there. And I think that for us, if we could lead with a path, however you want to define that, and the path can be narrow, or the path can be wide because of disagreements or whatever, but at least that we be headed in the same direction, aligned, and know what path we need to go back to try to tend to the business of our taxpayers in our county.
Well, I like the analogy of a path, right? So it makes me think of what we discussed yesterday about adapt and advance. And in our office, we often talk about, well, let's try this for a while. And if you're out there on the path and you're looking at the ridge line and you're going over to that hill, right? And that's what I hear you say, Commissioner Smith, is that we want to go over there. That's our objective, is to get over there. Now, that path might weave and take us over this way. We're going to try it for a while, but we might have to adjust if we come to a river, a fallen tree in the path, or what have you. And that's what I was trying to get at yesterday in adapt and advance, because in a year's time, you're going to have different variables, inflation, other things that sort of get in your way, and you have to adjust. But today, if you are setting a path, and that's the objective, hopefully you'll revisit it in a year and you'll readjust if necessary, but you keep your eyes on that ridge line over there, and that's where you're heading.
And as long as you have a long-term vision, it doesn't matter whether you're going 10 miles an hour or 60 miles an hour. As long as you're making progress on your path, you will eventually get there.
Agreed. From a hiker's perspective, agreed, 100%. Others, objectives, success for today.
But Kevin, I think if if we didn't have various opinions, and I like your analogy, everyone in here would have the same number one priority. But we are different folks, and I think we can look at the challenges and opportunities. And I think what you said about we're going to have to compromise some, but I think that on the ones we identified, again, we need some kind of direction to the staff. They're the ones that need to know what we want to pursue down the road. I may agree with some, I may not, but I'm willing to give and take.
And I think that's a sign of good leadership on any board, is the ability to listen, hear, adjust, change minds, and give and take. Others?
To add to that, not only direction, but expectation. Like Commissioner Smith said, whether we're going 10 miles an hour, 60 miles an hour, we need to let them know what the speed limit needs to be as well on getting some of these things accomplished. So, if we don't have a goal that's measurable, then it's just a wish or a dream. So we need to set expectations of when these things can and should possibly happen.
I think that's important not only for staff, but for public. And you mentioned that yesterday about setting expectations for the public, sort of knowledge of how things move forward. And so I think that's really important when you're talking to constituents and to staff. Like, look, we're going to, especially on facilities, facilities can be very complex because of a multitude of facets and decisions that have to occur in sequence. And so setting the expectation for the public might be just as important as staff as well. Other comments?
I think from my perspective, I like the process, and I want to start with that, and I'll move into what my expectations are. There's 7 very different personalities, very different backgrounds, and very different skill sets on the board. And it's very interesting to hear their perspective and other perspectives of an issue. I may agree with it, may not agree with it, but that's okay. But the interesting thing is like yesterday, we heard some interesting perspectives, which can change the way you view something by hearing other people's perspective of it. So I think that's one of the things about this process that I really enjoy. We don't get that luxury in an agenda set meeting normally. So this has been very helpful. I think at the end of the day today, I would like to walk away with those specific goals in mind for the coming year. And I think to provide our staff with some pretty clear-cut expectations of what this board is and moving forward. Will they have to deviate slightly? Possibly, depending on what roadblocks we encounter. But I think to have that vision to move us in that direction is very important. And I think at the end of the day, I hope and I believe we will have that. And I think last year, even though I missed part of the planning session, I think that those goals that were set were very instrumental in the previous 12 months to be able to accomplish some of the things that we have. And so I hope we'll walk away today with a similar set.
I guess 2 quick things. One, I agree that having a touchstone, and again, I was taken by the fact that you have the 6 priorities in your opening to your meeting, and you constantly have that touchstone to be like, how does this impact these things, is really important. And then 2, again, y'all are going to think I'm just blowing smoke, but I'm not. The process and your willingness as a board to go through this process is meaningful. There are other boards that do not do this process. And so I think it's a great thing for you guys to do and somewhat unique. So this is great. Any final comments?
I think this is basically rehashing what everybody said, but sometimes I get impatient. I want to see things happen faster than they happen. But I think that there's so, as Ted mentioned, there's so many different fingers of a particular situation that we have to work from, so many different avenues we can go in, and so many things we have to pull together to make one thing work. Sometimes it's not as simple as dealing with one path. There may be a path to what we're wanting to accomplish here, but to get to that path, there may be several paths that intersect. And I would like to, I'd like to be able to go away from here knowing that we're going to put attention on those several paths and start working toward that central goal that all these paths lead to.
So your comment makes me think about Amy Basin in her mug of, I have a lot of questions. Because at the office, I'm always like, I've got an idea. Usually it's every morning. Like, hey, I got an idea. And then Amy is like, I have some questions. And then it's the process of bringing in other ideas and people who have questions and people who think differently than I do that allow things to actually get created. Because if it was me, I would just have an idea and then it would fall off a cliff and then we would never do it. But we've established a team at the association, like you guys have a team here of this board that Vice Chairman Harris said that he's enjoyed listening to all of these different opinions. But I get impatient too, but it just takes a lot of time and a good team. So I feel your pain when it's not moving fast enough or when people have questions. Great. Mr. Chairman, I think we heard from everyone. Staff, if it's okay, I'd like to call on the manager. Do you have any things to share in terms of what you like to achieve today or from a staff perspective from the board?
Well, I think yesterday was great. It was a great start, and we were talking earlier about fund balance, and I agree with you. That was a great conversation, very helpful for us. But I'm looking forward to today, and as it's been mentioned several times, to help give us some guidelines to work through and some goals to reach. And so I feel like a year from now, we will have showed a lot of progress.
Okay. Thanks, Rick. Okay, well let's start, and here's how it's gonna unfold when we have these conversations. I want to make sure. And I lost my clicker. I don't know where the clicker went. Oh, it's over there. Great, thank you. To remind us, at the end of the day yesterday, which by the way, it's a lot warmer in here today.
Yes.
Feels a lot
Yes, it
better.
is.
So thank y'all. And now I'm like, my sweater. I'm gonna take my sweater off, but it feels great. I'm not complaining.
Don't turn the air conditioner.
I'm not going to turn the air conditioner on. It might not ever go off. When we finished yesterday, we settled in on this list. I want to double check because I want to make sure I got the list right when I put it up there. And the regionalization conversation, I think, by all accounts, was at the top of the list, and that's the one we want to start off with today. We moved the facilities from a lower position up to number 2, so we'll go there second. Sorry, in the way. And then we moved farmland preservation into the land use, transportation planning discussion, fire matrix funding, and then admin organizational structure. Those are the 5 that we ended with yesterday. Thumbs up, that's right? That's good? Okay. Here's how we're going to process this. We're going to start with this conversation, and Neil and Amy Cannon are going to come up and lead us through this conversation. We chatted last night to get prepared for this part of the conversation. And let me remind you, our roles, asker of questions, remember? We are observers to this process. You guys are the experts about Johnston County. You know what's happening here. We might ask you questions that we just don't know about, and it might be simple to you, but it's not. And think of it from the public's perspective. They may have similar types of questions. We may probe a little bit and be like, well, why is it that you want to do these things? Have you thought about the ramifications of this? I hope that when we ask these questions, they're not coming across as, I don't know, like we have an opinion about it or we're trying to be defensive about something. We're trying to pose to you thought processes that we think might be asked, or to pull something out of you on why you're going in a certain direction. Speaking of why, and it was raised yesterday, we thought we would start with two questions. And we'll write them up here. And we really want to hear from you guys first. And the first question is why? So Neil and Amy are going to ask you why. And then we want to hear why is this an issue, important issue for you. And then we think that it's important to define regionalism, because that means something different to probably everybody around this table. And so it might be really good to start with, what does regionalism mean to you? And then we'll go from there. Are y'all okay with that? If that's the case, then we'll bring Neil and Amy up. We'll start this process. Amy Basin and I are going to be in the back taking notes. We're the peanut gallery. We might pop up every once in a while and ask a question. So I'll turn it over to the experts here and take it away. And we're looking forward to the conversation.
Thank you, Kevin. And thank you to Commissioner Smith for that analogy about path. So we're going to, I thought we'll try to follow that direction, is take a path in regards to regionalization. What Amy and I bring to this conversation, I think, is one, she had a career working with one of the largest authorities in the state in Cumberland County, and then for 16 years I got to be a part of Harnett County as they grew their utility system and really regionalized internally. We did while I was there. So we bring some background to that, but of course we don't know where you're at. And that's why we think in this path analogy is, one is decide what your path is from here. And what would be helpful to us, and I'd ask to begin the first question, and maybe Mr. Chairman or whomever appropriate, in this issue, one, it struck us in our conversations after this wasn't on the list last year. This came to the top. And there has to be a reasoning for that, and we're going to dig into that a little bit. But two, to help us in this conversation, first ask, what has been done in regards to this? I've heard studies, you've got some things ongoing. Just where are you in this look at this concept?
And so for people, I'll say for people watching on live stream, if you see me, well, where'd Chandra go? She's over here right behind me. So if you see me turn all the way around, that means I'm going to look at her for, make sure I'm saying the right words. But we completed last year, the end of last year, the first phase of a regionalization study, and I think that was basically an inventory of what other towns had, and looked within the county at what other towns had, what we had, and took an inventory of that.
So that was an internal look.
Yes, I was just inside the county? Yes, just inside the county.
Okay.
Yeah, so we looked within the county at the resources we had. And now the next step is to dig a little deeper in that and look at some of the financial aspects of what each town has and what we have.
Okay.
And so the next step of that, is there part two to that, the financial?
So, yeah, phase two will be presented. We have a proposal for phase two that includes the financial analysis and a potential governing structure.
Governing structure. That was the one part I was looking for. So, yes, so the financial aspect and then a potential governing structure for, whatever that looks like when we come together. So that's kind of where we are.
And is the county funding this? Or
The county
municipalities
the county has funded it, and it will probably fund the phase two as well. Because when you look at it, we are really the largest. Clayton is second, but we have the largest system by far. We already have 4 towns, I guess 5 towns that we do and have connections with on sewer, and then basically the whole county is looking to us for water as it stands today. So I guess some of the things that prompted this as we look at this town was going to do this town was going to do this, and Commissioner Braswell mentioned it yesterday of you've got pump stations that 3 entities are within a mile of each other riding around and looking stuff. So, and then frankly, some from the legislative side of things, their emphasis on regionalization. So I think all of that kind of accumulated for us to want to take a look at, the future and regionalization and what that entails, because I think, as you just described, there's internal, and then there's external to Johnston County. So I think
Absolutely.
so
you're at
in the
that-
parts of looking at the internal piece.
And we've sort of started that conversation about why, and what I hear you, there's the financial aspect of it, there's the state priority of it.
Let me weigh in on, tell you why I think we're talking about it this year and what the why is. And the why is doesn't have anything to do with sewer and water to a certain extent, but it does, that has a great influence on our land plan. This is being driven by our land plan of how we're going to use our land. And how you're going to use your land is totally, in many ways, dependent on the ability to have sewer and water. If you have sewer and water, you can do X. If you don't, you have to do Y. And so that's why it's important. And because we have an inefficient, I'll try to just stop there, inefficient system between the municipalities in Johnston County and the county system. And there's no quote authority. Everything has to be, would you do this or would you not do this? And the cities struggle to have enough money to keep their line straight and not have leakage and all the other stuff. And I'm not, I depend upon other people on this board to talk about the details of, and Chandra to talk about the details of a treatment plan and the water lines and all that. All I know is you got to have them if you're going to make efficient use of land. And so I think the regionalization is, well, how do we get an authority of some sort that can make this the most efficient possible system?
So you're saying combining resources, and as a part of the land use, the utilities are such a key, they need to be a planned effort to provide those
Well,
services across the county.
I don't totally know what I'm saying, other than I think to determine how we're going to use our land, where we can preserve land, then I believe you need to make better use for your land, have smaller lots to a certain extent, which requires sewer and water, and then we got to figure out how do we deliver that. And the system of towns and county and all the different systems in Johnston County today, I believe, are not efficient, and that somehow, some way, we need to move to an authority, whatever that looks like.
So have a unified system.
I would agree 100% with what Commissioner Smith said. He didn't know if he was saying it or not, but if it were not for growth, we wouldn't be sitting here having a discussion about regionalization of water and sewer. But the fact that we're growing so fast, I mean, it is, we have to make decisions on, like I said, the growth and the land use. I know they're going to be separated by 1 and 3 the way we discuss them, but they are so much tied together. Yeah, there's no way to separate the two because of growth. We have to have the land use plan and put that in place so we can best use the land that we have and provide, quality of life that we want our citizens to have. And with that goes water and sewer. And that's a big part of it. So they're inseparable, and I would say that's the growth is the reason that we're looking at the
So
regionalization.
the land use and the growth and the coordination of that for the county. And then I also heard the financial piece, and I think Commissioner Braswell talked about that, just the economic aspect of it.
Well, you have, it's interesting to me that in Harnett County, they don't have an authority yet. They have 2 different departments. They have the water, I think, and the sewer department.
It's all under public utilities.
All under public utilities. But they function as 2 you got 2 different department heads, I think, in there. You don't? It's 1 department head?
One.
Okay.
And they
But then when you
report
go
to the Board of
PW
Commissioners.
When you go to PWC, you have an authority. You have full authority, and they run the water, sewer, all of it. And I've done a lot of work for them, and they do a lot of review on their own, and they design on their own in some places. But we need an authority because we're growing so fast, and there's so many things that we need to be doing. We need to be talking to our adjoining neighbors. We need to look at, there's places where we can cooperate with them, and perhaps if we have, for instance, here in Harnett County, they have a plan for, I think, an 8 million gallon per day water treatment facility. And there was some interest in sharing some of that capacity with Johnston County. And those are the kind of things we need to explore. We need to start talking to all of our neighbors, finding out if it's water or if it's sewer. Wake County is taking care of some of Clayton's sewer. There are interconnecting pipelines that could send some of from Clayton sewer to Wake County. There's interconnecting pipelines that send Clayton sewer to Johnston County. Some of that sewer could be rerouted and back to Clayton and into Wake County. There's all kinds of avenues and piping arrangements and pump stations. But as a general rule, small towns, and this is nothing against small towns, because I know some very qualified people in small towns, but as a general rule, in a small town, you don't have a person that is the responsible party, and that is his function, to look after the water and the sewer in that town. Usually that guy has many hats he has to wear, so he can't concentrate his efforts to have the best water and sewer system in the county. Where I really feel that the employees of Johnston County in the water and sewer are of the best quality there is out there. I trust them, I know them, I believe in them, and that's why I say those guys, normally you have a guy that's responsible for checking pump stations. You have a guy that really is an instrumentation specialist. He knows if there's instrumentation, if he don't know how to fix it, he knows who to call to get it fixed. And those things are very important, especially with the state looking at spills the way they do nowadays, as accidents. And I just think we need it because the growth pattern we're in, that could incidentally change, the growth pattern we're in requires us to be able to act relatively fast to get things designed, in place, usable systems. There is a long gap from the idea in someone's mind to the point that that idea is turned into reality, and you're treating sewer with a plant that somebody thought about. It's usually several years in there. So we've got to keep a constant barrage of these questions going in and saying, what do we need and where do we need it at? And we've got very competent people in our departments, and I have a lot of confidence in them. But we need to give them the tools to work with. And that is going to be through competent people, good equipment, and quick answers.
Let me ask you a question. You mentioned an authority. Do you mean a consolidation, or do you see there's advantages to the authority structure versus it being a county department?
Well, that's something we need to explore. I think it's one of those paths I think we need to go
It's
down.
something we got
and
to
look
Yeah.
at the financial and,
Okay.
and like you say, the government structure of that. But I'm thinking more, I think what they have in Fayetteville works great. We're not going to copy anybody else, but we can learn from our neighbors. They
Dick?
have functioning regionalization systems. You've got Onslow County, you've got Orange County, you've got Cumberland County. You've got so many people that are close to us geographically that we can learn from.
Yeah, and I know there's a debate who's best.
You clearly know, 10 times more about this subject than I do, and I respect what you're saying. But I want to, you talked about all those different options, but I want to, Tony talked about compromise and getting something done. The issue here, I think, is to get any of that done, and compromise really involves how many people can you get to say yes? How many people can you, and if you can't get them to yes, you don't have anything.
That's right.
It may be nice, it may be great, it may be whatever, but if you can't get yes out of them, you got nothing.
Exactly right.
And I think we can, again, you and the chairman, this is where y'all live, and but I think we're better off to have some people say yes and have a less than perfect system, then we are to continue to try to get something else that we can't get the yeses. And I don't know who will say yes and who won't say yes, but I know having some leverage helps to get yes. And again, I just, all I hope y'all do as you lead us down this path is sometimes great is the enemy of good. And so that's what Aristotle said. And so we're better off having a good system than a great system that we can't get.
I agree.
I think the point, it's a great point, is going back to the path, who's going on this walk with you?
Yep.
And they've got to have a reason to come.
Well,
I mean,
yeah, but if
they're
we
not
don't-
going to come just because you want them to.
If we don't give them a reason, if we don't have a plan, we just can't talk in abstracts. If we go down the path and design a plan, it might not be achievable, but we'll never get a yes or get there if we don't at least have something to deliver. It's got to be more than just abstract. It's got to be something tangible.
Something that can be manicured.
Well, and you're dealing with duly elected boards across your county. They're elected by their constituents to represent their interests. And to come to the table, they've got to see some reason that's in their citizens' interest.
Well, and to piggyback on that, I think we actually have to look at this from two different paths. So I left here yesterday going, regionalism means something different to each of us. So I think you and I both talk about going outside the county and teaming up and looking towards the future, and then there's also the regionalism that is within the county. So I think when you say define regionalism, we have to look at hyperlocal and then expansion.
Yeah, you got to have two different.
We got to have two different
Tiers.
paths because we can't have the same conversation with these two different groups of people because it's a completely different conversation. So I think we need to, have one path and one idea of what that looks like with our towns and the municipalities that we have now, and then we have to have a separate path that's looking towards the future of making sure we don't get behind the eight ball in the future and that we are working together with other counties knowing they're going to face some similar issues.
And we also have to understand that we can't talk about just today's issues. We're talking about tomorrow's issues and 10 years from now. And we've looked at projections of what we can do with what we have, but we are limited so much by the source of one surface water source that we're really utilizing right now in Johnston County for our water. And then, unfortunately, there's a lot of people that also use it for their sewer discharge. And those two, generally, the water we take out of the Neuse River at our water plant is not of the same quality as the water that we discharge from our waste treatment plant.
So your basin's capability and
Yeah, you got to constantly balance that. And the fact of it, there are towns that have systems that were put in 1978, and there are towns that have systems that were put in 1928. And those systems, the older systems, tend to have a lot of infiltration. And I've seen project, over a period of 40 years, I've seen project after project after project that were intended to cut the infiltration, and we're talking 40 years later, and they still have a massive infiltration problem. And the question is, a lot of these towns, and when we've been talking to the elected officials in other towns, the biggest comments I get, the most negative comments I get, well, Smithfield, Selma, they've got a lot of infiltration. Why should we join an authority that's going to fix those things and charge us? So I think that there's ways around that. We could actually create projects within the corporate limits of Selma on their system and let that be paid for by the grants or whatever, and then maybe put into their rates to help over a period of time. Because once they're fixed, they're not always fixed. Problems happen every day. And unfortunately, most people that are elected to public office in small towns don't really have an understanding of garbage collection, streets, street lighting, street drainage, and water and sewer. There's not a port on our foreheads we can pop a smart stick in and know it all. But I think that if the more we show them where we have something to offer and how more specialized people, we have places, as I alluded to yesterday, where we have county and town employees almost passing each day checking pump stations, which should be a simple stop to lay out a form where a route where someone go, as they go, they check everything. But the main thing is nowadays, I think you don't really have to check them every day with our SCADA systems and our monitoring systems. We pretty well can tell you what's happening at that pump station looking at that SCADA panel. We know. We can tell you what happened last night. We can tell you on the graph what happened last week. So it's so much better today than it was 40 years ago. And it's, but a lot of these towns, as I said yesterday, the same guy that picks up your trash on Wednesday is the man that's in charge of your waste treatment that's going into the receiving stream.
So basically, let's start back of why, and as I hear, it's about land use planning and planning for the future of the county. It's about seeking an efficient system, just about being able to make the most of the dollar bang for the buck, upgrading systems that may have become antiquated and bring them up to line, avoid duplication of resources and delivery of service. So that's the why piece, and that's the easy piece.
Yeah.
Then we have to talk about who's going to join us on that path, and do they want to come with us?
Is there an interest?
Is there an interest?
So-
And let me ask that, how are the towns on there? Where are they at in this conversation?
So let me address that one. We've had a couple of meetings with elected officials from all 11 towns now, and the regionalization of utilities has been a big discussion in all of that. So the interest is definitely there. Had the conversations with some elected officials from a few of the towns, and definitely there's interest in becoming part of a larger system. And I would dare say we have one in Wilson Mills now. We already operate their system for them. So we got 10 left, and I think there's 3 others I've talked to who are very interested in being a part of a larger system. So I think the interest is there. As we further discussions, I think it will continue to grow, and I just haven't asked all of them. I think there were probably 3 more. If I went and had a conversation, they would be interested
Let
in
me
joining.
ask, what are they interested in? What do they tell you they'd look to
So
get out of it?
they already, like we said, talked about water is mostly coming from us anyway. So
They're
it
doing
will
the-
be,
they're
it
doing
would
the
be,
distribution.
it would be, for a larger entity to take on the sewer component of it. But I will say, and coming from a town government in my prior background, and Commissioner Brazel's been there, Commissioner Harris has worked for a town. Sometimes there's a little distrust if you're in a municipality of the county.
I've heard
And
that.
not
I've heard
just-
that goes on.
Yeah, not just in Johnston County, not just in Johnston
That's in
County.
everywhere.
Yeah, that is everywhere. So I think that the reason the authority is more attractive is they feel like they will have a seat at the table. They feel if it's a takeover by the county, that they will lose, control of their destiny. And when I was in Clayton, I said the same thing. If you give it to somebody else, you lose control. So I think the authority, the perception for them is they will at least have a seat at the table and a say-so in what happens in water and sewer in their town. So I think if you say interest in the county taking over, that's probably one answer, which is not a positive answer. If you talk about an authority, I think they're more receptive to that. And I don't know the answers and all that formation and all that, but I'm just saying that's the conversations I've had, that there is more interest than an authority than a county-run utilities department that they're just part of.
Regionalization is not new to sewer in this county.
Right.
In 1978, when Selma, Pine Level, Smithfield, and Four Oaks originally started in the sewer, when the county started in the sewer business, it was regional, because those 4 towns joined together and they're still considered as stakeholders in the county system, because it all started there. So you got 4 already on there. And then you got 1, 2, 3, 4 with their own, counting Clayton 5, with their own systems, which are the ones that are inefficient, in my opinion. And that's all I know about sewer.
I will tell you, in Harney, we went through these same conversations about bringing in the towns, and we heard that about, well, I'll have a say in an authority. We looked at authority. But the big difference was, finally, they rested on, but I get to vote for county commissioner. And the residents felt, and the towns came around to this fact, they liked the fact they could vote for, they didn't know who'd get appointed to this authority board, but they got to elect the county commissioner.
Well, that's one of the things.
And that was the one thing that swung them back to more of a county operation.
That's one of the things I wanted to just, and I don't know if it's a statement more than it is a question. Some of the folks that understand this probably better than I do. But in order to transition to this authority, it also requires the county to give up some level of control.
Oh, yes.
Absolutely.
So that's a part of the.
And that goes back to the land use.
That's a part of this conversation we haven't had, to my knowledge.
And I'll let Amy comment on this one.
Can I do one thing
Authority.
before Amy comments? This is really way off. This is like blue sky talking. We have towns who don't have enough money to take care of their infrastructures.
Exactly.
They need money, right? That's a fact, right?
That's a fact.
We as a county have a fund balance. Why wouldn't we go to a town, and say, how much will you sell us your system for? And buy it. Then, and we could have an advisory board where they could sit on the advisory board or something like that, whether it be electing a county commissioner, or whether we have an advisory fund. But we use some of our funds to go buy these small town systems to create to where the county then is in control of getting the systems up, taking care of the infiltration, taking care of everything. And then we have a unified system that we own for the benefit of the whole county.
That sounds just as good as any idea I have right now. So I don't know what the form is yet.
I mean, that's a private business.
Yeah.
The way you would look at it, that may or may not work for the government. And there may be some towns that don't want it. But I bet you the town of Princeton could, I think they have a system, I don't even know.
Yeah,
But if they do, I bet they could use this money to fix up their waste, all the things they come to us about, water and all these other problems they have.
Well, and over the years, I've been all the municipalities, Clayton included, and seen atrocious. I've seen pump stations that have been out of service for years, and the sewage is just bypassed into a creek. This is over a period of 40 years. And you go to pump stations that are immaculate. They're clean. It looks like somebody washes them down every day. All the equipment, the panels are all intact. And then you go to some wires hanging out in the panels. There's different levels of you see the importance they place on that system by the maintenance they put into it. So you know that there's someone there that understands that this is a very important system that has to be maintained. And there's other people that says, out of sight, out of mind, let's don't worry about it till the state gives us a fine. So, you know, that makes a lot of sense to go buy those systems if we, and I think it would probably get some traction.
Going back to what Commissioner Harris said, there are distinct advantages and disadvantages to any structure whatsoever. And I think somebody hit on it. With an authority, I think you have to consider, at the end of the day, who has operational responsibility for the operation. Is it the county manager? It depends on how it's written within the authority and how it's set up. And so I think Commissioner Smith is right. It's not just structure at the end of the day. What other options exist? And I think you have to determine what the goals are, what Johnston County's goals are, and then what are the interests within the towns, and what's the best way to meet the interest of Johnston County and try to serve those towns. But purchasing the system is one of those ways to protect the interest of Johnston County.
Some of those towns, buying may be the option, but some of those towns are going to want to, as Butch said, they're going to want to have a say in rates and maintenance and how it's operated. So the authority comes in better for some of those people. Maybe we could have two different options. You take option A, we buy you out. We operate your system. We set the rates, we do it all. Maybe option B, you're part of an authority, and you have someone that's on that board of directors that helps run the day-to-day operations, or at least dictate the day-to-day operations of that authority.
So personally, absolutely love this idea. I love the thought that the towns that are struggling now can use their funds to create a better quality of life for their residents. And then I also love the fact that, in my opinion, the way it has appeared to me is if these systems were to start failing, it's going to be our problem anyway. So why not go ahead and start doing preventive maintenance? Why not go ahead and start getting ahead of this issue that we know is probably going to come about? And I served on a board for instance, the Triangle MLS, and it was ran by the same group of people for years, and we had other counties that were now using this service. And we all kind of said, we're paying into this service, but we don't feel like we're stakeholders. We don't feel like you're listening to the issues that we have when you're making these decisions for all of us. So what they ended up doing was they created stakeholder seats on this board. You had the board that was ran by several people that were very knowledgeable. They've been in this business, they know exactly what they're doing, but then there were stakeholders from each area that also were able to be a voice for their local area to make sure that their hyper-local needs were being addressed. So, I feel like an advisory board could be a combination of who we already have in place, 2 county commissioners plus 1 person from each town to make sure that all the voices are being heard.
And for instance, in Princeton, if there's a problem with the Princeton sewer plant, that is the town of Princeton's responsibility. In Kenley, same thing. Clayton, the same thing. Benson, the same thing. The towns that have the sewer plants they operate under their own permit. But a lot of the towns operate under our permit. Pine Level, Selma, Smithfield, Four Oaks. They don't have a treatment facility at all. They are part of our system already, as Tony alluded. And so it's going to be we're going to really have to give it a lot of thought and work out all the bugs. But I think that most towns are going to want to be part of an authority to keep some say in it, is what I really think. Which means then there will be a board of directors. We could choose to be that board of directors, or we can appoint a board of directors. It's all how we set up the authority.
Yeah, I think Amy had on there cost allocation on regionalization, and I think that's one way you divvy up seats is, what is this system worth and that system worth, and you set up a board based on that method. So there's a lot of different ways, and I know that we're starting our regionalization studies, that some of that's going to kind of flesh itself out as we go. But one of the things that we sit here and talked a lot about sewer, but at least in my mind, the more critical thing is water. That is to me, and I know I know my wife especially gets tired of hearing me saying this. You got to have water to flush the toilet. So it works that way. So if you don't mind, I like our utilities director, Chandra Farmer, to talk a little bit about the current water plan that we have in our CIP, and particularly as it relates to the timing. I know we've had some conversations with Harnett County, and I think as I understand it now, they're looking 2029-ish to have that online. I think Chandra will talk about 2030-ish for us, but I think there's some urgency there that I know I didn't appreciate, and I know she's going to be sitting behind us, so we'll have to everybody look at the back of our heads when we turn around. But I think there's some information she has on that will at least shed some light on the things in our CIP that we probably don't need to lose sight of as we're talking regionalization. And yet at the same time, I think there's still opportunities and I'm in my mind, not just bulk purchase agreements, something more in that with Harnett County and Wilson. We always, we're thinking Harnett County because Cape Fear, and then we can maybe do some things different there with interbasin transfers. With Wilson County, it's in the sub-basin, so there's a little bit of difference there. But having her explain some of that on the water side, and we can get back to the sewer like we probably will, but I think the water is probably the most critical thing, so I'll quit talking and let Chandra talk a little bit and tell us about the plan.
So as y'all are probably aware, we have been working on a long, it's got a green light. Okay. As you're aware, we've been working on a long-term water supply plan actually for several years. And it's amazing how much projections have changed just over the last 3 to 4 years. But our consultant is at the point where we've narrowed it down to really the most feasible option as to where we should invest to meet our 30-year needs. We are looking at by 2050, we're going to need an additional approximately 25 million gallons a day of water supply. Our current plant is rated at 14 million gallons a day. We're doing an expansion at our plant now, a design-build project to take that to 18 million gallons a day. So you can see we need an additional 25 million gallons a day in 30 years. That's very significant, particularly when you compare it to our existing supply. So as we've gone through and been looking at...
Can you run through those? We have 14 million now, going to add another 14 to 18?
We're going to add 18 in our
18,
existing,
okay.
I mean, I'm sorry, we're going to add 4. We're going to go from 14 to 18 at our existing plant. Now, that's the project under construction. We want to have that online by the summer of 2025. But
Isn't there one more addition we can do to that plant to bring it up to 22 million that we talked about?
based on our allowed withdrawal, we're going to be at the 18 for now. Now, long-term, many years out, if flow changes in the river, you know, if that 7Q10 changes, then we may be able to take additional. But for now, we're going to be at that 18 that we
Controlling
can take.
point is what we can take from the river.
Right. That's what limits that. So as we've looked at our different alternatives, knowing that our need in 30 years is this additional 25 million gallons a day, we know any new investment in a new supply is going to be a significant cost. So what we don't want to do is start on one option and realize, oh, that's not enough. We got to go to another large supply option. So we have narrowed down to one supply alternative, one new supply that will meet that future demand. And when I talk about our demand of needing an additional 25 million gallons a day in the future, I mean for all of Johnston County. That is to supply our customers plus the towns that we provide bulk water to in the county. Some of the towns, we may supply a little bit of water now. They still have their own supply systems, like Town of Selma. They have their own well system where they meet most of their demands. However, they don't have enough with their current system to meet their future growth. I mean, we know of new large developments coming into Selma, they can't meet that. So a lot of these towns are going to continue to rely on the county. Their long-term water supply planning is we're going to buy from the county. And we realize that. So we put that in our projections to ensure whatever project we invest in long-term will meet their demands. Of course, the supply we have identified is the lower Neuse. You may recall we've talked about this option we've been talking about it for at least 15 years now, maybe 20 years, as it being our option. We thought we'd actually be investing in it by now, but we've been able to delay that investment with some other projects and expansions at our existing plant. But that option involves a new water treatment plant at the existing abandoned quarry that the county owns outside of Princeton off of Old Cornwallis Road. It would involve an intake on the Neuse River near Richardson Bridge Road. So we will be taking additional raw water from the Neuse, pumping it to that plant and to that quarry for storage and treatment. And based on our current plan, we would be phasing we would be implementing the supply, of course, in options to meet these 30-year demands. We wouldn't build the entire plant we need on day one. We couldn't afford to do so. So this is something that we would be investing in phases. And our consultant is we're planning to present this to the board in April, the details of the plan, so that you will see that and be able to see costs attached to it. Of course, the cost estimates right now are significant. I mean, we're talking about a phase one that could be $500 million. But again, it's not just for Johnston County customers. It is for all of the water supply in Johnston County, for all of our bulk customers, our bulk needs. And one thing to point out about that too is, based on the town of Clayton is, of course, our largest bulk customer. The town of Clayton, based on these projections, is about 45% of the necessary demand in the future. So we certainly will be talking about, of course, the authority could certainly drive how we structure this, how we invest in this, but we'll also be looking at, how we do that partnership-wise with our towns that will need this additional supply as well. That's the tough part is it's a large investment to start out with, and it's in the southern part of the county. So the other piece of that investment will be that we will have to build finished water lines from that new supply point back to the higher demand areas of the county, the western part of the county.
Large lines.
Right. Now, that can be phased to some extent, which we would certainly do, so we can construct it as needed. But the other piece of this is you just utilizing that abandoned quarry. And you will recall that the county has talked about, we've been talked with the property owners of the current active quarry there outside of Princeton. The abandoned quarry that we own is 0.8 billion gallons. That's the storage capacity of that one, 0.8 billion. The active quarry, when they finish working in that quarry and mine everything out of it, the current projections are over 7 billion gallons of storage. So when we start looking at that, if we have the ability to have access to that in the future, beyond our 30-year needs, and we have that resource, we're talking about being able to meet the demands of this county long-term, very long-term. And we are also involved in, we talked earlier about partnerships and interconnections with others outside of Johnston County. We currently have connections with City of Raleigh and Harnett County. Well, we're a member of the Triangle Water Partnership, which includes partners further upstream in the Neuse. We got Orange County, Chatham County, Harnett's in that. There's this Harnett Basin and Neuse Basin members of that. We've been working with that partnership. They're doing water modeling. In emergencies, how much water can we move from Johnston County all the way up, or how much water can move through all those interconnects throughout with all of these partners. And we're moving into phase 2 of that model, but the next project that we'll be looking at is long-term water supply planning for this entire basin, two basins, this entire Triangle Water Partnership. So we are looking at that kind of regional level planning as well on the water side. But I would like to be able to present better details to you in April of our long-term water supply option. I think it's good news. I mean, it's a solid option to be able to meet the demands of the county without us having to start looking at, one piece here, one piece there. We'll be able to make an investment that we can rely on long-term to meet our demands.
Once we build the larger lines from Princeton plant, once you took the new quarry on, you would have the lines in place at that time for the distribution. Right.
Right,
But
yeah.
the 7 billion gallons, 7 to 8 billion gallons a day, do you have a timeline when that quarry would be abandoned, when they think they'll be out of the rock there?
That will be have to be determined as we've met with them several times, and certainly county would have to do due diligence on that option. It should be before the end of this 30-year planning period. They would be.
And would that
currently.
water to fill that reservoir come from the lower Neuse?
Right. We would still utilize the lower Neuse intake option. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Have we explored the possibility of looking at perhaps Wilson County, Buckhorn, to bring in a
That's
line
one of the
back?
alternatives we have discussed with them. We've been trying to purchase just an additional 500,000 gallons a day of finished water supply from them just for the last couple of years, and we haven't gotten very far on that. They've had some management changes. So, yes, Buckhorn was one thing we looked at. The one thing about Buckhorn is it is in a sub-basin. It's still considered an interbasin transfer, but it's not the same as going from Harnett to Johnston, but it's a sub-basin of the Neuse, which would require some interbasin transfer issues. But based on these alternatives, it feels like that, what we've discovered from the study is that the lower Neuse is the one that we can rely on to meet our long-term needs for the foreseeable future without having to start one place and go to the other. Buckhorn, I do think the thing about Buckhorn is that we would have to raise the dam there. It would be a long-term project. And I don't think I said this a while ago, but we need this additional water supply. We need to be in the Lower Neuse by 2029, 2030. Is what we're looking at, needing that online by.
Chandra, do you know any, what the towns that have their own water supply? Only thing I can speak to is Pine Level.
Mhm.
But I know they got way more water than they can distribute. You know, can we tap onto those resources?
We have talked to several towns if they had access if they have available excess water that we are willing to certainly purchase from them. I'm not aware of anyone having that much excess right now. I know that some towns have looked at additional wells and had issues with radionuclides in the water and having to deal with how to treat that. But certainly, we have told any of the towns if they have available excess water, particularly groundwater supplies, we would be interested in partnering with them in any way we can. But I think they're also they know that some of these towns have not had. They've not had the same growth some of the county has had, and they're starting to see that. So they've got to look at that extra supply to meet their future demands if it's not the county.
Almost
Chandra.
every town that has their own water supply, the county, well, every town, the county is the backup for it.
Yeah, oh yeah, we got to.
Chandra, first off, you gave a great report, and I really appreciate all you ever do. So these questions are just, when you throw out $500 million, just in the abstract, that's not a meaningful number. That only has meaning when you do a pro forma and you say, okay, if I get this revenue, and this is what my debt service is, then it starts to have meaning.
Right.
And so, I don't know what the debt service on 500 million is. I assume it's, say 5% principal and interest would be, what is that? $25 million, okay? Or something like that. And then what you do is we need to look at the revenue. How much revenue will we get from selling that water, both today and in the future? And the revenue stream may be enough. And the $500 million figure doesn't sound that big then. And to have control of our own destiny with our water, because Butch wants to keep flushing his toilets, is important. And so I just, until we see something like that, you know, when you say 500 million, you tighten up, because, man, that's a lot of money, but it may not be a lot of money.
Right, and we are implementing these updated numbers in our current rate study and system development fee study that are underway now. Our financial consultant is working on these. So we're working on that information, so we'll be sure to have it in our projections.
Well, I'm used to taking the envelope, on the back of the envelope, trying to figure out whether the project's going to work or not, okay? I don't have a bunch of consultants to help me with that, and you got to start with the first step, and you don't have to be perfect on the first step. And, you know, I'd love, you're enough an expert for me to just say, okay, on the back of an envelope, this is the revenue that we can or could get from water if we use that quarry. We bought that quarry, I think, Rick, about 20 years ago.
15 to 20.
I think when I was, my first tour, I think it's when we bought that quarry, because we said that'll, if and when we ever needed, we knew that was going to be an expensive proposition, but we could control our destiny sometime in the future, whether we will use that quarry. Maybe, if not today, at some point in the future, we will use it. And so I think we did a hypothetical, just a back of an envelope hypothetical, that would put that in better perspective for us.
Okay, we can certainly do that when we present in April.
Well, I think what you're giving is great information as far as you're talking about the regional, and I know how much time we want to spend here, but sort of a path going forward, but it's definitely, Mr. Chairman, your challenge is water moving forward. It's the capacity and it's a long-term investment. So I think we're got a consensus that regionalization internally is something this board wants to pursue. But second, there's already activities going on with neighboring counties to coordinate capacity and flows, and which goes a long way toward some of what I've heard you talk about. So I know you have the next study, which is related to the financial pieces of it, as I understood, and that's coming Monday?
Governing structure.
And governing structure. So to me, this board is sort of at, okay, we've got to decide, we've decided we need to pursue this further, but now maybe look at the pros and cons of different structures going forward. You know, what are the pros of it retaining as a county? What is the pros and cons of a authority? What can that authority look like? How could it be? And that, to me, sort of where you're at is a crossroads of how do you go, is asking the pros and cons of both, plus starting to formalize your connection with your partners and being able to tell them why they should be interested in this concept and bringing them on board and getting them to think that thought. So I'm going to stop there and see, is that, as y'all see it going forward, or what's the next step from your perspective?
I've got a couple of questions, and it may or may not be the great time to do that, but I just want to understand for my benefit, and it's several things. One, the plan that Chandra just laid out there, if we just put a period behind that plan, what's wrong with that? I mean, do we need to pursue buying stock in somebody else's water plant and doing all these other things that we've been talking about doing? And I'm not saying we should, this is a question, because I don't claim to be the water expert, but I just want to understand it in my mind. Is there anything wrong with just stopping right there? Next question that I have is if we go out and we purchase these systems, like so that's been discussed, and so we do that, what have we really done? I mean, I guess what's the end result? What have we done that I can go home and say, okay, we really did something great there. We bought 3 or 4 systems that are already operating, are already serving their people, and they're already, I mean, I don't, help me with that.
Okay. First, that would allow us to have control. And that would allow us to do what Dickie said, which is to make them Class A systems. And then we could fix the infiltrated lines, whatever it took to get the whole system up to be a state-of-the-art system.
More reliable system.
That's right.
Okay, gotcha.
And it's cheaper to run, just the size and scope of it. It becomes more economical versus having staff for each facility and whatever associated.
So then it takes us to the next part of that, of the governing structure. If we purchased those systems and allowed those operators to take that money and do something else beneficial to their citizens, and it came in under the county structure, then we're not really giving up any control of our system.
Well, it's like April came up with, she talked about you would have an advisory board, or some people,
Right.
it's where they have input, but at the end of the day, we would have responsibility, and with responsibility goes ownership.
Yes.
But
okay.
we would, again, they would have input. And, I mean, at some point in time, like Neil said, they got to trust the commissioners. I mean,
Yeah.
if we don't,
Chandra, are any of our bulk customers outside the county?
We do currently sell to Fuquay Varina. We sell water to Fuquay.
I just want to make sure I understand that what the gain is for us, and especially if we're going to give up some control of the system we already have.
just think about how much conversations we've had over the past 6 months about these contracts with 4 cities.
Yeah.
Just think about
All
that.
right, yeah. Good point.
And I think, to me, you're coming down to a critical decision. Do you keep it under the county's umbrella, or do you go to authority? And authorities, you give up. Now, the county gives up. When they give it to authority, they give a lot of control, and that goes back to your land use
Neil,
issue.
but if you have an authority where you have the primary votes or whatever, it's still under the county's control or management.
Yeah, during that, when you reappoint those board members.
Yeah.
And that's where I'm wondering, let me just throw out a kink in this. How would a town, if they look at a board and go, there's 12 members, I've got one vote, what input have I got?
So I'm going to throw one more layer to this. With the board that I mentioned earlier, another interesting thing was the stakeholders got a portion of what they put in back. So it may be a revenue opportunity for the towns as well if we look at it from that angle, or if we look into that, that might be another reason that it makes more sense to them. So depending on the amount of customers that were using our product, then there was a portion of that each county got back.
That's a good idea. I guess it would all depend on how that $500 million equates in revenue versus debt service to see if there would be anything left to give back. I don't know. I mean, that's where we got to get that envelope out and start calculating.
Well, that's water. What we're talking about buying from the cities would be sewer. We're talking about a different situation, and, anytime you talk about leverage, you come across as a bad person, but we just have to decide, we're gonna keep subsidizing systems that have lines that Dickie can describe. I think he's already, are we gonna keep subsidizing that? Or are we gonna fix it?
I'll ask you, correct me though, if you got their sewer lines, you definitely want their water customers.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that's where the money's at.
Yeah, that's right.
So you want to buy, I'm not telling what your best answer is. I just say you're at a crossroads now of deciding the pros and cons of both and what fits best for Johnston County. And I think you've got some hard decisions to make. But it's going to take a dialogue with your towns. It's going to take a dialogue with your staff. I hope you'll open and hear them out in administration. And but that sounds like to me one of your next big decisions is what do you want to present to these towns? What concept are you presenting it to?
So I want to add a couple things, and I'll pick on two things that Fred said. I think one of them was this morning, and one was yesterday. The thing he said, don't let great get in the way of good. And so I think as we start sitting here trying to figure it out, we're going to let great and perfect get in the way of something good. So we've got to keep that in mind. The other thing he brought up yesterday is future users paying for future costs and use. And we're talking, $500 million gets my attention. And I think that's, we're going to put that on the backs of the current customers and rates on the come of more people hooking on. And I know that's part of the rate study, but that's a real concern of mine as we're looking to spend $500 million. Somebody's going to pay for that. And I don't want it to fall on the backs of all the folks who are here right now waiting on the ones to come the next 10 years.
And that's the decision in this board. Are you going to give that to someone else to make that decision? Or is the Board of Commissioners going to keep that control over those rates?
So
that's other factors.
Yeah, so the other piece, as I want to look at, and I said this yesterday, when we're looking at the plans that are in place, now, the ones that Chandra just mentioned, are all good plans. But as we talked in discussion yesterday, Kevin brought it up, adapt and advance. And things are changing. The growth, that we're seeing now, when 540 connects, we're going to see even more growth. So being able to adapt and advance in it. At work, when COVID started, our key phrase was be nimble and adjust. So I think we have a good course set, but that doesn't mean we can't be nimble and adjust. And so one of the concerns I have, and to your comment, Mr. Commissioner Harris, was we put a period on this and we're done. I think I think we're pretty close, but the problem is we are reliant on the Neuse River. Therein lies the problem for me, is we're dependent on the Neuse River for water and sewer. And that is why it's critical for us to look at these other options, whether it's Wilson and Buckhorn, or whether it's Harnett County that we look at. But we have, right now, there's not nitrogen credit fees that you're paying in for Cape Fear. But that's the reason that we need to look, in my opinion, hard at Harnett, working with Harnett County to be able to get water and then send sewer back there and balance that out. And maybe that's just the southern end of the county system, but at least it relieves the rest of the county from, that's dependent on the news. It takes that burden off of them. So those are the things that, I see as we move forward. I don't think because of the timing, it's really hard to abandon anything. And as Chandra said, it's hard to be going this way and this way at the same time and do either one of them effectively. So I think, we're on a path that meets many of our needs, but at the same time, we're looking at just the noose. And so as we move forward in future planning, I think we have to take a hard look, particularly Harnett, but also Wilson, so that we have a diversity of sources. And I know another pair of words we hear now is resiliency and redundancy. It's building those in so that, if something were to happen on the Neuse River, where are we going to go then? And I know we have some interlocal agreements, but I don't know that's going to take care of everything. So that's the reasons that I see us looking at areas outside of Johnston County. But I will go back. It all begins within Johnston County. If we can't get something in place here, it doesn't make any difference about going to other counties.
That's that first step.
Yes.
Internally, and I think that study Monday, I think that's, if we talked about first steps, next steps, it's taking that study and making sure they've identified the pros and cons of different approaches and spell out all these capital needs you have going forward. And as a board, you have to decide what's the best structure to make sure those things occur in a timely manner and what's the most efficient way.
And let me clarify one thing too. That's why I was careful to say these are questions. I should have held up my sign that these questions do not reflect the speaker. It merely is just questions to stimulate conversation, because I do like to hear from people that know a lot more about this subject than others. And so that was it. I'm not saying those were my opinions. I just wanted to hear. I want to hear the answers. If we put a period there, what happens then? I mean, I just want to understand
and
the whole part of it.
And I will add one other thing. I know that, when Chandra and Kim come to us with, a $750 million CIP program, that is a lot to take in. So maybe what the ask is for the future update as we take water, and let's look at that, and then we take sewer and, what other things it cuts, to break it off in chunks so that we're just not, you get that $750 million and you just kind of glazed over like, oh, God. I don't know, but breaking it down in chunks so that this board can digest the whole thing that she and Kim know like the back of their hand.
Like eating a whale, you do it one bite
Yeah,
at a
there
time.
you go.
And
Yeah.
bring a lot of tartar sauce.
But you're talking about one of the county's greatest assets, your utility
Absolutely.
system.
Absolutely.
And keep making sure it meets the needs moving forward, and its governance moving forward.
Yeah.
So it really is, due diligence comes into play of what's best for the taxpayers.
I think we all
Because the
know.
taxpayers lended themselves to building this system.
I think we
Yes.
all know we live in a different world today than we did 25 years ago. There are people that actively try to do harm to American citizens in all places in our society, in our country. I mean, there are people that really have bad motives. And the Neuse River is very sensitive to that. We have so many bridges that cross and so many places that we could get a sabotage made. And at any point, if that happens, our source for drinking water is severely hampered. Now, we have our reservoirs, but that's only going to last for a few days. And then we're going to be right. It's kind of like when Wake County here a few years back, when Falls Lake got to a dangerously low level, they were really worried. The people I've been in many, many sessions on what we could do to move water from here to there. But the fact that we have the Neuse River as our single sole source is very alarming, because we don't have another river, another water source right now.
Well, that's where that interconnectivity.
That's what I'm saying, and we
So
need that.
important.
We need to be developing relationships with our neighboring counties, and no matter what the amount they can give us, if it's feasible for us to build out line, we need metering stations and connections, and we need to start doing it so we're prepared. We don't need to wait till we have a catastrophe and then try to react to a catastrophe instead of planning ahead.
How do other counties deal with that? I mean, do they all have multiple water sources, or, I mean, I mean, we're one of 99.
Well, one thing, most counties don't have anywhere near the size utility system you have.
Right.
Most of them don't have interconnectivities, and I know in Harnett, even when I was there, we could bring water out of Greensboro if we had to. So interconnectivity is very important, but most counties just don't have you're blessed to have a system that most counties don't even dream about having. So I would tell you the 99 probably, there's 10 major water utility systems, major, of the 100 counties. So, and you happen to live right beside one of them, and with Harnett too, and of course Brunswick and Onslow and Cabarrus, and there's a few others. But anyway, moving forward, that study Monday's key. I think Amy said that. That's going to be key. I would encourage you to really, you're going to have to dig into that and see the pros and cons. This is me outside looking in. That's a big decision, authority versus county. And there's a lot of implications there. I'm not telling you which one to do, but there's serious implications and a lot of resources at stake. So please do your due diligence on that and how you go forward, the pros and cons. Second is beginning that dialogue with your communities, your towns and counties. I don't know how your towns use their utility system to annex voluntary annexations. That's always something that's important to a lot of small towns. I don't know how you do your ETJs. Do y'all serve water and sewer and ETJs, or the towns retain that? A lot.
We serve some.
Some, yeah. I know that's an issue about ETJs and who's going to provide utilities and how are you going to handle that. So there's a lot of factors out there, and I think the concept's a great one. I think you're just now in the due diligence of what's best.
Right. Yeah, if we had, I think, what, Harnett can have 5 towns?
Yeah.
Yeah, that would have been a lot nicer than 11 to have.
Oh, yeah.
But we have, like I said, Wilson Mills, already we, basically have, their system is our system. Archer Lodge gets water from us. They don't have a sewer system, so you're really down to 10 towns that you got to deal with. I think Micro goes to Kenley. Kenley has a very small one. Princeton has a small one, but, Princeton and Benson are getting ready to look at expansions. And, kind of for me, for the big picture is, if you're looking at it individually and they're doing their own thing, at some point, I don't say they get past the point of becoming a region, but they're heading in one direction that maybe not work for a bigger picture thing. And that's what I think we want to try to look at, is how do we look at a bigger picture than just individual towns, and look at and bring the county or authority or whatever it is. And I don't think anybody proposes they know the answer to what that looks like. And it could be, we're talking an authority, it could be a regional system in the southern end of the county, one in the northern end in Clayton, and Johnston County handles, everything in the
There's a lot of different
middle.
possibilities.
Yeah.
And it's what works best for you. And I will tell you, with the towns, if you can ever get a couple, if you acquire a couple and show them the quality they can get from the county, that you'll find other towns want to join the
Yeah.
county, because all of a sudden they don't have all these leaks, they don't have all these issues, and you sort of have to prove yourself to them, and then they come along. So I know we've talked a lot about utilities, I know, but this is the first of a major conversation for y'all. I mean, you weren't going to resolve it here today, but it's on the top of your list, and now you're getting the study and bringing your staff in to engage on it. That's sort of where I'm at with it, and you've got a lot of decisions ahead of you. And tying back to your land use and all the things that go with it. So, anything else on the utilities? I know we might need a break.
I haven't had much to say, but I'll weigh in here. It's interesting that we're talking about spending a lot of money borne by our current residents to accommodate future residents. And if you poll the residents out there, if this were a true democracy, which is dangerous, the majority of people would vote not to do that. Now, obviously, we're elected leaders and we represent people, and it's up to us to make the hard decisions. And someone said, if you're not growing, you're dying. But I wonder, sometimes we get caught up in what we do so much that we forget to look at who we represent and how we represent them. It would be good, we already represent some of these towns on some of this sewer stuff. If we were to create a system planning for the future so that the other towns will want to join it, and you don't have to go after anything, And obviously, you have to plan for contingencies and unknowns. But sometimes I hope we don't get caught up too much in accommodating growth that most of the people don't want to see. I just throw that out.
If you build it, they will come.
That's right. And people said you can't stop growth. If they can't flush, you can.
Well, to that though, and I hear you and I agree, nobody wants to be told they can't move here, but at the same time, I also feel this growth is going to help with the infrastructure that we desperately need as far as schools and commercial and jobs and other things that we're trying to create. So I think, when we think water and sewer, everybody automatically thinks homes, but we also need to think about industries and schools, and these will also help the towns in those areas that they need a leg up in.
Let me deal with that. This board, a couple of years ago, adopted a plan that said we're not going to have dense development. We're going to have big lots. That has not stopped growth. We have had just as much growth, if not more growth. What we've done is we've lost farmland. And so you're not going to stop growth. You don't have to flush it. You can use a septic tank. They both do the same thing. The issue is how much of our land do we use up? So, Ted, we're not going to stop the growth. The growth's coming. It's just, are we going to do it efficiently and keep farmland, or are we going to use all our farmland for septic tanks?
So I was going to say by Kevin standing up, it looks like, I think we are kind of starting to talk in circles, but I did want to kind of summarize things, hopefully. So from what I've heard is that regionalization is something this board is definitely interested in. It's probably too early in the game to decide exactly what that looks like, particularly with the governance piece. We are, making that second step into looking at the financial piece and what that means. So we're making progress in that, and I think from what I've heard, we've talked about giving direction to staff to, with the plan they already have, let's add some components that look at, and I know they're already in there, but let's add those, maybe a little more exploration of the Wilson and Harnett and whoever else is out there, so that we aren't totally dependent on the noose for our water and sewer needs. So is that a fair summarization?
As long as you get the yes.
Hmm?
As long
As long as you get to a
the
yes, and we won't let great get in the way of good, so.
Well, Senator, sometimes you have to start out with a no and then get them to a maybe and then yes.
Yeah, that's the way it was with all my dates.
I can understand.
All right, Kevin, get us out of this.
Mr. Chairman, yeah. Lifeline. Neil and Amy, thank you. I felt like I was that person that you keep looking behind you. He's like, is he getting closer? And is he getting, yes, he's right behind me, yes. I looked at my watch and I was like, we're about an hour in. It seemed like a good time to come up. You did a great job. You summarized things that I was going to summarize as well. So if you'll allow me to maybe put it in my own words, I do have a question for you and the board. If I don't want to inadvertently stop the conversation. So the question I have is about if you want to explore a certain path forward. I love that we started off with the why. That was very helpful to understand. And what I heard Commissioner Smith, you say, and I think reinforced by the board, is y'all discovered over the past year, because you learned about the significant growth. I mean, you knew it inherently, but you learned about it from a data standpoint and what you were facing in terms of growth, that this particular issue arrived in that year's time because of, it's a fundamental building block to create the infrastructure, all the other things on the list. You got to solve this particular issue related to regionalism and water and sewer before you can tackle the other things. Is what I heard. That is the why, as I understood it. We have settled on a metaphor, an analogy of a path and taking a hike. I hope that's okay that we've done that, but I appreciate y'all going along with that. And in our beginning conversation, setting the place over on the ridge line on the hill over there. Regionalism you have selected, and it is something that you, so Chairman, just reemphasizing what you said, y'all are interested in it. You see it as a foundational block that you need to tackle to get over there to that place. The two things to reemphasize what the Chairman said and Neil and Amy settled in on, I'm hearing you guys have to have the discussion about structure. It's not easy, but tied to that are the relationships with the other folks that you're going to invite along on your journey, on your path. So listening back there, I thought about our conversations about the Board of Education yesterday. I'm not sure what the magic was that's happened related to how y'all have increased those relationships with the Board of Education. But whatever that magic sauce is, looking at that type of calculation in the conversations that you're going to need to have with your other governing boards in this county is going to be key. And I would offer this from the association standpoint. You don't have to do it alone. If there are things that we can do to be of assistance to you in helping through that, because we see it at the state level, and I was talking to Amy while I was listening to the conversation, that we see it across the entire state, and the ARPA conversations really have been involved in what you're discussing, in the sense that there is a policy from federal, from Congress, and from state in the infusion of the dollars to help you with your needs related to consolidation of water and sewer systems. And so there are resources out there that can potentially be beneficial to you on this. You're not alone. You feel like you're just in Johnston County and you're struggling with these things, which you are, but you should know that you're not alone, that this is going on all across not only North Carolina but the country, and the resources are there at the state and federal level to potentially assist you on these things. So when you get into the money, when you get into the analysis of that, that's something that could potentially be calculated. The association is here to help you at that fundamental level of building the relationships with those municipalities, other counties, and we can help you do that. So the question I have for you, Mr. Chairman, and members of the board, are you ready to move on to the next subject matter? Because I think that the two things can happen parallel. You can work on identifying potential structures, and maybe that's something that I'm coming out of this with a direction to staff, is maybe start to really dig in on what potential structures look like, while maybe y'all are working on relationships and staff's working on relationships all at the same time. But the question I have for you is, do you want to pause for a moment here, take a break, get another cup of coffee, come back and dig into a conversation on what potential structures look like? Do we have what we need in the room to do that? Or do you want to pause this conversation for today, and then have some work outside of this process to come back?
I would say that I would prefer we put the pause. I don't know that we have all the details to get into the structure now, since we're just getting started. I do think, through conversations, we've been having quarterly get-togethers with towns to discuss this. So I think that will continue. But if we could have staff look at some sort of, and I know you have experience in Harnett County, but look at staffs, use some resources that you have, and I know we've had some other offers from other water and sewer authorities to come tell their story and what's worked and what's not. So just to begin to, I guess, flesh out some of those potential structures that we could, and that doesn't exclude the county, staying in the utilities business as we are now as a department, and we bring in other municipalities. So yeah, I think that piece of it would be good for staff to start looking. I'm looking at Jennifer for that, but I just don't want to turn it around again. My back's not that great, so I'm going to turn around and look at Chandra. But I do think, from my perspective, I think we've probably taken this as far as we can. I do have one question for the board, is since we mentioned that this is so closely tied to land use, do we want to move the land use piece so we can kind of piggyback right on that and move forward? I think I think everybody's here that we had for the land use piece. So let's just, when we take a break here in a minute and come back at 11. But if we do that break, we move on to the land use and transportation planning and farmland preservation, so, all right.
That sounds good. I would ask Jennifer and Rick, do you feel like do you have any follow-up questions that you want to ask the board in terms of direction related to this specific topic?
So, I always like a list, and so on my list, this is what I have, and I want to make sure that I have it correct.
I did that, sorry. Sorry, sound folks, I apologize.
So the first thing on my list is that regionalization is something that the board is interested in, and you want us to explore options as to what that could look like. The second is that we already have a plan, and the plan that we have is good. Let's continue to explore additional out-of-county options. We've been focused a lot on the in-county options, and I know that we do have relationships outside of the county and those sorts of things, but to add that to the list to start reviewing those. And for Chandra and I to work together to look at various structure options. And I appreciate the conversation that we have had today about what that could look like, and to go with the path analogy that we've been talking about. There are a lot of different paths, and I think that what would be helpful is if we could start looking at what those different paths could look like, so you can help us define which path it is that you want to take. And I have some ideas about that, and perhaps help you with some pros and cons from the staff perspective as to what each of those paths could look like. And in the meantime, we have this work that's being done by the consultant on the Phase 2 study, which is going to be very helpful as we're defining which path you want to walk down. But I think perhaps additional information on the big picture of what things could look like, and that sort of thing would be helpful. But I've basically got 3 things on my list of things to do, and that's where I am. And we'll know more Monday once we hear that presentation and what direction you decide to go with that. But that's my task list. Do I have it somewhat right?
That sounded correct to me.
Thank you.
So, and I will say, for the relationships with the municipalities, I mean, the elected board will work with the elected boards, and I know that Chandra and you and Rick have conversations with the staffs and managers from the municipalities, so just continue along those lines. So, but yeah, I think that's it.
Great. Can I just say, Chandra, thanks for your presence here and the information. I learned a ton listening to that, especially about quarries. Who knew? But anyway, and that y'all invested in a quarry. That gets back to, foresight and thinking ahead and strategic planning. So anyway, I enjoyed that conversation, so thanks. Mr. Chairman, so we will adjust, and we will do the land use section next when we come back. I would ask Amy, and Neil, is there anything that I left out that we need to report to the board before we turn it over to you, Mr. Chairman? I think we're up for a break. We're
So
a
we're
little
going to
early.
take a 15-minute recess. We will be back at, what time does that make it? 11:05-ish.
Great.
All right?
5-ish.
5-ish. Reconvene our strategic planning session, and we're moving on to topic number 2, which we've adjusted, and that will be land use, transportation planning, and farmland preservation. And I will say, we have waiting for us on Monday, and we have for our review the updates provided by Braxton Newton and planning folks and our consultant for us to review. So I don't want this to be a discussion on that plan specifically. We'll get a chance to do that on Monday at length, but I do want this to be more of a higher level discussion of land use and transportation planning. And as we discussed yesterday, farmland preservation is tied into the land use, so that will be a part of this discussion as well. So I will turn it over to Amy to continue on.
Thank you, Mr. Roller. Thanks to the board and for really being so engaged in the. Got it.
It's behind you. It's on the podium. Oh.
Hide and seek, yes. Quit smelling the markers. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
Where's the other crew that was here the first time?
Exactly. I will say for all of those who are watching too, these are not the kind that have the scents, which are real, we were checking to see.
Okay.
So they're-
Okay.
So just in case you were looking from home, these are just regular markers. Really huge kudos to your engagement. I'm going to go back to something other Amy said yesterday. To have this level of discussion, dialogue, and engagement is just tremendous. So thank you for that. And again, out to those watching in the public, to have your elected officials spending this kind of time to really figure out what's best for the future of Johnston County is amazing. So thanks for letting us be a part of this with you. I think that the last discussion, or we think the last discussion, was a really good framework. Again, now what we're going to talk about, and some of those things dovetailed nicely into this land use, transportation planning, and farmland preservation, those are really big topics. And so we'd like to spend a few minutes here having you talk with us about what those mean to you in the future of Johnston County, because I think it's very easy to opine and say that those things are important, but they are so big and they mean so many things. So I think we'd like to spend a little bit of time just going around, whatever order you'd like to volunteer to speak in what those things mean to you as you look towards the future of Johnston County. Would anyone in particular like to start when they look at those topics, why they think that those are priorities and why they're important for the work that you're doing?
April leaned in, so we're going to
She
take that.
did. I saw the lean. Okay.
She leaned in.
Thank
That's a sign
you.
she wants
Yes.
to talk.
I think we can all agree that just preserving the quality of life that Johnston County has and what has attracted so many people. I mean, you know, we keep having this conversation. We can't stop the growth. We can't shut the gate. We can't tell people that they can't move here. So how can we, you know, maintain what we have, but also know moving forward, we don't want to get behind on our infrastructure and transportation. And using, you know, Fred's term, we want to make sure we are using our land to the highest and best use. And I think, you know, we can all agree if we had 100 acres, do we want to see 100 homes, or would we rather see 75 acres of farmland and 100 homes on the 25 acres left, or 50 acres of farmland, 25 acres of something that's commercial, retail, 50 acres of houses? And so I think it's up to us to figure out how do we break up those chunks and make sure we're still maintaining the culture and all the great things that Johnston County is.
I totally agree with what you said.
It's twice in like 10 minutes.
I feel a butt coming in here.
Chairman mentioned this is not a time to really discuss our land use plan. One of the things it mentioned in there was redesigning subdivisions. Instead of 25 acres, instead of having 25 one-acre lots, you have maybe 10 quarter-acre lots and the rest in open space. And I'm good with that. But I think when me and Commissioner Smith was talking a while ago, if you said 100 acres and you put 10-acre lots in there with 10 houses versus 200 quarter-acre or half-acre lots, you can see the difference in the density, and you've still used up 100 acres of farmland, but you've got tremendous impact on infrastructure, traffic, everything. That's where I'm coming from. whether we achieve it with 10-acre lots or where we achieve it set aside and push the density in a corner, I'm good with that. Preferably, though, towards the urban centers.
I am a firm believer that people nowadays, they don't want to mow grass. They want somebody else to worry about mowing the grass. They want a small lawn, a few flower beds, and they want to go at the beach. They want to play golf. They want to enjoy life. Quality of life is important to a lot of people. So I think that we've got to be really careful. We've got to wear a lot of hats. Land use, as Commissioner Smith pointed out this morning, if we have the water and sewer in place, that is the most and best feasible use for the land if you're going to develop it. And I know what that does do, and Commissioner Godwin is correct also, it is going to bring on things that we have to address. Unfortunately, a lot of those things are not in our control. We don't control the roads. We don't control road improvements. We don't control road expansions or highway additions. But we do have an effect on density. And our schools, we've already talked about the needs for our schools. I think we lost sight of what we were dealing with when they came out with the regulations to no multi-story school buildings. Everybody saw them as unsafe and fire hazards. And in today's world, we have so many fire retardant building materials. We have fire expand. There's not a lot of water systems out around these schools. They're in the communities. They couldn't put in sprinkler systems in the buildings. You couldn't have sprinkled buildings. But one example that I would give is Fuller Elementary in Garner. Used to be a single-story campus. They've gone back and done some extensive renovation on that campus, and now it's a possibly a 4-story building. I know it's a 3, and they've got I think it's an elementary and a middle school on the same campus. So there are ways that we can work around to address that. I think in this land use, we're going to have to address how we situate schools and how we build schools and to address those issues. Traffic, I think that we need to try to, in some way, shape, or form, involve DOT more in our processes, that DOT knows kind of where we're looking at for growth areas. And it may be even at some point in time with the fund balances we talked about yesterday, that we might want to ante some money up to get DOT to do some work in certain areas, maybe speed up a project, or, I don't know, talk to our local representative and find a way to involve DOT in it. But land use is not just subdivisions, it's where do we want, we talk about maybe having convenience, just convenient community needs centers. So you have a little, maybe a mini Walmart or a Family Dollar, a Dollar General, and a fast food, a couple of fast foods and a hardware store to kind of serve the people in one area, so we're not building all these humongous subdivisions and expecting everybody to go to Walmart in Smithfield. So I know we're going to have to wear a lot of hats. We're going to have to put a lot of time into it, but land use covers an awfully broad spectrum. That's why it's tied in with transportation, farmland. They all affect each other very bad, very, very much.
All right, so, go ahead.
You know, to quote the Apostle Paul in a rough manner, he says, I know what it's like to live with a lot, and I know what it's like to live with nothing, and I've had to learn how to be content in either state. I know what it's like to have a lot. I know what it's like to have nothing. And I'm like a mule that got slapped upside the head when I had nothing. And that 2x4 taught me a valuable lesson. I'm not bigger than the market. The market and the economy is like the tides. If you get in the way of it, it'll take you down. And while we can control certain things in Johnston County as government, we cannot control the market. The market is bigger and more powerful than we are. So we, as a county, have tried to do this solution, that solution, whatever solution, we still continue to be the fastest growing county in the state of North Carolina. Because that's what the market's telling us that's coming. And so to continue to fight that, I believe is tilting at windmills. What we need to be doing, in my opinion, is saying, how can we take the God-given resources we have and ensure that we have rules that create the best quality of life for the people that are going to come to Johnston County. And then when it's all said and done, we're proud of where people live, where people have to play, and what we got. If we would focus more on how do we create the best possible product, how do we create the best possible communities, and less about whether we're going to fight the market or not fight the market, I think we'd be in a better place. And I hope that with this land use program that we're doing, I think we're moving in the right direction. And I hope that that's what we focus on, is how we create a great place for people to live. How do we utilize the best resources? How do we be good stewards to the resources that God gave us and not waste those resources?
Thank you. Any others?
Yeah, I'm going to say I totally agree with Commissioner Smith. It's a matter of what is best, you know.
Sure.
Very agreeable today.
I'm just saying, somebody's passing that marker around today. I'm hearing things every which way here, so.
Yeah.
But I do have a couple things. One, as we're talking about land use, transportation, and farm, again, it's all intertwined. And for me, I'll go back and start with the quality of life that we're looking for. I know, Commissioner Braswell mentioned, some people want small yards so they can go to the beach. So we have a very diverse community in Johnston County, and so the challenge for us is how do quality of life means something to me and something to somebody different to somebody else. So we do have a mix of folks who want small properties, but yet we have people who want large lots. They want to be homesteaded and have animals and little farmland so they can be by. So how do we balance the land use that we have to maintain the quality of life for not just a single set of folks, but for the whole county? And some of that involves farmland preservation, and then transportation ties it all together, because it's been mentioned by Commissioner Smith, people are coming, if they got 1 acre lots, they're still going to need roads and ways to get around. And as I mentioned yesterday, I think the DOT does a great job of getting people through Johnston County and helping build things to get those who work in Wake County, big roads to get out of Johnston County. But I think through some of our involvement through our planning organizations, the focus can be, as Commissioner Braswell said, on how do we move people around in Johnston County on that, kind of our motive to keep people, from having to drive to Wake County. We've got jobs, we've got schools, we've got, parks, green spaces, and greenways and open spaces that we're starting to see people, I won't say demand, but that's part of the quality of life that people want, is they want to have those opportunities available, and we're seeing that program continue to grow, and I think the demand continue to grow for that. So I think all of those things tie together. But when I look at land use, I think we're working on the plan. I think most of this involves a plan, whether it's transportation or land use. But with the land use plan, there's a next step, which is, ordinances that we put in place to provide those quality, set the standard. The standard doesn't need to be low. We need to set a high standard so that we want quality developments. And again, that takes many forms. We've got folks who are in the service industry, our teachers, our police officers, our firemen that, they need affordable housing. So we need places where we can have affordable housing for those, and then, and for all people. So I think that's, we've got a wide variety of things we're trying to fit into a couple of plans, and then, like I said, the ordinances will provide a lot of structure to that, so when somebody comes in to do something, they know what the standard is, and raising that standard so we get quality developments with amenities that the people are looking for. I think that's very, very important. And then let's see what else I have is, the other things, that we've got to look at is we have, as this Commissioner Braswell talks about, virtual towns. How do they function? They're demanding more and more services, and still paying the same taxes as other people throughout the county. So I hate to bring things up, but like that, but we do have areas that require more services than others. And then how do we take that into account as we're planning parks and transportation and transportation projects? So, some consideration for that. And again, on the farm, I'll get back to the farm preservation. At our land use surveys that we did, that was a big thing that people like that. But I also understand, it was interesting, I was at the downtown planning session for our open house for the town of Clayton. And it was amazing to watch what people wanted to do with other people's property. So, it's, well, just tear that down. We'll tear these buildings down and we'll build this. So that is the fact, you realize people have property rights. So we've got to, again, balance that is, we can't dictate, well, I'm sorry, Kevin, you can only do this with your property and that's all you can do with it. So I think, again, land use plan, ordinances, it all ties together. And then the other things to the quality of life with the transportation is the jobs, and then the retail commercial spaces that go with the quality of life is how do we make sure we can get people from point A to point B in the transportation. Again, I'll say we've got Campo that we're beginning to work more and more closely with. We've got the Upper Coastal Plain RPO that we continue to work with, and then some opportunities to make some changes to our planning organization altogether. But I think getting the entire county on one page on that, and again, figuring out how do we build or get projects in the STIP and get points applied so that they get constructed. And it may be, as Commissioner Braswell said, there may be, to get more points, we need to invest in opportunities for transportation to get projects moved along rather than just get in a line and wait until the DOT has money. Because I know that if I look at Wake County towns, I see them having money put in, and not just in just Wake County too, they put money in to get projects done. So that's a lot of rambling, but I don't know which that went on. I don't know that I talked about how to define, but I know that's kind of all those things wrap in together, and it is a huge topic. But like I said, I think we're moving land use plan. We're making progress. Just getting started on, we'll be getting started on the transportation plan update, which I think will help. And then I think we have some ideas on farmland preservation, whether it's through conservation easements, whether it's working through TLC to acquire both properties and easements. But I think there's opportunities there for us to make some meaningful impact on farmland preservation, as well as things we're looking at to maybe extend the opportunities for farmers to farm a little longer before they do something else with their properties. So.
Let's deal with farmland then, because the experts are here. And I may get this right and I may get this wrong. But for me, I divide it into three tranches, three separate tranches. The first tranche is, and I won't call this the right thing, I apologize, but you can designate your farm for 10 years. It's a voluntary program. You don't give anything up. You just tell the world, this is a farm. If you want to move beside me, I've designated this as a farm. And like I just bought a farm like that, and I didn't want to have that designation. All I had to do was write a letter, and they took that designation off. So that that, that designation, I think I'm not against that designation, I just don't think that's going to help make our farmers profitable and sustainable. Let's go all the way over to the other side. All the way over to the other side is where a farmer or someone says, I love my farm, it needs to always be a farm, I don't want any developers on this farm, and so I'm going to sell the development rights and get paid money for my development rights. And I can cash that in, and, but once I cash that in, that's for eternity, whatever that is. So that's a serious decision. You cannot reverse that decision. That's just that decision. So both of those are in being today, and people can do both of those things today. And I don't think either one of those is going to have a substantial, I mean, they're good, great programs. I'm not against the programs. But I think I've been helping work with a program is there something in the middle to where farming is a business just like anybody else, and if it's going to be profitable and sustainable over the long term, you got to make a profit, because most people who lose money at some point in time, if they keep losing money, will file bankruptcy, and that's not a very attractive unless someone gives you some equity or loans or whatever. So if you run out of cash, you got to file bankruptcy. And so the best way to keep our farmers farming is to help make them as profitable and sustainable as possible. I think, Butch, you said yesterday that, I'm not trying to, I believe you're the one who said yesterday farming is one of the most highly subsidized.
I said it.
Yeah, okay, right, excuse me. It's one of the most highly subsidized parts of our economy, because the government, because you need to understand this. America has decided we want cheap food. We want cheap food for our people. And we, as a people, pay less per capita for food than almost any other country in the world. It's because our government has decided we want cheap food, and we want farmers to grow it, and we're going to have programs to where we can do that. And so I think just as we give subsidies to big corporations to bring jobs to Johnston County, because we said that's in the county's best interest, we want more jobs, we're going to subsidize it in some way. I think we need to come up with a program like that. And we've talked about, Butch mentioned yesterday, some of the sources of money to where we as a county can say, okay, we believe having people farm and use their land for farming and for some period of time. So let's just hypothetically say we will pay you X, whatever X is, that you've got to farm it for 10 years, you can't develop it. Then a farmer can decide, yeah, I'll sign up for 10 years. Now, all we're doing is kicking the can down the road, okay? I mean, if it was going to be perpetually a farm, they would sell the development rights. What we're talking about is someone who doesn't want to sell their development rights and who we want to keep farming it, to kick the can down the road so they'll farm it as long as they can, as long as it's profitable and sustainable, and as long as they have some children who want to continue to farm it once they retire. So I think that's the best program, and I think we have some options, and to do it sort of like the PUV program, where if you put a farm in the PUV program, you don't have to pay the fair market value in taxes, you pay a discounted PUV rate, and as long as you leave it in the PUV program, you pay those discounted tax rates, which is a tremendous benefit to keep people farming. But once you change that, once you say, I want to develop it, that's fine, you can develop it, but you got to go back and pay us for the past 3 years of what the real taxes would have been on that property. If we could come up with some program like that where we could monetize in some way to help make farming more profitable and sustainable, and you got to sign up for, say, 10 years, pick whatever time you want, but if you want to change it, you got to give back all of it or part of it or whatever. Like the Soil and Water and Conservation, and again, I'll get this wrong because I don't participate in the program, I just sort of know about it. You can put your land and grow grass on it, and you got to put it in that program for 7 to 10 years. As long as you leave it like that, they'll pay you X amount. But if you take it out of that and don't do that, you got to pay it all back. And so you can do it a lot of different ways. But hopefully, and this is not a big, this is the land use plan is a big deal, but I think if we could come up with some way to help make our farmers more profitable and sustainable, we could slow the curve down.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. I think what I'm thinking about Jennifer, right, and to-do list, and so what I'm hearing is perhaps as a part of our next steps, looking at if there are other programs out there, options, things that we can do.
We have a committee that's doing that.
Okay, so continue the work of that committee.
Not a great committee, but a committee.
I'm hoping we can work to the point where we want to ask about that, like what that committee's doing. I'm curious to know what you all as a board have directed staff to already do and what staff is doing in that space. But we haven't heard from Vice Chair Harris yet, so I want to make sure that we have an opportunity to hear from all the commissioners. And Commissioner Tony Braswell, who's not in the room, I don't think he's had an opportunity to have his voice heard yet either.
I'll keep mine brief. Several things, and I'll start with the farmland preservation. I agree with Commissioner Smith. I think then, in being a business owner, a business that doesn't make money is a hobby. And I don't need any more hobbies. If I'm going to do it, I want to be able to turn some profit off of it. And I think that's the same thing with farming. I think we've got to figure out ways to make it sustainable and to help those farmers keep their bottom line and to make it a profitable business as much as we can. I think the incentive programs are something we really need to put a lot of effort into. I think that's, but inevitably, I agree, it's probably just going to prolong it and kick the can down the road some, but we can do as much as we can do to help them maintain and continue farming that property. The land use plan is something that's very interesting to me, and I think Chairman Lauder hit the nail on the head. It's amazing what people will do with your property. It really is, because the conversations that we hear many times have to do with someone else's property. And I'm a firm believer in that if you own something, you should be able to do primarily what you want to do with it, as long as it doesn't take away someone else's rights or diminish their property values. So if I own a piece of property and I want to develop it, or if I want to sell it, or if I want to farm it, or if I want to put horses on it, or whatever I want to do, as long as it doesn't affect my neighbor adversely, I think I should be able to do that. And so I'm always hesitant to put a lot of restrictions on people and what they're allowed to do, because it does inadvertently affect the value of their property moving forward. The stroke of the pen can reduce property values pretty dramatically based on what can and can't be done with it in the future. So I think that's our land use plan. It's been a very thoughtful process, and I think a lot of hard work has been put into that, and I'm excited about seeing that come to pass and then start on the zoning portion of it. Transportation planning, the only thing that I would interject in that is that I'm also interested in localized transportation for people who don't necessarily have other options. We were in the healthcare business for many years, and just having a person to have a way to get to their doctor's appointment or a way to get to the grocery store. Not everyone can go out and get in their car and drive and go do things. And our county is a large, massive property, and so, I think that the local transportation portion of it is something that we need to also include, not just within the roads and, rail and all the other things that we've talked about, which are all good topics. But I think we also need to make sure that we, I'll go back to that pilot program that we've funded for our JCATS system. Interested to see how that turns out, and hopefully it'll be something we can move forward with and expand.
Thank you, Commissioner Harris. Just to comment on that, if that's okay, I don't want you to.
Yeah.
I'm so glad to hear that, and this is exactly why we're doing this, of the what, right? Because I think so much of the conversation is centered around, rightfully so, the infrastructure and the bigger picture transportation, but there's also the smaller kind of micro transportation, public transit, and helping folks, like you said, get to appointments. So I think it's very important to make sure that we understand what everyone's talking about here. So thank you for that, but you keep going.
No, that's all right. Okay.
If it's okay, I'm inquisitive here because I'm trying to, my process of digesting all of this information is to hear all of this and then try to categorize it. And then remember, you ask us to create some type of plan for staff or some to-do items coming out of this. So that's where my head is right now. And I'm thinking that as I look at the list up there, this is really planning, right? Planning with 3 subdivisions underneath it. And I don't know about y'all, but I have challenge in trying to wrap my arms around this particular subject matter because it's so vast. I was thinking it's like trying to pick up Jell-O. I'm like trying to pick it up, and I'm trying to get my hands around it and on it. So I'm trying to categorize these things. I'd like to, and I'm actually coming to some conclusions over here for next steps that I think that could be tangible for your board and for your staff. But before we get into that section, and great timing, I hate to put you on the spot, but if you have any comments about this subject matter that you would like to share, Commissioner Braswell, we could hold for a moment, because I was getting ready to go to see if we could go to staff to hear a report on what y'all are doing related to land use or planning in general, because I think I would benefit, Amy would benefit, and Neil would benefit from hearing that, because I think y'all are doing a lot already in that space. So we can go over to your staff team, or Commissioner Braswell, if you want to share any thoughts about the subject matter. Happy to
I
hear.
apologize, I had to take that call.
No, sir. It's all right.
Yeah, I've had the opportunity to serve a long time, and I've seen some of the things that we did, not on purpose, but because it was so in a hurry to do the right thing. And in our rush, we have created some virtual towns out there that if they became towns, they'd be some of the largest towns that we would have in Johnston County. And there's 4 of them. And those 4, we serve as the mayor and the town council for them, because they do not have any local planning, they do not have anything. So, and the demand for services from those folks is large in regard to public safety, in regards to traffic, in regard to schools. And that's one of my concerns, is we still have mobile units in our schools. And so we're trying to catch up, but as we all know, you can't build a $95 million high school in 1 week. So it moves slow in getting rid of the overcrowding. But I think we have a plan in place with the Board of Education over the next few years to, according to their study, to realize the needs that they have in regard, and I say in regard to funding. Now, how we proceed with that, we'll just have to wait and see for the next bond referendum. But we're all concentrating everything in certain areas, so the land use plan should be fair to all people, in my opinion. Fair to all those. I tend to agree some with Commissioner Smith in the fact that the market's going to drive, and we can't decide the market. That's for the buying public to decide how the marketing goes. So, it's up to those who do that kind of work to determine if it's a good idea to continue on building houses. I think it's still going to come. We're not going to stop growth. We just want to do a little bit of management of growth in a way that, and we talk about quality of life. For the new folks, well, we got to have quality of life for those folks that are already here also. So how are we going to prepare that? But I apologize for the long ramble, but,
Not at all.
You missed all the other long ramblings that you did.
We'll summarize it, don't worry.
I would like to add one just thing to the planning portion of that as well. And I've thought a lot about it because we get a lot of questions and comments from people. Is businesses decide where businesses are going to open and where they're going to build and develop. We don't pick that I'm going to put a coffee shop down here on the corner. We don't. And I think people, because I've even had people say, well, why didn't you put a Starbucks here? I mean, we're not in that business. As a business owner, we did market studies. We looked at the areas. We looked at traffic counts. There's a lot goes into deciding where business is going to go, and that's market driven. And so I think, when we start, as we talk about the planning going forward and the land use, I think that people need to understand that that's market driven. It's driven based on the need in the area, the rooftops, the people, what the people expect, what they demand. And businesses study that, and they decide when they want to build in your county or they don't.
I think that's a great observation. It gets back to what we discussed yesterday, that perhaps many in the public or elsewhere think that the Board of Commissioners control a lot more than they do, right? And what I just heard, two things, I think very similar, that Commissioner Harris, you said that Commissioner Smith, I think heard you say, is the best you can do is to create the environment to allow the market to succeed.
Yes.
And that, for lack of a better term, regulatory, and it's not maybe the best time, but from a governmental stance, the direction in which the market can grow. Yes, sir.
Thank you for saying that. Let me try to use another analogy. It's sort of where I think we are. First off, I think about everything in terms of football, so y'all have to apologize for that. But let's just say that we will have a football game, and the market is the team that's going to play, okay? And the market's going to come play football. What I believe our role is to be is the people who set the rules by which they play. Because we want this outcome. You can play, but we want, when you finish, we want it to look like that, so we set the rules. And we enforce the rules. And I think I believe that's where, as we get this plan, that's where we're going to be. What are the rules, and what kind of outcome do we want for the market playing the game on our field?
So here, and if it's okay to go, Mr. Chairman, to your planner, Braston, back in the back, in a moment, but here's how I feel things are shaping up in this discussion, is that this is a really good philosophical discussion about what this is, why, and what it means. And I think that's really good to have, because that means hopefully you leave today understanding as a collective, like, we're on the same page on what this means. And that's critical for a governing board to have. And then the way I've started drawing it out on my paper here is like there are these 3 buckets, and then starting to identify what tools you have, wrong analogy, toolboxes, and what tools you can put into those different toolboxes to affect those levers to control that market, as I understand it. And so I'm trying to think through how you can identify different tools, different methodologies to affect land use, the transportation and funding and public transit, as well as the farmland. You've already touched on some of them, so we'll touch on them again. But you may already be doing a lot of this already, and I'd love to hear from Braston to tell us what's already in progress.
Absolutely. So I will recap what we are doing, what we are planning to do, and where we're going in the future. As you know, we've been on this long process of developing a new land use plan. We have not done that as a county since 2009, which was our current land use plan was adopted in that year. This has been a long process, and it's included a tremendous amount of public engagement. So we have a draft plan before you, and this body has been very methodical and deliberate about considering this plan. And we've received feedback about the plan from this body as well, and we will be bringing that information to you or response to that feedback on Monday evening. You will be presented with a number of options, obviously, for this board to choose, and in trying to maintain the components within this plan that we've heard from where we've heard from public engagement. You will have a number of options there. So our next step out of the land use plan, obviously, is looking at our development regulation, development requirements to achieve the goals and objectives in the plan. One of the things we keep hearing, we as a staff keep hearing, is quality of life, quality of development. This plan is that vision. The way we make that vision become reality is through our development ordinances, our policies, and programming. And so that's our next step, and you have graciously already budgeted that. We were hoping we'd be into that in our current fiscal year, but we're just not quite there yet. So we have actually requested that to carry over into the next fiscal year. So that's our next step, is we will be reviewing our ordinances and policies and bringing back recommendations on those, and we will be doing essentially a rewrite of a lot of those ordinances and policies. In addition to that, we have gone out for RFQ for our transportation plan. We have not done this in quite some time as well. It's been roughly 10 years since a comprehensive plan for transportation was done, and this included all of our municipalities. They were given the opportunity to be a participant in that, be a stakeholder. And in this situation, we're doing the same. It truly will be comprehensive. We are taking the lead on that, and we are working, we'll be working and have been working with our metropolitan planning organization and our RPO as well to make that happen. So that's going to be coming very soon. We will be bringing forward a recommendation for a consultant selection to help us through that process. So these are some things we are currently doing and have planned to do. From a staff perspective, what we'd like to know is beyond that, what are your desires and what are your expectations? Without getting into the weeds, obviously that's what we're here for. We're here to get into the weeds and really get into the nuts and bolts of it. But what are your future desires and expectations of our department? And we just want a roadmap. Essentially, all we want. We'll be glad to do whatever you direct us to do.
Preston, thank you. That was helpful. Are there reactions to anything that he said? Yes, Mr. Chairman.
So the first thing on our desires and expectations, and Chandra's still back there too, and I've had this conversation with each of them and with Rick and some of the other board members, and I'll use your trail or path analogy is with the volume of work that both of them and their staff are doing, they are spending a lot of time looking at their feet. It's just the way it is. And I know recently we've hired somebody in utilities to help get some of the actual plan review off of Chandra, which has been needed for a long time. But for me, in thinking about our future, and we talked some in admin and organization was one of the I think the last one we had on our list to discuss. But for the departments to have the capability and staff to have someone in there that their job is to look forward, and whether that's them or somebody on the staff. And I know now in their role, they look forward for a while, then they have to look down, and then look up and look down. But to have someone, whether it's transportation planning, land use planning, or a combination, that's one person, but also in utilities, to have someone whose focus is, what are we doing next? What's coming down? We talked about PFAS in the back and the utility side of things, but in the transportation arena, what is coming next? So for me, providing adequate staffing so that we're doing, the things that we need to be doing. And when I look at other counties and towns that are, many of them smaller, and look at the staff that they have and the things, the way they're set up, is I feel like our department heads are doing a lot more than others, which they're doing a great job. But at the same time, when you're trying to watch your feet to make sure you're getting the daily things done, the permits process that's got to happen, that we're not able to look forward as much as we should. And that's, again, not anything against who we have now. It's just, moving forward with more and more and more coming, that we need to have somebody who's future focused and looking at those.
Chime in here, because I want to ask some questions on this particular point. Because as I was looking at my feet on the trail, and the story I wanted to exemplify with that is, like, it took me a long time to figure out that I had to force myself to look up. But you have to do both things, right? You have to be comfortable doing both things potentially at the same time, doing this. But I want to ask questions here about roles and responsibilities. And remember, let me remind y'all that my job is to ask questions. I just want to do that, okay? But Chairman, as you're saying that to me, is their job to look at their feet? Is their job to do the daily work to make sure that you are as a county, y'all are on path to get to the top of the hill that we said we wanted to get to? And is it the board's job to look up? So y'all are the people who are looking up to set the vision and say that we're going this way. So I want to probe here to find out what you believe your role in this is versus.
So that's an interesting question.
And
So
maybe
I
there's an interim answer there.
So I think it's a two. One is, I think our role is to be visionary and say, just like we did on regionalization, hey, we want to look at this. We're not going to sit down and go talk to Harnett County and look at that to make sure we're looking at all the options out there. That falls back to there. And the same with planning, transportation is, we know we want to have better interconnectivity within Johnston County. We're not going to go out and look and see, what makes it, look at the planning and connecting dots with this road and that road and that thing. That's going to fall back on them. So yes, ours is to provide the big picture as this is what we want to move. And then the directors, in my role, in my day job, I used to be in the weeds trying to write reports and go do things, and I would get so caught up in that I wouldn't be able to do, the big picture and look at how is my team doing overall, how is the financials. This, I feel the same way, is we set the vision, they go in and they have somebody to look forward and, okay, hey, here's what they said they want us to do, I'm looking at this, not go and review every permit that comes in and have to spend half their time looking at permit applications and having to call people to say, well, you need to put this detail in here. That's staff level. And I'll say the same, we're talking about them, but I look over to this side of the table too. They've got the same problem. They've got so many alligators biting their feet, it's hard to look up all the time, or they spend countless hours, they work 2 jobs trying to do one, and we talked about retention. I don't think that's a very good way to retain people when they're burning the candle at both ends, trying to do the staff level stuff in the morning, and then at night, get in there and do big picture
Yeah,
stuff.
I think this is such a great conversation. Keep in mind, you've brought us in to be facilitators, so some of the things we say are going to land and stick, and some you're going to be like, yeah, that didn't. But another book that we've been looking at in the association is called The Making of a Manager. I don't know if you've looked at that, but it's very interesting because it kind of has this sort of level of conversation, and I think some of it's going to come into that staffing and what are the roles of staff, that people often get into manager roles just because they do a really great job, and then they're managing, but they're also still doing all the individual contributor work, right? And so, I mean, it may be one of what I'm hearing you say is one of the things to look at and talk with your management teams about, are you able to do all of that, and do we need more capacity to give you that time to be visionary and manage and take some of that individual contributor stuff off your plate, is I think what I'm hearing you say.
Yeah, they have a lot on their plate, and they're doing a great job.
Sure.
To me, it's I won't say fair is the right, but it's not fair to ask them to take time away from their family and do all that, not to say, and then do 2 jobs.
Well, we're off on a side trail here, by the way.
Yeah.
And I'll
You
bring
asked the questions.
Yeah, I know. I wanted to go on it.
But,
Go ahead. If I can just finish this thought, Commissioner.
I don't want to talk about the government, because we would be talking about people in this room, but you have to, I believe, most folks, whether it be Harvard Law Review or wherever, says there needs to be a distinction, or there is a distinction, between leadership and management. And you need to understand what each of those roles do. In leadership, the role of the leader or leadership is to say, this is where we want to go, and this is what our vision, and this is what the results that we want to get. That's what a leader does. We want to go here, this is what we want to get, and I want to make sure we get that, what the goal is, what the leadership believes the vision is. And then the leader, and some people bleed over in both places, but then the leader generally turns to, and that's why Rick says manager on his nameplate. You turn to management, because most businesses have to have people to execute the plan or execute the goal, and that's management. And so if you don't, and clearly the people that have to manage, if the leadership people aren't given a clear vision, they can't do their job. But the people who are in the leadership role, they've got to hold management accountable. And part of holding management accountable, Butch, is they need to know what resources they need to do to get the job done. And if they misallocate what resources they need to do to get the job done, that's a mistake just as bad as any other management's mistake. And so we as, if you want to say that we as commissioners are the leaders, when we tell management, this is where we want to go, this is the goal, and we're going to hold you accountable to get the resources to get us there. It's not up for us to tell them what resources they need, in my opinion, but it's up to us to hold them accountable to accomplishing the task. And if they need resources, they need to come back and ask for them.
I don't disagree with anything you said. I think what I was saying is looking at this side of the table to tell them what we needed and they can implement the plan. My personal opinion, doing similar work, is you can't do both things effectively.
But-
So what I'm saying is, to this side of the table, is get the resources that they need to function most efficiently.
I agree, but that's up that's part of their management role, is to get those resources and determine what resources they need. And if they come back and say, well, I couldn't get the, I know y'all wanted to go, I know you wanted to go here, but I'm so busy looking at my feet, I didn't get a chance to do it. That's mismanagement. Then we would hold them accountable, say, no, you need, we're going to hold you accountable to get the resources to both look at your feet and walk and chew chewing gum and get it, and get it all done. That's not an unfriendly statement, that's the way the world works.
Yeah.
This is a fun conversation for me. It's kind of, this is what I enjoy, this team building, management conversation. What I heard Braston's right, say at the very end of his comment, he was like, we need information from y'all about where you want us to go. And that's what drew my question when, in your comment, was I'm hearing you say, Chairman, that you feel like you have a staff management that is probably, just like you've been talking about growth, they're overworked. So a conversation the board might want to have is, like, what additional resources do you need to give to your management team to have a little bit more elbow room? Perhaps. That's a conversation that y'all can have.
But
Go ahead.
But Kevin, but the job is for management to come tell us what they need, not for, it's not for us to do the management. The management team comes in and says, no, I need, if that's what you want done, I need X. And then we say either yes or no. That becomes our responsibility, but they have to put it on the table. Because we're not in the trenches every day.
Right.
I totally agree with Commissioner Smith, but you got to look at the history of this organization, the board and management. And it's been so conservative that the custom has been for them to ask and us to say, maybe, maybe not. It's a very conservative outfit. I totally agree with what Commissioner Smith says, and maybe this is the point where we tell them, hey, green light, go find what you need and bring it to us. Because in the past, we have discouraged growing government, growing numbers in terms of staff, keep a level on. I mean, that's the culture. That's what we've done as a board over
I think
the
that's
years.
an astute observation, and as your community is growing, as your county is growing, thus the needs of your government as well.
We haven't translated that
Yep.
to the staff.
I think all three have made very good points. And I think if I'm understanding correctly from the chairman, we just want to make sure that the departments are adequately staffed. And I agree with Commissioner Smith, that's the manager's job to do that. But I think that in agencies that I've been responsible for, I have more than once had an operations manager. And my job was to lead the department, and their job was to run the day-to-day. And I think that when you're looking at these organizations, you know, someone to make sure the permits are done, to make sure the day-to-day stuff happens, to make sure the citizens are served, and to free up that leader to actually lead that organization, which I think is what the chairman's talking about. I agree with Commissioner Smith, and I agree with you. I think past history of having an ultra-conservative board, do not ask for anything, do not expect anything, you're not going to get it. I mean, I think that was probably a part of the culture. So I think it's a combination of trying to break that mindset. Let's get the adequate resources we need to serve our citizens adequately. And I think to the chairman's point, let's make sure that we have people in our departments that can look out into the future and say, hey, where are we going? Where do we need to get there? This is what the board has instructed. This is how we're going to plan to do that, and give them a little breathing room to be able to focus on those things. Is that
Yeah.
sort of
I
analyzed?
think- did
you summed it up better than I did. So, yeah.
Chairman, Mr. Brazel.
I want to put, we're getting off track from some of the stuff we're going to talk about, but I want to
I'll bring us back.
I want to make a point about farmland. And I was raised on a farm. I'm probably the third oldest one here. I was raised on a farm, and we didn't farm so much by choice. It was a handed down generation to generation. But we farmed because there was nothing else in Johnston County to do. Johnston County had not grown. There was not industry. There was not anywhere to work except the service stuff, the grocery stores, you know, the spinning mills, things that related to farming. So farming was in our heritage. But I just wonder, because the one thing I hear all the time about farmland, preservation is, I bought a house 20 years ago, and I could sit on my back porch, and I could see the farmer plant his fields, and I could see the deer run, and I could see the corn come up, and whatever. But I don't see that we have many people to take their children to farms on field trips and say, this is what farming is. This is our heritage. Learn about it, because groceries don't grow in a grocery store. But I think a lot of that is because it is our heritage. There was nothing else to do. A lot of our stuff, it's nostalgia. It's emotional. It's not really, they don't really, farms is a way of trying to stop growth. Farm is one way to say, let's preserve farmland, is a misnomer for saying, what we're going to do about all this traffic. If the farmland's there, the traffic won't be there. So I think it's something we got to look at to see, maybe we can change that perspective. But farmland was farmland because there was nothing else to put it in.
Right.
Nobody wanted to buy it for subdivisions. Nobody wanted to come live at Johnston County. There were no opportunities. When I graduated from school, you didn't think about working in Johnston County. You thought about going to Raleigh or moving away from the county. There was nothing there.
I'm going to turn us around on the trail and bring us back to the main trail here in a second, but I appreciate.
But I want to make that point.
Oh,
Can I add
Commissioner.
one
Yes,
leg? I
absolutely.
promise it goes with it. I just want to add a leg to what the commissioner or the chairman said, because one of my big rocks with the land use plan is that we are going to be giving more authority to our planning department. And so with that being said, I feel like we're going to need more employees, just because I think if they can control a lot more of the narrative that happens with the people that are making applications to change zonings and things like that, if they can be more agile, it's going to save a lot of grief that goes then to the planning board and then goes to us, because the boards are required to make, decisions within, a couple of hours of notice and information of what's been given, that the planning department had a lot more time spent on. And I think if we gave them more authority and allowed them to do more within their department, by the time it gets to the planning board or gets to the board of commissioners, most of the kinks have already been worked out, and it'll save a lot of the back and forth grief that I feel like they sometimes get, because it's kind of like, we were told to do this, we said yes, but now it's no, or now it's this. I want to give them more authority, which will require them having more help to talk to the citizens and those that are making changes throughout the county.
Was there a comment by Brassen?
Yeah, just real quick, touch base on that, and thank you, Commissioner, for saying that. I think some of that will be resolved as we go through our ordinances, our development ordinance. So we're talking about the administrative function of our office. And there's, as with everything we've heard today, the word adapt. The county's changed a tremendous amount over the last 40 years, and especially in the last 10 years, it has changed even at a very rapid pace. So we have to do the same. The way we operate, the way we do business, the culture, as Vice Chairman Harris mentioned, unfortunately does have to change in order for us to continue to be effective. That doesn't mean the level of service changes. It's just the delivery in which we do that changes. And I just want to make sure everyone's aware of that, because that's where we're going. And I know in the land use, in our land use department or land use center, the departments represented in there serving our residents we've been utilizing an application or software for some 20 years that serviced our needs great for the first 5, but probably hasn't for the last 15. Part of that's on us, but we're now hopefully very soon going to be moving away from that, moving to something that's a little more user-friendly, not only for us, but for our customer base, for our client base. It's things like that, and I think it's really a cultural shift that is probably needed. Not to say anything was wrong in the past, it wasn't, but it's just the fact that change occurs.
Yeah, thank you for that. And I would say, and also I know that folks are listening on the live stream, right? I think that to show how effectively and efficiently you are guiding your folks to work here, right? Because they're looking at potential additional staffing needs, but also processes, right? So some of the things may be through updating technology or software or other processes, and so it sounds like they're really taking to heart that vision or mission statement that we had about how do we do this in the most effective and efficient way. So thank you for that.
Can I
So-
say something real quick? Oh, I'm
Yes.
sorry. I'm gonna put I'll put my deputy manager hat on right now, and normally it's been finance, but I think as we've been going through this process, we talked about having management and asking for the needs. I think that management has been asking for the needs, and a lot of that comes with when one of the next segments, but it's also all these priorities that we're at a level now where not only is a management in our departments, they're full, the facilities are, so we spend all our time because we really can't add staff because of the facility needs, that we are digging into the day-to-day. I know I do that. I dig into the day-to-day. Jennifer, I know you do it, and it's hard to look visionary. So what we've asked for and what y'all are doing today is some of the things that we've asked for, and y'all are making it happen. It's just us, it's our responsibility to provide it as y'all are making, in terms of like facilities. I know Braxton and Chandra, they're day-to-day, and they're trying to make it work. And we talk with Daniel all the time. Rick and I are trying to create more offices, to have more people and everything else. So we are working on that. We have been in contact with commissioners, talking about it all the time, doing plans. And so that thing has already happened. It's already enacted. If we don't come back and ask for employees a lot, it's not because we don't think we don't need them. It's just we don't have a place to put them, and we're working on that. So I think in terms of what we need, that's going to come. We just have to work on the plan that y'all enact and get to that point, and then we'll start coming back and saying, all right, now we got to have XXX in all these departments so that we can be more visionary and not get into the weeds so much.
Chad, you couldn't have set up the next section even better. I appreciate that. I'm chuckling because Amy was like doing the time, and I was like, well, we got plenty of time.
Yes, you didn't change your watch.
I didn't change my watch from this weekend. I was like, oh, it's 11:15. We've got plenty of time. How about this? A pro and con of having somebody from the outside come and do this. I don't know what's a hot button issue or not. So I'm just going to say things that I've seen said or heard said. But you're talking about this. Perhaps this is a conversation you would enter into about a committee structure for your board. Some of these issues could be handled in committee with staff on planning and things such as that. So hope I didn't touch a third rail on that, but I'm just saying I heard that yesterday, might fit into this conversation. Farmland, this is just observations, and I'm going to try to put a bow on this because I know apparently we're past 12. Farmland, I have used the story that I heard last year here several times about when Commissioner Smith, you were talking about the value of farmland and why we didn't have the growth in Johnston County on that eastern side because people didn't want to spend the money in the market. And then as land became a more valuable resource, that's why it started happening in people. I just wanted to say that because you were talking about farmland and why that growth was moving in. I just found that fascinating. And thirdly, story about the path. We took a diversion on our conversation, which I'll bring us back to, which I thought was really good. This conversation about management and teams, and I think that actually gave some direction to staff about how to proceed in the direction as y'all are crafting your new budget. Not only your opinions about how to approach that, of what your role is as a leader, but also permission to staff to say, yes, it's time to move the lever on resources, and the acknowledgement that you have shifted philosophy as a board. That's tremendous to have that acknowledgement here and to move in that direction. I don't know if y'all have talked about that before as a group, but from an outsider looking in, that's a pretty monumental thing to do. Oh, and what I was going to say is that first time I took that hike, I didn't realize that when you have to go get water, you have to take a little side trail to get water, and it's a mile. And I was like, well, I didn't count on that. You got to actually walk a mile to go get your water and then a mile back. That's a real thing. So we just took a mile hike over to get water, but you've got to have water to keep on going. So that was a really valuable conversation. All right, bringing it back in. So as I said earlier, we're talking about planning and then one, land use. I interpret that, and I don't know if y'all interpret it this way or not, but I interpret that as you're working with people who own property, right? And then you're talking about property rights. And when you talk about moving their stuff or telling them what they can do stuff with, that's tedious. And that's part of the process, right? It's public. That's why you're doing what you're doing. And to get to public a compromise on that, you got to make sure you have enough input. And it sounds to me like y'all have a process to have public input. And I think the question for the group is, and maybe not today, but I'm categorizing into 3 blocks for action, is you need to determine whether or not your level of public input is at the right level so you can write the ordinances that you need to write and see what's tolerable for the public with their input. But it sounds to me like y'all have a plan in place on public input. So that sounds positive on land use. 2, transportation. I didn't hear transportation talked about a lot. Y'all talked about it, but it wasn't like, a roaring voice I heard about transportation. The distinction that, Amy, you caught about public transit versus infrastructure is a real conversation point about how y'all want to hone in on public transit, micro transportation within your county versus the infrastructure. And then I wrote down, what can you control there? You're working with your MPOs and your RPOs to work on the point system and getting the funding from the state, but what can you control?
So I think as we do the transportation plan, our standards that we can work on what we require, and then the classic 2-lane road, we build houses right up against it. You can't do anything else with it. So some of the and it's not right away is not the right word anymore, but basically setting those easement widths that we need for future. I think we can control that. Obviously, the DOT will control funding for the most part.
And my hope is that what I'm going through right now is like Braston asked for the what, the how, and I'm trying to figure out if these are the things. So those are examples of things that you can control. Either you're already doing them, or that's direction to staff to figure out what are those things, or the menu, I would say, of what you can control. Is that on target?
Yeah, you couldn't see the conversations that Brass and I have already had on that. So.
Okay, all right. So they're ongoing.
Yeah.
And that's probably something the whole board needs to be a part of. But funding and state and local funding related to the infrastructure is another piece that you probably want to dig into that we probably don't have time for today. But that's the second piece. And then the third piece on the farmland, to me, it's a tell versus lead scenario. Are you going to tell people what to do with their land, or are you going to lead them to do what is best for the long term? And just hearing y'all speak, I think y'all value property rights a lot here in Johnston County. And so telling them what to do is probably not where you want to be, but leading public input to that, and then what tools in the toolbox. Economic development grants, the Farmland Preservation Fund that Commissioner Smith was alluding to, the PUV rates. So those are the types of things you probably already delved into, but your staff probably needs to either know whether or not you need more information on those types of things, or to research outside of Johnston County. What are other like counties doing already? Those are the things as I see it, a summary. Amy, what are you thinking?
Yeah, I think as we wrap things up, I'm going to channel Jennifer here. So I think what are the next steps, right? What are the to-do items? And so, thank you for that summary, Kevin, and then I'll put it back to the chair for, I guess, going into lunch. But if we just put up here, it sounds like you already have plan, right? You have your Monday, the board's coming to, the staff is coming to you with the draft land use plan. So you're going to take a look at that, and then out of that, you're going to figure out ordinances, policies, and programming as you go into the next fiscal year. That's going to continue, right? That you have the RFQ out for your transportation plan. and you're going to get staff recommendations for a consultant to look at that, I think we heard, and thinking about some of these ideas that are going to fold into that. That the desires and expectations of the board, that staff really needs to look, especially, I guess, as we're going into the next budget year, of what the needs are with these changing dynamics, and come to you, identify those needs, and make sure that you can also factor in process improvements. And then I think, and tying into the farmland preservation, it sounds like there's already a committee in place looking at that, or other committees, and how those things are developing. I think, any other next steps that you had questions on or we missed?
No, I think that's appropriate, and Commissioner Smith and I and some other folks have been working on examining alternatives on that farmland preservation grant program, and I think that might be part of the reason yesterday when we were talking about things that we can sort of take out of the major conversation topic piece. That's probably why, because that process is moving forward, but it was very interesting to hear the conversation about farmland preservation and the perspectives of what that looked like to each particular person as we're trying to vet those particular things. But, you know, talking about the checklist, I think, Amy, you hit all the points that I had on my list about what those next steps are.
I think we kick it back over to the chair.
Do you feel like this is the items that we've identified are a good path forward? Do you want to take a break, come back to this subject matter? Are you ready to move on, Mr. Chair? How would you like to proceed?
I'm ready to move on. We have, what, 3 more to get through this after lunch, so, yeah, I think we've probably covered this ground enough, and we can move on after lunch.
Oh, we have some instructions on lunch, I believe.
Okay.
Is that right? No. Oh, it's ready.
Lunch is ready.
That's the instruction. Lunch is
So I
ready.
guess for the board and for everyone, to stay on track, do we want to take an abbreviated lunch and be back at 1, or do we want to come back at 1:15?
Let's do 1, my vote.
Let's go to 1 so we can get on, okay, yeah, so we'll take a short lunch and we'll recess until 1 o'clock and come back, so.
If you vote for one.
I have like an hour and a half lunch now, according to that. So.
Yeah.
And you
All right.
need to look at your feet.
I know, exactly. Exactly. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Board.
All right, we are now reconvening for our third item discussion, county facilities, planning and construction. And with that, Kevin, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mr.
To lead
Chairman.
us into that.
Thank you for lunch. And I've changed my watch, so on right time now, good to go. Great conversation this morning. We'll, to recap quickly, we have hit those two items. We've got three left: county facilities, planning, construction, the fire matrix funding, and then admin, organizational structure. Several of us talked over lunch that we kind of touched on that last one a bit, but there's probably more to discover there. We're keeping it on the list. We have until 4, depending on which watch you want to go by. But we're going to try to get those 3 items in. If we, in talking with the chair, I want to check this with the board, we're going to really try to hone in on facilities and the fire matrix issue. And if we need to push the other conversation to another day, we can, but we can touch on some of that. Does that sound right?
Technically, we have until 3:30. We got the last 30 minutes to wrap up.
Oh,
so.
gotcha. Okay, good deal. So I was looking at this list and I was thinking, the association, from my perspective, I can touch on both of these items, fire and construction. And I didn't realize it until just now, but we had a fire at our office in 2017. It's your office, the one downtown Raleigh. It's no longer there. It took us until 2019 to even renovate. So we had 2 offices, Quorum Center and then the Albert Coates building. The Albert Coates building is demolished now, and we finally reached a deal, and I'll talk about that in a second. But it took us until 2019 to renovate the property that we had in the Quorum Center. And it took a lot just to get to that space. It took 6 years for us to figure out what we were doing in partnership with the League of Municipalities on the Albert Coates site. And we just finalized that last November. So y'all have a big task in front of you. That's just one building, 2 buildings and properties. Y'all are talking about a much, much larger scope of work here and the complexities involved when you start talking about facilities and property and all of those things. So I think setting expectations about that is something that I know we would like to hear about from the association. I encourage y'all to discuss setting expectations for yourselves on facilities moving forward and timelines and those types of things. Neil and Amy are going to lead us through this discussion, so I'll turn it over to them. And I think Amy's going to kick us off.
Thank you, Kevin. So we're going to continue the theme that we started this morning for the other topics, and that is why. Why are we even talking about the facility issue? And I think that's important, especially for the public that may be listening, to help them understand why there may be additional or new facility needs or renovation. And then I think we try to move into identifying those particular facilities and what are the important things to consider. Cost, funding, you heard from the financial advisor yesterday, and maybe sequencing, and then the next steps. Mr. Chairman, are you okay with kind of proceeding along those lines?
I am.
Okay, so I'm going to open it up. Why are we talking about this topic? I think it rose up from number 6, I believe, up into the top 5 yesterday. So I'm just going to open it up.
I grew up in Johnston County, but my work took me several different places, but I came back to the county about 25 years ago. Since I've been back to Johnston County, the county has grown by 100,000 people. 100,000 people. That was more than was here when I was growing up. We've seen businesses grow. We've seen our government grow. And being a conservative, we tend to think we don't want to see government grow. But in order to provide the services that the citizens need and want, we got to grow with that growth. And so that's why it has rose to the top.
Okay, growth.
Has risen.
I think that's a great analogy from Commissioner. one of the things that we look at, our departments are forced to grow, and we were talking about that this morning, about the need to grow further to accommodate our citizens, but the space is just not there. One of the things that it always stands out to me is our main courthouse, our old courthouse, is 100 years old. So 100 years ago, somebody had to have the foresight to make the motion and the second and to vote in favor of building that building. And now 100 years later, it's still serving the citizens of Johnston County. And I think we've got to have that same foresight to look forward and see what do we need to accommodate our citizens from years to come. And so that's what this has brought this up, and we've had a lot of discussions about it. I serve on the DSS board. We've got 350 employees in about 4 different buildings, and we literally have people working in closets. We've got 4 people in a tiny office. And so it's just not a good work environment. It's not a good situation. Our EOC, Emergency Operations Center, is less than probably from here to that wall down there. That's it for the county. And so there's a real need, and we've got a lot of growth needs coming with our court system. We talked a little bit about, I think yesterday, the public defender is a possibility for Johnston County in the next 2 years. That brings a whole nother office the size of the district attorney. So we've got some real needs in the horizon that we've got to address, and we have got to move forward with these building plans quickly.
Would you say that maybe some of these facilities really impact service delivery?
Oh, absolutely. Yes, absolutely. We've got people, I'll go back to DSS. A lot of those people have to have a space to have one-on-one conversations with the client when they come in, and that's a difficult situation to do when you're sharing an office with 3 other people.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Okay. Anyone else?
People work better, more efficiently when they have a good work environment. And we need to create a different work environment from what we got now.
I'll just add to that, we heard from Chad just a little while ago, and we talked about DSS and even within our administrative staff, and we don't have places to put people. We may have a need to fill a position, we don't have anywhere to put them. So, that's, and then which in turn affects the quality of the service that we're providing to the public, because, we don't have a place to put somebody, so.
I feel like overall it would just make all of our departments much more efficient. I know I just moved into a new space last year, and it just changed everybody's whole mindset. It made everybody want to come to work more just because you had windows, and I came out of 1,200 square feet to a larger space, and it made everybody more efficient, for lack of a better word.
The same roof.
Mm-hmm.
Well, one of the things I'll add to that too is that you're designing, constructing, and moving into something that was designed to be what it is, instead of taking a Walmart and trying to convert it into offices or whatever. We took the old hospital, we've taken the old agricultural center, all that's been converted into office space for DSS, for example. I walked with the clerk of Superior Court for 2 hours a few months ago. She's got people on every floor of the courthouse stuck in all these odd little rooms and stuff. And it's just, from a management perspective, it's difficult. She's got employees scattered everywhere. So I had to go back to the efficiency. It's a must. We have got to move forward with some of these things.
That can be confusing for a citizen too,
Well,
what you've described.
It's exactly, it's difficult, to provide service to our citizens and not have that confusion and be more of a one-stop type situation where they can go to one building and do the business of the county. I think it's important.
Okay. Anybody else about the why?
Well, I think there's 2 things. Number one, we talked about quality. We talked about quality growth. We talked about quality communities, and we need to have a quality administration campus for our governmental function. And I think it just, and once we get it, just like we talked about 100 years ago, they built the courthouse. If you looked at what that cost then and the fact that we have that building now, whatever the cost now is, this building will be used 100 years in the future, and I can assure you inflation will be, will go up then. And then, but once we get it built, we've got it, and then we can look to meet other needs, and rather than, which is, we got people scattered everywhere, which is an economical thing in that we're paying a lot of rent.
Yes.
And that money could be used either to service debt or whatever it takes to build these and to have a quality thing. It's not like we're gonna build something and that total cost has to come out of that building. We're paying that cost now anyway for less than places that we're 100% proud of,
Less than an ideal situation.
however you want to say that.
Our economic development person, Chris Johnston, has said it numerous times. If we want to invest in our own county, how do we expect people to come in and want to invest in our county as well?
Okay. So unless there's another thought to share on the why, can we start defining those offices or what that may look like? I heard yesterday about a Department of Social Services. I just heard Commissioner Smith talk about a campus approach. What kind of thoughts or ideas do you have?
I think we need, there are several counties across this state that Brunswick County is one, and others to where you can be efficient and effective by being together, however the size of the buildings or whatever, but there, so that citizens can take care of all their business with one trip. People can communicate with one another without having to drive across town. And I think that's important. And I think we have some ideas about that. We've already started some buildings, and I think we just need to finish it on out. Then we can let the court system, or the court building that we're in now, be retrofitted to take care of all the judicial needs. And then they will have their own space.
Would that involve a renovation?
Oh, yeah. Rick can answer that better than I can. You're probably talking $10 million.
So this is deja vu for me and where I just left. So Cumberland County's looking at the same thing. They're in the courthouse that was built in 1978. There's not a spare janitor closet. And so court system shares it with courthouse. They are renting space. And so it's the same type of process. And one of the things to think about as well, to start thinking about, is how do you design the buildings? The tax office is on the 5th floor, and there are people that are going to continue to come every year with cash and paying taxes. You put that on the bottom floor somewhere instead of having people have to go so far. So this is a real opportunity to strategically place those buildings, but also the services, like you said, Commissioner Smith, so that it becomes a one-stop shop for citizens, and they're not confused about where they need to go.
Amy, you said something about paying rent. What do you define it?
So in Cumberland, I think somebody said here that y'all are having to rent space.
Mm-hmm.
And so when you eliminate that rent and bring everybody together, that rental, those dollars that you have budgeted for rent can go to help assist with debt or pay-go or that type of thing.
I'm going to go back to efficiency, and I know there's things that can't be done with a judicial system, and I'm going to tell you, I don't know exactly how that works, but like Commissioner Harris, I did the same tour of our court system and found that not all the rooms are being used all day long, and I understand there's a reason for that. But, you know, when I first got on the board, I remember Commissioner Smith talking about, why aren't we letting our communities use the high school facilities for parks and things like that? Why aren't we kind of doing double duty with our spaces? And so I feel like for efficiency purposes, maybe we could figure out something so that those spaces are being utilized all the time, so that we're not losing out on that opportunity to have people there. And so I mean, because there are days where there's 100 people in the hall, and they have explained it to me as far as, dockets and how you don't know who's going to be there and how long things are going to take. So again, I know there's a lot of nuances that I can't figure out just right now, but I think, again, keeping efficiency top of mind and how can we make sure we're using all of our spaces, maximizing, thank you, that's the word.
This is how we'll differ, probably. I think we all agree we need the why, but how we do it. We've created a couple of new large buildings, one with the emergency center and the 911 center and sheriff's department, and the other is the jail, the detention center. And that's going to open up a lot of space in a lot of different places. If we build a much-needed DSS center, that's going to open up more space. And I think we could repurpose that to be effective and useful and not build a whole new $100 million facility. Just my thoughts.
Yeah, I think learning from other counties is important as well. I don't know if you're familiar, remember the Henderson County Courthouse where they actually vacated the old courthouse and moved over a block and built a new facility, and now I understand they're building a new judicial building. I haven't seen it yet, but something along that line where you've got everything under one roof and it's a one-stop shop. I mean, I think it's just really important to the citizens. I know in Smithfield, being the county seat, you go to open a business, there's about 7 different locations you have to go to get the permits and request the things that you need to do to open a business in that town. So part of it belongs to the town, part of it belongs to the county, but it's this massive stops that have to be done. And it's not just in the same building down the hallway.
And allowing for expansion is important.
Yes, yes.
You're not going to be the same county 100 years from now as you are today. Through policy here.
Yeah.
25 years, providing for expansion.
Yes.
Other thoughts?
Well, what Commissioner Stevens said is, I've never understood the court system anyway. We hear demands, and I don't want to make any of my good friends, the judges and the DA and all those folks upset. But when we see dark courtrooms, we wonder why. And, I guess it's the way, I think the way they conduct business now, and I'm not a lawyer or an attorney, I count on Jennifer, who always gets in the way with the legal aspect of it. But we live in an environment where cases get continued, and they just stack, and they stack, and they stack. So my question is, what in the heck you think's going to happen when you do all that, So all those folks she's talking about standing in the hall have been standing in the hall many times before. So I don't know the answer to that. I know they're trying to shift through the cases the way they can, but I also think attorneys is going to shuffle around the way they think they can get the best for their client. And I can't, I'm not saying that's wrong or good, but I think if we even vacate that place, they're still going to have problems.
Well, your example of us counties being a creature of the state, and we provide the facility, and they provide the administration, and they control how they administer that process, and it usually involves a guy in a black robe.
Yep.
And they control how they schedule that and how they want to put it into play. But on the other hand, in their defense, I know there's a lot more moving pieces there than I understand. And having a daughter who's an assistant DA, I don't even want to understand. So, but you're right, it is where we're providing the facility, and you have to adjust the needs to their control. So it's just the role we play in it.
Yeah, let me, Jennifer, you can help with this, talk about changes in the legal field. 30, 40 years ago, when you searched a title, you would go to the courthouse and you put all these books down, and be a bunch of lawyers in there searching titles. Today, it's all done online. we used to have a big room where we kept all our books. It was called the library. Today, all those books you can look up with on your computer. We used to have to draft a pleading, take it to the court, file it, had to be put up somewhere in a file. Today, and we're just like our evictions, just this past month, you now have to do it online, and you don't go to the courthouse, you just file them online. And so more and more we'll see as we move into the digital world, a lot of the space needs for the judicial system will be greatly reduced. And so I know that Rick and Jennifer and others will have to meet with, whoever will have to meet with the judicial people to decide what they need, which I'm sure will be a great need. And, but the practice of law is space and is less and less because of
It is definitely changed.
Right.
Yeah, and if I might just add, I think that's such a great observation of how much things have changed. And this is just another area to highlight. We're talking about with the school facilities, with the sheriff's office, that you all have the responsibility, but then limited ability over if the needs are brought to you, how do you juggle that? So I think it comes back to the relationships again and trying to have those conversations. But it's a challenge, right? Because you only have limited ability and authority over the needs that are brought to you. So just an observation again for the public too in this space, that it's a combined effort of things that you have to take into account.
So this might be a good point to Mr. Chairman to ask. I believe you have staff here from a facility perspective or engineering perspective, and maybe what work has been done thus far, if any. Is there a staff report at this point?
Yeah, I think Rick probably has an update.
Okay.
I know we have Daniel here as well to back him up in case he goes anywhere and he strays from anything.
Yes, Daniel Clifton is here. He manages the facilities and does an incredible job with, I think, 24 buildings at least. So recently, the board approved an option agreement on a tract of land. I think it was the last board meeting. And so now we're going to be entering into the due diligence for that tract and go through the proper, all the different things with the soils and the zonings and that kind of thing. And as we're moving along, we're also getting some general site-specific options to share with the board. It's not completed yet, but some ideas to share with the board. And as we talked about meeting together in small groups about finances, would like to be able to do that as well on some of these options for facilities in small groups or individually. So that process is underway, and you know, the size tract was 47 acres, and it's fairly split even by a highway. So the side that is the most usable for facilities probably at the 20. We got some wetlands, so 18 to 20 acres we're working with though at this point. So that process is underway.
Okay.
Rick, did you want to touch on, I mean, I know it's not been in the last, but the facilities study as well that we did?
Yes, yes, sir. We also had a space needs study. I think it was completed probably 21, 22 Mosley did that for us, and a very extensive report. And I think that's going to be a great roadmap or path to what we do moving forward. So, yes, I think that was a great investment by the commissioners to do that. And so, yes.
So in that, that report or that study or evaluation conducted by Mosley included vacating the courthouse and renovation and that type of thing?
It got into a real extensive inventory of where things are in terms of different facilities. We have a lot of buildings. We have some county agencies that are in pretty good shape with where they are, but we have a lot that are, as it's been described. So, and I think the point of that study was also not only to inventory, but also see what are the needs projected to be out, 20, 25 years. So that was very critical. Without that, I mean, we're not accomplishing anything.
So did it include a priority ranking or anything, or is that left to the board?
Yeah, it provided options.
Okay.
So, in terms of different facilities and things of DSS, administrative type facility, land use center was discussed, animal services, and that covered a lot of agencies, a lot of our agencies.
Yeah, we had the warehouse.
And the warehouses, that's right.
Yeah, I think the one thing that the consensus for at least a couple has been DSS is probably the one that needs immediate attention. And we're already working on the warehouse, kind of sketch plans for that as well. So a couple are in progress.
I'm assuming, Mr. Manager, that the track that we now have the option on is for the DSS.
That was one thing I wanted to kind of confirm with the board. We've talked about the DSS, and that is, if you're prioritizing, would that be the number one on the priority list?
I say yes. That's just me.
I've been assuming that, but I just,
I say yes. I don't know what everybody else says.
I agree.
Others?
Can I say I agree, but?
I got a butt too.
Yeah, so, I mean, I think, we're still in the due diligence on that two pieces of track, that one track that's in two pieces. So I'm not sure what all can fit on there. So I have some sort of plan to figure out what will work on there. DSS is part of that, and it may be all of it. I don't know. But if maybe there's DSS and something else, or DSS and something else in one big building. I don't know, but I think I agree DSS is the immediate need. Is that the spot for it? I'm not sure. Is that the only thing going there? I'm not sure of that either. So
Well, we got to get sure pretty quick, because we got an option on the land, and so I understand what you're saying, Mr. Chairman, but I'll add a caveat to that. Where you put another building on the land, you can arrange this first building however you like, as long as we get it started. And the manager was talking during lunch, how long down the road it will take just to get that building up. Counting due diligence, design, and design and then build. You're talking about conservatively 2 years from now before they ever get in it.
well, to me, and it's just me talking, in the due diligence process, you can look at more. What we have the site, the space needs study, so we can look at more than one thing. But for me, that's part of the due diligence.
Yeah, Jim Collins, in his book Good to Great, talks about the tyranny of the or and the genius of the and. So we don't have to be dealing with the tyranny of A or B. We can deal with the genius of the and, A and B.
Well, I would like to add to that as well. I think we're smart enough to multitask. I think we can build more than one thing at one time. And so I would love to see a master plan with a campus approach, and see how that fits, see how that works. If the land is sufficient, great. If it's not, we make some adjustments and look at some other options. But I think, we get one opportunity to get this right. And 90 years from now, people will either be praising us or they'll be saying ugly things about us because we didn't do it right. And so I think this is our opportunity to do it right.
Yeah, I think during that due diligence process, we will know if it's only one building or if it's two. So if we get done and we have it a master plan that we can know that, okay, DSS can go here, even though there may be another building, we can still proceed on with that. I'm not saying wait until we have everything designed out. We can master plan the site and proceed with the first building, close to the time our due diligence is done. If you were talking 6 months to do that, I think that's a reasonable time frame to get it done.
Yes, sir, and I'm sorry, Miss.
Go ahead.
There you go.
I was just going to say, just going back to what he said, making them expandable, like when we're looking at what these blueprints are going to look like, making sure that there's room to expand, knowing that we're going to continue to grow.
Yeah, I think it's very important. What you said there is to not build for then, but build for later and
Right.
have that space.
I think that's a very important part of this, and even understanding going forward, you may have some unoccupied offices. Sure. But that's okay because the county's growing, and that if we had some unoccupied offices right now, we'd be in better shape. So I think looking to the future is going to be important, because the cost to build it 10 years from now is not going to be as cheap as it is now. It's going to continue to cost more and more. So pushing it out, there is no incentive to want to do that.
Well, we learned the other week, we're at, a 99.9% occupancy rate of all of our commercial real estate in Johnston County. So Chris Johnson wouldn't be mad if we built an extra building for the time being.
And I want the board to know, we're going to be very aggressive with this due diligence period. We'd like to get this thing completed well before the option time.
Well, we got to do something with it because we bought it. We got an option. We got to do something with it.
And one of the things that comes into play here, we'll go through a rezoning process as well, with the town of Smithfield.
But I just simply say that, the most immediate need that we have for space, pardon me, is a DSS building. The most immediate need that we have. Now, some may argue, well, we need to put county employees in another place. I don't disagree they need a nice place to work, and I think we can get there, whatever decision. I'm a little bit in Ted's camp over there. But, I just say that we bought the land, we need to proceed, they need to do the design and everything on the DSS building. And then we'll know what will fit on 80 acres. Is that what it is?
47.
It's 47 total, but it's, split by Yelvers and Grove
Yeah.
Road. And there's some wetlands in there. So.
Yeah, so we don't really know yet.
But I just wanted the board to know we're aggressively moving forward with due diligence. Wanted to kind of reinforce that.
So it seems to me that the next step is to see how the environmental comes in, how
Right.
much of the 47 acres is usable, and that helps you decide who you can locate there and that type of thing.
Absolutely.
We already
And
have the wetlands.
We got
We know
wetlands.
that piece, so.
And I think some of the building fitting options to share with the board as we go along, we'll have those. That going along right with due diligence, I think will be very important. I think it's my job to make sure that we keep that communication with the board about what we're doing and quite frankly, we're excited about it.
Yeah, and I think to Commissioner Brazel's concern is I don't see us delaying the construction of the DSS building. I just see us taking advantage of that due diligence period and seeing what will fit on there so that when we're through with it, we'll know if it's one building, if it's two, but we know where DSS is going to go, and then we can proceed on so we're not losing time. So
We're repeating ourselves, Mr. Chairman.
And I know,
well, I appreciate that, but
Back to DSS.
yeah, yeah.
and Rick and I talk about this, I know, every day, and we probably text about it at night, and we talk about it all the time, but we are doing the DSS due diligence, and then we're talking to professional to see if there's anything else. You know, as I look at all our agencies, and we've been working with some of the professionals that know more about it, you know, what I think about is there may be an opportunity, or there may be a need for multiple buildings of that nature if we're looking to build a plan for the future. And so we're constantly looking, and we think we can get something done, and we're getting on it as fast as we can to make sure that it happens and make sure we carry out the priorities of this board. And we're going to stay on it.
Well, I'm just going to add that it's all a priority to me. I mean, DSS is a priority, but the rest of it is a priority to me also. I think both is the priority that's on the table for me.
And we'll learn some things of, you know, some of the detailed things in the weeds when you get into, are we going to be able to get X 2 ways in and 2 ways out and all that stuff during due diligence, which will be important, so.
I think Amy made a great point about the analogy with the tax office being on the 5th floor rather than the 1st floor. And we can go as high as we want to. There's folks at DSS that never see clients, you know, especially in the adult division. They never see clients, so they could be on the 5th or 6th floor, but we don't have to worry about it because Smithfield's got a ladder truck, you know, so.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'm hearing that staff is on this issue, but I've also heard that the board has provided some key thoughts to help staff. And some of those is look at service delivery. Look at how you configure this to maximize the client experience, the citizen experience, efficient operations, and how you put departments together, how you put services together. Maximize space, flexible space. Commissioner Stevens talked about flexible space, but also making sure that you look far into the future. Don't plan for today, but plan for the future. After all, you've been in the courthouse for 100 years, so look at that. You may be in this building 100 years.
And you know, the courthouse as it stands now, it is 100 years old, the original courthouse.
Mm-hmm.
The wing that our office is on was completed in 1988. And then the wing where the law enforcement center is was completed around 96.
Mm-hmm.
And just goes to show over time, if you don't plan for, and it's done, I mean, it's been great, but it is definitely time for a change.
And I heard the manager say, to recap, that the due diligence, they can multitask, work on different things at one time, but to continue to communicate with the board. Did I miss anything?
The only thing that it's not on there, on the Howe side, is the delivery method for the construction. Is it going to be design, bid, build? Is it going to be design, build? Is it going to be construction manager at risk?
And how will it be paid for?
Yeah, and how will it be paid for? That's probably the conversation that was going on over there. But yeah, I think that delivery method will be critical, particularly if we're looking at, you know, time. I know one option lends itself to getting done faster than the more traditional design, bid, build, what both of them probably do. But so I think that'll probably play into it as well, but definitely funding.
And if I may, I want to thank Jennifer, Martha, Chad, because we talk about this constantly. So it's on our minds, and then preparing for it and financial modeling and that kind of stuff. And Daniel, again, he does an incredible job with our facilities, and he performs miracles at times with facilities.
Mr. Chairman, if I could add one additional thing, and part of this conversation is once all this is moved, especially if we vacate the existing courthouse and the renovation has to be done, Daniel Clifton has some tremendous ideas about how to repurpose that space. I think that's a conversation we need to at least starting with, just to kind of understand what's going to be left, what's going to be moved, and have some understanding of that as well, because he and I have talked some a while back, and he really has a great vision on how to repurpose that existing space.
If I can take a minute, I'd like to talking about that is, we've got those plans. The detention center is going to be operational shortly. We'll have that area down in the basement that could be renovated for use. And that's something else that we need to go ahead, in my opinion, is look at who could go down there possibly, and start those renovation plans, so we're not in a, in a lull. That's another choice of you, as a board and management, but, those are coming, as well as the other areas of the law enforcement center that have been vacated at this point, or will be shortly. They're all, it's a domino effect. In 2 to 3 months, we'll have a large area that's gonna be unoccupied. We need to have those plans in place to proceed before people start grabbing at it, so to speak. We need to make that decision before they try to make a decision for us, so to speak.
If I may add to, on the detention center and the public safety center, if you hadn't had a chance to tour it yet, we look forward to showing you there, but that is preparing for the next 30 or 40 years with the additional space Mr. Harris mentioned, the additional spaces, and also the ability to add on there for detention center if needed in 25 years for extra beds. So those are 2 successful projects.
I will add just a little bit to that about the 911 center, for example. Those folks did a tremendous job in planning for the future. When we move into that building, they can expand 100% over the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years. So we should be in good shape for probably 40 or 50 years on a 911 center, which is fantastic. And so, that's what I'm talking about when I say build for the future.
Somebody's gonna thank you.
So,
Absolutely.
I think the same thing, detention center, is it 400 expandable to 6, or is it, what was the?
Yeah,
That's
right.
Yeah.
400 plus.
Yeah. Kitchen to accommodate 600.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, and then, and while we're one more thing, and it brought me a conversation we had about when we were talking about staff and needs. What really concerns me now that it kind of, I don't say it wasn't in my mind, but you brought it to the forefront, is we're talking about we can't hire people because we don't have space. So I'm thinking if we're talking 2 years before we have space, the service that we're providing the public is going to suffer. And I know Daniel, it doesn't need much more to do, but somehow I don't think we can wait 2 years before we get the people we need. So figuring out how that works in the meantime is, Lord help us, trying to figure that out with the space available. But I just don't see us kicking that can down the road and service suffering to our customers.
And Mr. Chairman, it may be a little longer than 2 years, but just depends on
That scares me
due
even more.
diligence and design and all that stuff. But
Yeah.
you make a great point there.
Well, as I've been talking to our departments, some of what we've been doing in finance, and other departments are doing it if we can, we're still taking the model that we did use through the pandemic, is if we have to hotel offices and work some people from home in order to hire additional staff to be able to meet those needs, then that's what we're doing. And we have departments that are doing that. We're doing that some in finance, just so we can stay a little bit ahead to get us to this 3-year mark or wherever it is, so that we can still provide the quality service that our citizens expect. So this is another thing we talk about every day, and I talk to our departments about it every day. And we're doing what we have to do to make it work, because we certainly don't let citizens down, this board down. So we're making adjustments. I've heard that used numerous. We're adjusting as we need to.
That's another factor of a lot of counties I've been talking about space. They talk about remote work and how's that going to impact county office space going forward. Some counties are all for it. Some counties think it's not the thing to do, but that's just the issue that's still out there to think about.
Will remote work still be here 10 years from now, 20 years?
And, talking to some of my friends that are in the architectural business, and they're talking about how they have made adjustments to show options to reflect some of that.
Mm-hmm.
And then at the end of the day, it's really up to the county.
One thing I've said about that before is that I think that is a reality, but I also don't want to use that as an excuse to undersize a building.
Right, that's right. It's a balance.
It's a balance.
That's right.
All right, I think we're one moored
One more.
out on that one. I think we're one moored out on that one, so.
So, tying some things together, thanks Neil and Amy. On that discussion, I was struck by the consensus that I heard, and especially the benefit of doing this now multiple years, the movement that has occurred on this particular issue in the last year. I think I've witnessed that, and in terms of movement of folks in their positions on this matter, and there's no doubt, I mean, when Amy talked about the why, you're all in agreement why, and I sense that y'all pretty much all in agreement that there's a significant need. The how, that's the question, but it seems to me there's a lot more consensus on the how than there was last year that I'm gaining. The other thing that I am observing here is the timing is the issue, of course, and setting that expectation not only for this board, but for the public, as I said, is going to be really, really important. We have one more, well, we have a couple more issues on the list, Mr. Chairman, but before we move on, did you feel like you wanted to dig in further to several of the one more things that you said at the end on the delivery methods and how we're going to pay for this? Or are those discussions that are offline at another place, another board meeting, another
Yeah,
retreat?
I would say, let's work some on the due diligence. I mean, while we're working on due diligence, I mean, that we can have more discussions on. I don't think we need to continue that today.
My last takeaway on this is that it sounds to me like staff's working on it. Like, y'all have given them direction either last year or within this year. They just needed to hear this consensus today to help push forward and move in a direction that you're seeking, but they've been working on it, and the plans are already in progress. So I think that's good. Okay, so I think we're ready to move on to our next issue, which is the fire matrix and funding. So that's what I had on my list. Is that what you'd like to proceed with, Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, Amy's going to join me up here, and we're going to Amy Basin. And let's go with the same. Sorry about that.
I don't know that you really were. You seem to be very slow to take the paper off the microphone there. I think was that a subtle mid-afternoon wake-up?
Yeah, it was just like, hey.
It's like the loud mufflers I was behind going through done yesterday.
If people are at home listening with headphones, why don't we start with the why? Why is this on your list? Some people touched on it yesterday, but we need to dig in further.
I was going to say, let's start with the fire commissioner here.
Okay, let's hear.
Thank you.
Why is this on the list?
Why it's on the list is because a couple of years ago, we did a fire study to determine what would be the best road to travel down in regard to our 23 rural and volunteer fire departments. Okay, out of that study came several issues, but the issue that I'm involved in most of all was how do we make each department have the funds and resources necessary to provide service to that community on the basis of what is expected out of fire service, okay? Now, footnote to that is some of the departments are very, very rural, and some of the departments have less resources than the bigger departments in the urban areas. So it's sort of like the haves have and the have-nots do not have. So we identified by budget the departments that had any budget less than $300,000. So the benchmark was on our fire matrix was to get those departments to a minimum of $300,000 budget, which would be funds necessary for them to upgrade, do the things necessary. Now, we were talking about one department that's got now currently a budget of $100,000. So get them to 300,000 to help, because we talked about volunteerism declining, but then they don't have the money necessary to pay for full-time or part-time firemen. So out of that, we identified 5 departments within our county in which we identified as low-wealth counties, fire departments. So we did phase 1 of the matrix, which this board did this past Monday in funding phase 1. So phase 1 was to get those fire departments to a minimum of 300,000. Okay? So on phase 1, they're administering that now. They got applications. They got everything. We see that to be completed by July 1, this budget year. All right, now we are going to talk about phase 2 and funding for additional needs within the departments above and beyond what they get. Now, as a disclaimer, this is what we discussed Wednesday, a couple of days ago, with the select fire chiefs that I have serving on this committee with me. So I have a disclaimer: I do not have a legal opinion on it. I do not have accounting opinion on it, and I do not have our fine Director of Emergency Management, Kevin's blessings on it. So I'm going to throw it out there, what we felt like would be good, and I need feedback from the board if they think it's a good idea or if they say, hey, you need to go somewhere else. But we had talked about a fire tax, countywide fire tax, to help fund the matrix further. Okay, this is what we thought we talked about. We sort of jumped a different horse Wednesday. So we said, okay, what if we went with a countywide fire tax of 12 cents? Everybody at 12 cents, all fire departments at 12 cents. Okay, if that department currently is only at 10 cents, then we would have some funds to add to the pot to help other departments gain what they need. So, countywide tax rate at 12 cents, you would adjust those rates that they're not going to get any more than they currently have, and those that are above that, when we start talking about how we're going to distribute money, we'll get a different percentage of what we were talking about doing. So we're talking about, and this is all white paper. It would generate maybe $600,000 for needs, for grants, for the coming year for what we felt like the fire service should take a lead in having initiatives every year. Okay, this year initiatives is for all turnout equipment, or this year it's for whatever, maybe a couple of 2 or 3 options. They apply for the money on this initiative. They sort of bundle the purchasing together, and then we would save money, okay? And so that's what, first of all, and I got to pause in a minute and hear the legal opinion, which may not be good, but never is, but may not be good, and I hadn't heard from the accounting folks over here what they think, and I heard from staff and I hadn't heard from Kevin. So this all happened Wednesday, so.
You
what-
hadn't heard from the ones that had to raise their hand.
No, hadn't heard from y'all guys.
Can I don't, is it okay for me to interject?
No.
Or, okay.
Yes.
I did.
I couldn't
just-
resist,
I
Kevin.
know.
I couldn't resist.
But I didn't want to lose your train of thought there. If you had more detail to finish
I
up.
want to add one caveat. And then after we decide this, I want to talk about an issue about how the county further needs to think forward about the future of fire service in regard to the sustainability of whether that's going to happen or not in certain areas.
When we were raising issues yesterday, and I mentioned to the board that this particular matter is all over the entire state. Counties are looking at similar issues. They're struggling with volunteer firefighter issues and those types of things. So you're not alone. I wanted to mention that again. I think your board is lucky to have you on the board with such expertise and passion about this matter. From my prerogative, you're in the problem-solving mode of trying to figure out what the problem is. I want to ask some questions about the problem and more foundational questions about the why stuff, okay? Because what I heard you say, you just jumped a couple steps ahead of me anyway in terms of trying to understand what the issue is. And again, not from Johnston County, so I don't know, and I need to know better to try to tease out what the issue is that you are struggling with, although I know it from statewide observations, et cetera. But I want to hear a little bit more, not only from you, but from other board members about that, and go to the staff as well in terms of like what's already in progress. So let me ask some fundamental questions and start with, I think, bigger picture why. Why is fire service important? Duh, right? Well, it's public safety component, obviously. But we've been talking a lot about growth and quality of life. You know, when you have enough fire service in your county and it's supported at the right levels, it helps your insurance rates
Yeah, absolutely.
in your community
Absolutely.
be sustainable, and that's just going to continue to feed a positive environment for your residents. So that's a major component of. I'm inserting my own opinions here.
Yeah, we're doing good stuff.
Okay, as to why I think y'all care about this, but I want to put it out there so I can either confirm or deny whether this is the case. So those things fit into that, as well as just life and safety issues. So is that right? I want to hear from the board, other board members. That's why you're dealing with these issues?
Absolutely, but you also got to remember, Kevin, in fire service, we're talking about first responder service too. Right. We have two interstate highways, I-40 and I-95. And this may come as a surprise to you, but people don't drive very well now. And especially.
You told me I drove really good this morning.
Well, I was afraid you wouldn't take me back, but.
I followed y'all on the way home yesterday, and I might object to that statement.
Yeah, you passed, I know the chairman and the vice chairman both passed us.
That is a true statement. It may be related to the speed y'all were traveling.
But anyway.
You're being very cautious.
So what we got to understand, it's not just fire we're putting out. It's first responder calls to assist in medical issues before the EMS arrives.
Right.
So get there, provide first responder help, then wait for the EMS folks to get there. And most of the time, they're directing traffic on I-95 or I-40 or on 301 or 70 because of accidents out there. And so accidents on 95, people that cause it, we get zero for. We don't, it's at the county's expense.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're not going to pay us.
So you have a population, you're not just talking about your own population who lives here, your population who's passing through that you're also taking care of, that is your expense. Right.
We all earlier agreed that we don't have purview over highways, but I think everybody agrees when you talk about the why, it's part of public safety, and that's right in our wheelhouse.
And so that's just foundational to things I heard earlier about the roles of government, right? And that's one of them.
That's right.
But then what I'm hearing you also say is, and a fundamental question I had is, you have 5 districts here, right? So do you have multiple districts, and how many?
We got 23.
23. Yeah, you said that, sorry. 23. And so you're saying that there are disparities in that, and that's affecting quality of life for some of those folks who are in those districts?
Absolutely.
Okay, and you want to kind of even that
I
out?
think every
Okay.
citizen in Johnston County deserves the same fire service in the store.
And the methodology that you've described is a way to achieve,
achieve that.
achieve that, right? That's your how, those are
Yes.
your details. Okay.
That's correct.
I wanted to set all that context for me. Thanks for humoring me on that. And hear from others now about,
I was going to say that was when, that basically is my why, is I feel that when somebody calls 911, the first line, they call 911, that their expectation should be to get the same or very similar service, whether they're in Pine Level, Bentonville, Cleveland, Clayton, Micro, wherever they are, Meadow, that their expectation should be they're going to get the same service wherever they are. And so that's, for me, that's the kind of the why I rolled up into one.
And I'm going to go back to Kevin and ask probably even a more fundamental question. Can you explain then is it a different taxing rate in each district? Why such a disparity? I guess is the
Yeah, we
fundamental
have different taxing rates, and then you also have within each taxing, the property values, are much.
So what the basis is.
1 cent in one district, it may be 5 cents.
Sure, yeah.
In another district.
Right.
So that's part of the problem as well.
And you talked about the budgets. Do they each set their own, but how are the budgets set?
Yeah.
Each set their own budget?
Each sets their own budget.
We approve.
They
yeah,
have
we
a board of
approve.
directors.
We have a certain, Chad is involved in their contractual services.
Sure, yeah.
To us, and by signing that contract, they agree to certain things that we require from the accounting standpoint.
Got it. Thank you for humoring us, just to get some of these fundamentals.
There's also a population difference, which adds to that. So you've got, 500 people living in one area, and then another, it's much more rural, you've got 5 people. And so not only is the property value different, but the amount of people that are paying into that fire tax rate is different.
Thank you, right. But if that one person needs fire service, it's just as important as, right, yeah.
so a lot of complex variables go into making up the calculation for the rate at which they're raising their revenues and then making their decisions. Let's hear from other board members. This is good for me. I also want to make sure that the public who's watching understands the complexity of the variables that you guys have to navigate on this particular issue. Hear from the rest of the board members of any other comments why or alternative solutions that have been discussed. I think that would be good to put some of those things out there, and we can talk about them.
I was going to say, Vice Chairman Harris spent a day or two in the fire service world, so he may be a good one to add to the discussion.
Great.
Or he is a good person to add to the discussion.
I appreciate it. Well, I mean, obviously, the why is exactly what everyone has stated, and I think everyone on the board shares that concern that everyone gets a high level of service. I think there's work to be done moving forward. I think the matrix is a good start. I mean, I think the chiefs and Commissioner Braswell have done a great job, and the staff who've worked with it, and Director Hubbard and all the folks that's been involved in that, they've done a good job with it. And it addresses some of the things that need to be done, like should every firefighter have a firefighter physical? Are ladders being tested appropriately? Is hose being tested? Are trucks being, all the things that are life safety issues, they are addressed in this matrix. And it provides funding for those departments that can't afford necessarily to test their ladders annually. They might be doing it every 2 or 3 years, based on the fact they just don't have the money. And then the disparity between, a penny a tax rate bringing in thousands of dollars versus hardly nothing at all in other places. There was one district at one time that had I think a 10-cent tax rate, and it only brought in about $178,000. So it all depends on where it's located in the county. Other counties have had success in And we just actually looked at Wake County's process for how they do it, and I'm not saying that's what we should do, but there are some ways to do this. I think this matrix is a great step in the right direction. We took step one. I think the second phase is a good step. Do I think it's a long-term fix? No, I really don't. I think that somewhere down the road, there'll have to be more conversations put into it, but, my goal is to empower those departments to continue to do what they're doing as long as we possibly can. The coordination part of it is probably something that should be discussed as well, in that, every department doesn't need to be a heavy rescue unit. Every department doesn't need to be a high-level unit. I mean, do we need to fund 23 high-level units? No, we really don't. So, having those strategically around the county is probably a better utilization of tax funding, and also, provides that department the opportunity to focus on that one specialty and instead of trying to be everything to everyone. And so I think that, we have a great working relationship with all the departments through our mutual aid agreements. They're very cooperative with each other. They help each other out in situations when it's needed. So we've really got a good group of people that are really trying to do a good job. I think what we need to do as a county is to continue to enable them with resources to continue to do what they're doing. Now, hiring people, that sounds like an easy fix, but I think the challenge is going to be is finding people that they can hire and not be able to provide the benefits like a municipal department can or a county department can. I think that's going to be a challenge going forward. But I think it's certainly worth a try. So I think the matrix is going to help with some of that as well. Provide them some funding to get some paid staffing in there to help them daytime or whenever their times are that they have struggles getting volunteers. Volunteer service is a nationwide problem. We've talked about that. I've read a lot of studies about it. I've dealt with it. And I think it's something we're just going to have to keep trying to work with and do the best we can. But, the economy has changed. Young families coming in, they're trying to get started. They're trying to buy a house. They're trying to have a family. If one member of that family is going to go give 100 hours to something, they got to get paid for it, and I get it. It's not like it used to be when you could go down there and volunteer. And a lot of times it was the farming communities that started the departments and maintained them and operated with them and did those things. So it's just a different time in history, and I think we've got to be flexible and look at it going forward. I've said it for the last probably 25 years that fire protection today is never going to be any cheaper than it is right now. It's always going to get more and more and more, and it's a service that's needed and desired, and it does put money back in people's pockets through their discounted insurance rates. There are some billing mechanisms out there that could be explored, I think, as well for motor vehicle accidents, as Commissioner Braswell talked about on Interstate 95 and Interstate 40 and Highway 70. There is some billing mechanisms that fire departments looked into. When I was director of emergency services, I was standing on the side of Interstate 95 one day, and I looked around, and we were the only agency out there that was not collecting a payment. The record driver was getting paid. The EMS was going to bill the folks. I mean, everybody was out there was getting some kind of reimbursement back, except the fire department. And so we researched that back then, and we adopted a program where we actually billed the insurance companies for that response if there was any fluids or hazardous materials. And Mr. Hubbard can probably elaborate a lot more on that now if anything's changed, because I've been out of that business for a while. But it did help recoup some of the money, because we were dealing with a lot of times with people that did not even live in Johnston County. They're just passing through. But yet our county tax dollars were having to fund that response and fund that apparatus and people to be out there to serve their needs. So I'll stop with that. I can go on for hours with it. So
The question at hand, when you talk about such a change, is going to be received poorly, I think, by some members of the public. It's a change. It may be an increase in their tax rate. But I liken it to the school situation. The largest part of our budget, single part, is for education. I don't have any kids in school. Probably most of their board members don't have any kids in school, but we still pay the same tax rate as someone who has 5 kids in school. It's a necessary part of what we do. It's a necessary part of our county. And I think that's the way with this tax service. So I haven't really had a chance to digest this a lot, but I would be supportive of this proposal.
I think that we're getting a lot of cooperation now. There's a phone truck Do we still get the phone truck from Seymour Johnston? We have a fuel fire.
county phone truck asset, but if we need it, we can send it.
But there's a lot of cooperation between actually other areas and Johnson County. But as that dwindles, we can't depend on others to solve our problems for us. We've got to be able to do it in-house. So there's going to be equipment that we may have to purchase from time to time that we don't have now, and as regulations and rules and insurance requirements change, we're going to have to be able to change with the times. And to do that, we got to have up-to-date, functioning, efficient fire departments.
Sure, if it's okay, if there are no other comments from other commissioners, I don't want to leave anybody out.
Yeah, so I don't know if Kevin wanted to say something, but I did want to ask our former Cumberland County manager, kind of what was going on in Cumberland. I know we've looked at Cumberland County as a model as well, so.
So thank you for asking. I feel like it's another deja vu moment. And so what Commissioner Braswell was describing was the model. I don't know if you had any information from Cumberland.
We did have information from Cumberland.
Yes, sir. So we struggled. We have about 18 fire districts. They were all voted in by referendum. They're all at their maximum tax rate of 10 cents. So we were locked in. We would have to go back and get a vote of the people in the district to actually increase the fire tax. So what the county did was create a service district, a county-wide service district outside of the municipal area. And so we increased that service district tax, one, to add and bring the low wealth departments up to $250,000. And then we gave the 5 low wealth districts in Cumberland $75,000 just for staffing for daytime staffing. Because the reality was we have very rural fire districts, and during the daytime there was no one there. The doors were closed, and that put a homeowner at significant risk. And then we went back and further tweaked the model. And Commissioner Harris was talking about, I made a note of it, that you strategically place your resources like heavy rescue. Every department doesn't need a heavy rescue. So we gave incentive payments, annual incentive payments, if you were heavy rescue or if you had first responders and paramedics on staff. And that was a further incentive for them to increase their rating. Because the more that you do, it increases your rating, reduces the insurance cost for the citizens. And then finally, we developed a grant program through that special district tax, just like Commissioner Braswell was talking about. It actually generates about $900,000 a year. But we have a committee that reviews all the annual applications. It's for one-time funding, though, not for staffing or ongoing operating, because one district may not get funding the second year, but it's for turnout gear. It might be for specialized training, that type of thing. And so, again, it was very passionate about this issue. It is a significant issue, as Kevin said, across the state, and it was a project that I had the opportunity to work with intimately for the past 5 years. So if there are any questions you have, I'm happy to try to answer them. Yes, sir.
So did y'all, you said, and Vice Chairman Harris mentioned this as well, about shared assets. Did the county own that asset from the county district, or it was just one of the district owners and they shared it around?
Yes,
Yeah, okay.
they were strategically placed.
And then were there, because to me, training is something that could be shared as well. Was training something that the county took a role in?
We actually just worked with a community college, and we have a fire training center now that the county is working with the community college so that the training is centralized. They can all come together to one facility, because it's very difficult for a fire district to to provide the training. So we're trying to do that together and make it a little bit easier and more cost-effective.
One thing I would clarify on the shared, I guess it's not really a shared resource. It's a strategically located resource. So that
Yes.
department that has it, like, for example, Clayton Fire Department, if they're a trench rescue specialty, they don't loan their equipment out. They go to wherever they're needed, and their personnel operate their equipment. Because they're trained on that. They're the experts in that area. I think Princeton still has a dive team, and they do some underwater recovery and things like that.
Exactly.
And we do give extra incentive or money to like boat rescue, et cetera.
Because they have to have specialized training, specialized equipment.
Yeah, and I think, Kevin, we did that this year for the first time, maybe? Or,
We added a few this year, but we've been doing it for quite a few years.
Okay.
We've added some additional partners.
But I think that from compared to what it costs for the training and equipment, I don't think we're funding at the level that it needs. And I know we have several, rescue specialty service, like you said, in Clayton and other places that they're probably footing the bill. And if we had some other sort of countywide special tax district, maybe we can bring that up and make sure that that's covering the cost. And I'll let Commissioner Harris probably make it right, whatever I just attempted to say there.
You did good. The thing to remember on a lot of the specialty stuff is some of that equipment has a shelf life. Ropes, like for high angle rescue, there's a shelf life. I mean, so it's not like we buy it one and done. I mean, you keep it a certain amount of time. It has to be logged. There's a lot of work that goes into it, and then it has to be taken out of service. So it's not just we funded it one time and that's it. So there's some ongoing. And Kevin, I'm gonna look at you to make sure I'm not saying anything that's not right. So you can throw something at me if I am. But when I was in that business, that was something that we had to deal with. So all that equipment has to be looked at. And so I think the funding that has been done in prior years is probably minuscule compared to what the actual cost is.
Is it okay to ask staff if they have anything else to comment on this or add to the conversation, whether it's Rick or Jennifer or Kevin? Yeah, in the back.
Yeah.
I want to hear from Kevin
Yeah,
because this is his area, We're not, he is charged with the responsibility of whatever we dream up, that he's got to deal with. And
Well put.
Well put. So we want to make sure Kevin understands, and we do, and I think he'll tell you that every step of the way we go with this matrix, we keep Kevin and the fire marshal in the loop of what we're doing, and they're very, very helpful as a resource for what we're doing. And also, we got Jennifer there, and we got who asked a lot of questions, and we got Chad who asked a lot of questions, and then we got Rick who asked more questions. So
They're doing a great job.
they're doing a great job.
Yeah, absolutely.
Make sure they get a mug
Yes.
before you leave. Yeah.
Yeah, I can make more of those mugs. Kevin?
Yes, sir, thank you. I'd first like to say on behalf of my office and the fire chiefs of this county, how much they appreciate the work this board is doing to look at the needs of the fire service in Johnston County, because the needs are changing just as rapidly as the county's changing, and they have taken that to heart, and they really appreciate what they're doing. And I agree with everything that's been said. The matrix is a great first step moving forward to try to give these departments some money initially to do some things that they need to be doing. I agree with Commissioner Harris. I don't know that it's a long-term solution. I think we're going to have to look at our funding model, our current funding model, tax rates in the county, and we mentioned volunteerism is declining, and one of the other things, the decline in volunteerism, another huge impact that has on our departments in the county is the age of our current firefighters in this county is increasing, and as we experience lack of volunteers, that puts a lot of responsibility on the old guys and old girls, and if being in the fire service is a young person's job, to be honest with you. So that's another huge issue that we're facing. Obviously, we know how expensive things are here to be in the fire service, and the fire service doesn't generate money. but it's an expensive venture to be in. You're looking at, a month ago, $850,000 to buy an engine company. And we just are being told recently that due to some federal emission standards, you can add another $100,000 next year to the cost of a fire truck so they can comply with the new federal emission standards. So you're looking at $1 million for a pumper, an engine company. So there's departments in our county that are going to struggle when they need a fire truck. And I just wanted I have the tax stuff here in front of me. I just wanted to add, just to put some things in perspective. Our highest penny value in the county right now is $329,000, the value of 1 penny. The lowest in our county, 1 penny is worth $12,000. So that's a huge disparity, and we've talked about that, and the commissioners are well aware of that. And to put that even into further perspective, the lowest penny in our county, that fire department protects one of the highest risk target hazards in our county, which is a natural gas facility. And to put it even further in perspective, that department and the 3 contiguous departments that will respond mutual aid to those folks, if you average the 4 values of their penny, it's $21,000. And they protect, again, one of the highest risk target hazards in our county. And just to finish up, that highest penny value, that $329,000 value of a penny, that penny is worth more than what you would collect annually in fire tax in 15 of our fire districts. So just that 1 penny.
15 combined?
No, 15 individual.
I mean, all 15 added
Yeah,
together?
no. If you take the annual tax that you would collect for one of those 15, it's worth less than that 1 penny in that highest fire district. So that's something that's going to continue to get worse, and it does have an impact, obviously, on services. I think we need to identify at some point in the county, primarily with the fire chiefs, is what is the minimum level of service that we want our citizens to have in Johnston County, and that's where it's becoming a huge challenge. Again, not just in our county, but in the state and nationwide. So.
Let me try to synthesize things here on this discussion. Obviously, I see why you are talking about it. It's rather important. It's fundamental to what government does, local government does, public service, fire safety, those types of things. Kevin, you touched on something that has been a theme throughout this, and that's relationships. You said that there are good relationships with the fire chiefs, and that's great. I commend you guys for doing that. It's a theme that for this year, for me anyway, I've seen the relationships that y'all have with the various groups that you work with in collaboration seem to be strong, and you're working on others to make them stronger. But with the fire chiefs in this particular issue, it's really important, right, to make sure that they're all on board and moving in the right directions. So that sounds very positive, because if you've got that, it makes things a lot easier moving forward. So we understand the why. It seems like it's really important. It's up on your priority list. So it makes me feel like, am I missing something? Because it also sounds like you've got a good plan to move forward on this, ready to go. I have a question to ask, and that is, am I missing something in terms of deadlines, some action that needs to be taken, something like that? That's my question I have, and Amy has some observations.
I think Jennifer can answer that question.
All right.
I had to find my button.
There you go.
So yes, there are some timeframes that would have to be considered, and I do appreciate the fact that all of the folks that have been working so hard on this have included the county admin team in these conversations, because it helps us from a planning perspective and to actually make some things happen. And with regards to this Phase 2, we studied Cumberland County, and we had the opportunity to meet with some of those folks. We've studied Wake County. We've had an opportunity to meet with some of those folks. And it seemed like the general consensus is, well, we'll probably land somewhere in the middle of the way that works, because that is what might work best for Johnston County. But from a timing perspective, if we were to move to this concept of countywide service district, excluding municipalities, if we were to do that, there are timeframes in which those things must be done. You've got to have a public notice period, you've got to have reports written, you've got to do all of these things, and you have to have it done before the new budget, because it comes into effect July 1 of the following year. So if it's something that you wanted done immediately, we'd have to start yesterday in order to make that happen. If it's something that, we want to work towards, then we have a little bit of additional time, but we've got to run notices, we've got to do direct mail notices, we've got to get GIS to do the maps for you. There's a lot that would have to be done, and we've done this before. We've worked with this board creating new service districts, changing district lines, all those sorts of things. So it's not a new process to us, but there's a lot that would have to happen between now and the end of this fiscal year in order to make that work. And so what I need, I think, and what Kevin needs is some direction as to, is this the way that you want to go? And if it is, when? We do have the Phase 1 request for proposals out for the folks to get their grant documents in. I think they're due next week. And so some grants will be going out on the Phase 1 piece very, very soon. With regards to Phase 2, when do you want to do it? And also, we probably need to, I know that the group of people that have been working on it have scoped some ideas, but now we need to put pencil to paper and see what those numbers actually look like, so you're not surprised with regards to what that revenue might look like and what you might be able to do with it. Those are the things that are sort of going on in my mind, but there are definitely some time frames that would be associated with that we've got to keep in mind if we were to move forward in this way.
The only thing I would say, council, is the fact that if you take time and it comes in effect, I would like to see flexibility of maybe, I need funding for the next budget year, and maybe we could repeat what we did for Phase 1 to use funds for Phase 2, because it certainly looks like it's not feasible that it's going to run quickly to do the service district.
It would be very difficult for us to be able to make that happen by the end of the fiscal year. I'm not saying it's impossible. It would be very, very difficult to make that happen. The thing I think that you have to decide from a policy perspective is, I think it might be on the list, but how is it paid for? With the service district model, that 5 cents, 15 cents, 12 cents, whatever the numbers are paid for the purpose of fire tax.
Mm-hmm.
Other funding mechanisms are, the ad valorem. And so are you going to use ad valorem money to subsidize the fire service? I don't know. That's a policy decision that you've got to make. That's essentially what we did with the supplemental grants that we just did. But certainly that's something that I think you need to talk about and you need to decide, because it's great for us to come up with a matrix and a plan, but if there's no money attached to it, then it's not going to be helpful. You're going to have a lot of departments looking at you going, well, we did all this work and now what? So those are just things to think about.
I have a question about that, Commissioner. When you're talking about doing this, are you talking about adding an additional tax that would be collected by the county to help fund the matrix? Or are you talking about doing a county-wide fire tax and everybody would fall under that, and then you would divvy all that money out to the department? So is it, which one is it? I just want to make sure I understand.
It's B. From what I understand in my conversations with the folks in Cumberland and Chief Ellington and some brief conversations that I've had with Mr. Braswell, is the concept is that everybody throughout the county pays the same 12 cents, and then it's divvied up through a formula, and the formula is yet to be determined, but it sounds like the conversation that was had is if you get 10 cents worth of money now, you're going to continue to get your 10 cents. It's whatever the over and above, those extra 2 pennies in a 10-cent district, whatever that is, then that's the money that you would utilize for the grant program.
So what happens in 2 years if a department was planning to come and ask for a tax rate increase?
So there would not be, there would not be a department-by-department tax rate increase. I think that what you would do is you would examine your formulas and your funding formulas to see how you can fund them based upon the need. So basically, the formula can be whatever you want it to be, but hypothetically, in some ways, they're bringing you your budget, they're saying this is what we need to do the job, and then you're funding it based out of that 12 cents that you've collected countywide, excluding the municipalities.
Which is like the Wake County model.
Similar, yeah, similar. And if you think about the way, and I don't want to misspeak about Cumberland because I know Amy knows that way better than I do, but in talking with Mr. Moorfield and some of the other folks in Cumberland, the way that they did it was formula-based. They had a specific formula. And some of the requirements varied depending on the type of service that was being provided. So the contracts were very specific towards the service areas that were being contracted. And so it would be the same concept of what you have now, except that you wouldn't have these service district lines. So for example, and I'll pick on Cleveland Fire Department because I live in that service district, but Cleveland Fire Department would still serve what is now known as the Cleveland Fire Service District. That would be their service area, but there's not the lines on the map anymore. And I pay 12 cents as opposed to, I don't know what the rate is in Cleveland, 8, 9, 10, whatever.
9 cents.
I pay more, and so that money, that overage that I'm paying is going to be utilized for supplemental services throughout the county. And to some extent, me in Cleveland, that benefits me as well because there'll be strategic assets placed in places in which I benefit from that. So that's sort of the concept as I understand coming from the committee. How you end up doing it at the end of the day is certainly up to you. And it would be this board's responsibility, no different than it is right now. It's this board's responsibility to set that tax rate. Just because the fire departments right now come to you and say, I need 15 cents, I need 12 cents.
We set the tax.
You set the tax rate.
All right, one more question, and I might be quiet for a minute, I don't know, let me see. Are all the fire chiefs on board with this portion of this concept of doing the countywide service district?
It has not been presented to them.
Okay.
Again, it's, we're fresh out of the gate. Every now and then time is a restraint, but, this is a work in progress, okay? We created the white paper. All right, so we created what we thought would be enough information, or hopefully enough information to give to the board so they could send us on our way with our direction, yay, continue that road, or go back and rethink something different, or whatever. So that's what we're looking for, because at the end of the day, this board is the one that makes the decision. And I appreciate Vice Chairman Harris with his help in all the fire service, because he's got knowledge and he knows. But I think now that we've started down this road, spent all that time and, doing the fire study and creating the matrix, that certainly I visualize like we did in phase 1, my committee meeting with admin, the staff, and go over things and see, we always find something that we missed, because we're just, we're brainstorming because how to do that. And so we went with the Cumberland County model, and so that's what we're doing. So I'm just looking direction, and Kevin and I are looking direction.
Jennifer, you threw out general fund. first off, I'm all for the fire departments getting whatever they need. You know, and I really was hoping not to have to get into this discussion, but I just want to, the one thing I do feel sort of strong about is our Davenport representative yesterday told us that enterprise funds and other funds that they look at are general funds being leaked out to other purposes. And I just hope, I would not approve of that. And I know we did an emergency allocation, whether it's 12 cents, 13 cents, 14 cents, I'm okay. Whatever it takes to have a good fire department, whether countywide or whatever, I think we need to do that, but I think we need to, that's the funding source, and we need to look to that funding source.
And I agree with you, Commissioner Smith. It's our intent not to use general funds money from that and to be self-supporting through the fire tax rate. Is that's our intention, right, Councilor?
That's my understanding as where the conversation was leading. I don't know that this board had provided direction on that particular issue, but it does seem in the conversations that we've had in the smaller groups with the team that's working on that, is that it would be best done through the service district model as opposed to just putting it as part of the ad valorem and working it that way. That seemed to be where the conversation was leading. Is that fair, Kevin? And so, Mr. Smith, I hear that, and it sounds like that was the direction that the committee was leaning towards. But what you end up doing with it, you know, certainly is up to you. I think where the question lies is in funding moving forward, you know, until we could get a service district model in place and get all that stuff figured out, is what do we do in the interim? And
Jeff,
that's, again, your decision.
I don't understand what you just said. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Mr. Smith.
You know, when you say service district, is that funded by the tax?
Yes,
rate?
sir. It's a service tax.
Right, okay.
If I may jump in to take a stab at that particular question, maybe state some obvious things, but I interrupted you, Commissioner. Did you want to say something?
No, but I think whatever we do is better than what we have not done in the past. So anything that we do that generates any kind of income outside of the general fund is probably what we're going to have to deal with going forward. And so we can't, but I think if the board agrees, we'll continue to hash this out with the team. And if that's the road that they want to form a service district, I need to say go down that road. That's all I need from this board.
Let me weigh in just briefly on that, and I think y'all have done a great job in trying to come up with a solution. I agree with Mr. Smith. I mean, I think the fire tax should pay for fire service. So that all being said, and I understand your perspective of trying to get some immediate funding to try to help a real severe problem that's in the county. Only thing that makes me nervous is I would want to know, this is just me, I would want to know that all the fire chiefs are on board with doing this, because that is a dramatic change to their operation. That's taking their fire district, taxing away their rural fire tax boards that every one of them have, that are appointed people that administer that, or make that recommendation back to this. I mean, that's a big change. And so, and I'm fine with it if that's what everybody, if they are on board with it and they want to do it, then I think it's a reasonable step. I do, but I just would want to make sure that they have a complete buy-in on that before this board took action and forced something on them.
No. We're not going to take any action. I think the fire chiefs will be briefed, but we couldn't brief them until we understand, which came first, the chicken or the egg, until this board says we're okay, or we're not going to stop you right now on the service, but we need more information, and we want to make sure that we got buy-in from everybody. So,
And I think to go to Kevin's earlier analogy, talking about paths, I think what, at least from the folks that I've been working with on this issue, they just need to know what path to start to explore. I think that's what I have gathered from all of that. And if the service district model is a path that you're interested in and for us to explore, then let us go do that work and bring it back to you with some additional information. But I wanted to be clear, we've talked about expectations and timing and things moving more slowly sometimes than what folks would like, is that if that's the direction that we're going, the likelihood of implementing that for this upcoming budget year is very, very slim. And you know, I'd like to say, let's just take the time to study it and do all the things that we need to do and be methodical in working through it and not try to rush it in for this particular year. But again, I'm not the policymaker, you are, and I'll do as you tell me to do.
well, I don't disagree with that. I think as long as we got a path, we got a path. We'll probably have to have some conversations about funding before the budget time gets here. I'm not saying funding out of the general fund. I'm talking about funding on something like we did this past year for Phase 1. But, you know, there'd be more to come on that. But again, we're just looking for a path that we can go down that will be simple and that will be fair and that would make fire coverage better for the citizens who in turn benefit from their homeowners insurance being at a lower rate. The more we do for the fire departments, the better rate they get is the better discount that they get out of their insurance, which would be far more greater than the 12 cents fire tax.
I think the district tax is the right step. I just want to make sure that everybody, because even as a municipal chief, there's some juggling act that has to go on between your municipal taxes and your rural fire taxes. And you're getting ready to change all that. And so I just want to make sure that they understand it, they're on board with it. If they're good with it, then I think what you're doing would set us up for a future that would be beneficial. But it's just want to make sure we're getting there right.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'll interject and maybe try to put a button on this conversation. In college, I got nicknamed Captain Obvious, even before that was like a commercial. But so I'm going to state things that I think are obvious here to try to synthesize things again. But when Commissioner Smith, what you were talking about in the exchange with Jennifer, to me, I think there's a couple of decision points here. Not a decision maker, y'all are, as Jennifer said. One is direction on moving forward. I will tell you my observation is it sounds like there's consensus around this table about that sounds like a good idea and the direction to move forward. Commissioner Harris, I think you're absolutely right. Relationships matter in this case, and it takes time to make sure that all those relationships are in the right place. Got a good foundation, but it does take time to do that. So if you all agree to move forward, then the next step sounds to me to be like the relationships, the briefings with the fire chiefs, moving on that. Commissioner Smith, to your point, I think then you have another decision to make as a board whether or not you're going to provide what I call stopgap funding to either pre-fund something that could happen or take your time with the process, knowing that it's coming into the future. I mean, that's a policy question, and then the first one's a policy question too. I don't know if you decide that here today or not, but that's the way I see it as I've observed this conversation, which has been great. So that's my summary. Before we end, Chad.
Real quick, you know, if this is enacted, we've had fire tax committee, the fire departments that have wanted to request an increase. Well, now, I mean, we talk about committees. This is going to be, if you put together a committee, Mr. Chairman, it's going to be 24 or 5 that we're going to have to review come budget time, whether it's this year or next year, whenever we get into this process. and take those considerations and take those budgets into account, especially ones that may come back and ask for, well, we were going to normally ask for an increase. Well, how's that going to affect any pot that's created? And because then that's going to affect the other 23 or 4. And so there's going to be it's going to be a lot of decisions to have to make under this model once budget time hits for these fire departments.
We've done a lot of one more, so I'm going to do one more on this too, because I'm thinking about, for example, Kenly Fire Department. Kenly Fire Department operates as a corporation that contracts with the town of Kenly. Their fire tax rate in the town of Kenly is based on whatever their rural fire tax rate is. So the town essentially matches whatever that rate is. If their rate's 8 cents, that's what the town's going to do. So that's the things that I'm saying. We need to be sure that they're working through that and that they understand it going forward. The only other thing I'm going to add, and this is my one more, and then I promise this will be the last one. This is something we haven't mentioned, and I would love to see. I don't know if this board can do it, if we even reached out to our state folks, but, there's something that nobody ever talks about, and that's incentivizing the volunteers. People that want to volunteer, what happens to that? I know that there's a state retirement program for volunteer firefighters, but you know how much it is? It's $170 a month and has been for the last 25 years. If we're serious about keeping people volunteering, now there is a program for a volunteer firefighter that can go to a department. They can go to the community college and get their certification at free of charge, and most of the departments will buy the books for them if they're affiliated with it. So there's some incentives there, but there is a possibility to enhance some of those incentives and perhaps at least entice people to want to continue to volunteer some more so than they are now. There's no incentives now, and so that's something I never hear anybody having a conversation about. Hey, what about that? Would it be cheaper to put a little bit more money in some of those programs and get some more people that are interested in serving their communities? Volunteers are fantastic because they show up when there's an emergency and they go home. You don't have to manage them all day. So,
Well, Patrick, I'm just addressing this to you just because you talked last.
cool. Okay.
I just think whatever the hard decisions about the tax rate, and I know very little about what y'all are talking about. I'm for paying for good fire departments, and with the tax rate, that's all I want to say. I want to move on down the track. What I don't want to see is to say, okay, these are hard decisions, it's going to take a long time to do it, and let's just push the easy button and just get our money from the general fund. That's what I don't want to see.
I don't think anybody's advocating for pulling money.
Yeah, I haven't heard anybody advocate for that, so.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I wanted to see if Amy had anything else to offer on this conversation, or Amy, or Neil. I don't know if we're good, but I will say that we are resources as you continue this conversation, especially with Amy being on the team now and looking at the Cumberland model. So if we stand ready to be of assistance to you on this. I feel like we're good on that conversation. I'll leave it to you, Mr. Chairman, how to proceed. All right.
Let's move on.
Yep. I think we're one more topic.
That's right.
Okay. And I'm going to turn it over to Neil and Amy to lead you through administration organizational structure. And again, we'll start with the why. Why and what? What does this mean?
So I'm going to go over this as a two-parter. Two-parter. One relates to this board and how we're structured. We mentioned it yesterday about going to some committees in general areas to make us more efficient rather than each of us trying to be an expert or relying on one person to be the expert and get all the information and disseminate it to the board. But so that's the one, and why is just to make us a more efficient board.
So one piece is the board involvement
Right.
in the process, but then the second piece is
So,
staff.
so the second piece would be, as we're looking forward and, maybe after we're all off this board, but to set up the county administrative structure for success after maybe none of us are here. And I know with space, we talk about space and we're limited, so it's not like we can go out and hire folks today because we don't have any place to put them. But again, as I'm looking around and seeing that we put a lot of, just like we were talking about our department heads, we put a lot of pressure on that man right there to do a lot of everything and manage 20, you say 24 this morning?
Well, directly about
16, but 20, yeah, so we got 24 in the whole, in the county. But a lot of pressure on him, and I think for us to operate efficiently down the road is we're going to need, you know, a better structure for that. I just don't, as I think we talked yesterday, not many people that we're going to look at when Rick decides I'm tired of dealing with these knuckleheads on the board. I'm going to go spend time with Ally. She's much easier on me than the board is. But I think we're not going to find another Rick Hester. I think that he's the one. Yeah, there's only one of him, and I don't think we're going to find the next county manager that's going to handle 16 departments in a county of 250,000 or whatever it is to do that. And as I look around other, you know, governments, county governments in particular, you know, I see structures that, you know, tend to set, at least in my opinion, set them up for a better distribution of the load rather than put it on the shoulders of one person. So.
And I think I heard you talk a little bit about that before, about putting so much on staff that they don't really have the free time to do big picture
Yeah, I mean,
items,
all
maybe
of
as
us
much
know
as-
how much time, I mean, if he switched to getting paid by the hour, we couldn't afford him. Because he's, you know, he's 6 o'clock, he's sending us information, or he's, you know, some of us get up early and late, he's calling us, you know, we're talking late at night about things, so I don't know when he sleeps.
I don't think he sleeps.
Yeah, I don't think he sleeps. So, yeah, he does a tremendous job for us, but I don't know how he does what he does because he's in the day-to-day operations of things. But at the same time, you know, he's got to take all these things we talked about, all this vision we're throwing, and making sure 24 departments are executing a plan. And that is a ton that falls on his shoulders, and he
And
does
the
a fabulous job of handling it. So
You've been blessed, but the reality of it,
Absolutely.
he could go home tomorrow.
Yeah. Like I said, he's got a granddaughter now. He's got
So
a
yeah,
lot he could do.
You know, so anyway, so with two pieces here, the committee structure, let's start there. What do you, let's talk about what y'all see as the why of that committee. I know that was brought up, I think Commissioner
Yeah, I was gonna
Stevens
let-
mentioned it, I think Commissioner
I was
Smith.
gonna let Commissioner
mentioned it.
Smith say that one.
Yeah,
Who wants to jump in and just tell us?
Well, I guess maybe my convoluted brain threw that out, but we selfishly, I'm gonna just approach this selfishly. I really don't like coming to basically two meetings a month for 1 or 2 hours and being part of a committee on the whole when important stuff, millions of dollars of stuff is put right there, and I gotta vote on it. And I don't get a chance to have an expert, let's just say in wastewater for Dickie Russell and Butch or whoever, to have gone out and studied that and come back with a recommendation, or let's just say fire, if it's a fire issue, that Patrick and Tony would go, they may be that committee, and that they would work with staff and come back with recommendations, because that's the way virtually every government, that's the way Washington was done in Washington, it's the way it's done in Raleigh. And committees, when a bill is presented, it goes to committee. Automatically, it goes to committee. Committee does whatever investigation. And remember, when I'm talking about a committee, I'm not talking about execution. I'm talking about forming policy or approving money. Not the execution, that's management. Management does that. But for us to form policy, if we could have to where we have a chance to do a deeper dive through a committee who comes back to the board, and you have on the agenda, it'd be the wastewater committee, the land planning committee, school committee, enterprise fund committee. We all have to give a report every meeting. And they would report on what's happening in their space. The rest of us would not have to deal with all that. We would have to deal with what's in our space, whichever committee we're on. And then I think we can work with staff, apart from just that 1 hour or 2 hours. And I believe in the long run, we would have better vision, better legislation, and better direction for staff.
So what I'm hearing you say, for instance, the planning director wanted to promote a change to the subdivision ordinance, there might be a planning committee or land use committee that could sit, 2 or 3 members who would sit down with staff and review that need and make a recommendation to the full board.
We could either do that, or you would say, as the planning committee, please submit what you'd like to do in writing, that get referred to a committee. And then they would sit down.
And make a recommendation to the full board.
That's right.
I don't think, I want to clear up.
But you can do it either way. You could do it either way.
But you wouldn't, that committee wouldn't have the right to veto anything
Oh,
going
no.
to the full
Oh, no.
board.
They
It would still go to the full
They're
board.
just the hands and arms,
To review it.
hands and eyes for that particular issue, because hopefully over a period of time, they would develop expertise to, it's what we did at law school. It's what I did at the General Assembly. Law school, we didn't brief all our cases. There were 4 of us. One person took one case, another person took another case, another person took another case, another person took another case. We would coordinate with each other and exchange briefs, and you had a chance to have a life. And then at the General Assembly, we did it. We did the same thing. We'd have committees that would review stuff, and then you don't have to try to, that fire hose someone talked about. You don't get the fire hose on you. You have at least a chance to offer something in your area and have other people do the work in their area, and then you don't just totally give them 100%, but you give what they recommend a lot of weight.
So it just gets another layer to look at the issue before it appears before the whole board.
From a vision standpoint,
Yeah.
not an execution.
Yeah, a vision standpoint.
For the record, I did agree with Fred earlier today. I'm agreeable, but I do not agree with this. I don't think we need this layer of bureaucracy. People say the best government is the closest government. I don't like what they do in Washington. Many times I don't like what they do in Raleigh, and I don't think we ought to be doing it that way. It hadn't been a problem to me. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm 1 in 6, but it hadn't been a problem up to now. I don't think it's a problem now for most of us.
Okay.
Just my-
Others? Let me ask this, if you went to the committees, who would appoint them?
The chairman.
I'm assuming
The chairman?
The chairman.
Okay. And so you feel,
So it sounds, from the silence, it sounds like that's maybe not an important issue to move.
I never
move
thought it
forward.
was.
Okay.
We've got staff to get in the weeds on this stuff and bring recommendations to it. And it's incumbent upon us to know what's going on or find out what's going on.
okay.
We've done a little bit of that on a limited basis. Like, for example, there's the Rural Fire Tax Committee. There's 3 of us, Commissioner Godwin and Commissioner Brazel and myself. We hear all those requests, and we bring a recommendation back to the board, to the full board. There used to be a finance committee, and I was on it. I don't know who all was on it. I don't know. We haven't done anything. But, I mean, so we've done it a little bit here and there as sort of a work group, per se, to do the legwork on it and then bring a recommendation back to the board. But, I guess it all depends on how deep you want to go in with that.
And I assume you were all appointed to different committees at different times? Yes.
And I kind of agree with that. When we have the, transportation, we do that. We have, school. So we have a informal process, but it's mixed. We have things where one person, we all rely on staff, and we all have to educate ourselves on it. And frankly, what we do, if something comes up on, on sewer, I'm going to go ask Dickie anyway. But it is you go ask a lot of people different things because we know they have the expertise. So it's kind of an informal thing for the most part now, but we do have certain committees in certain areas where we tend to go to
Commissioner
meetings.
Stevens?
I tend to agree with Commissioner Smith, and it was important to me when I first joined the board that there was so much. I mean, it was absolutely drinking from a fire hose that I was trying to learn quickly, and it was great to know that, just like you're saying, there are these little subcommittees. So when it came to learning about the Board of Education, when it came to learning about the budget and how that works, I had one specific person to go to, and I wasn't always in Rick or somebody else's office going, got a minute? Explain all of this to me. It was kind of a condensed version. And like the chairman just said, we kind of already have this. I think it would be important to make it formal, though. And I look at this as, just like we're going to talk about with staff, you've got to have things that are duplicatable. What if one day somebody doesn't show up? How are we going to continue to move the balls forward, missing a vital person? So, you know, if we've got committees of 3 people that know all this information and can report back, and I'm kind of jumping around, but I feel like it's something that's duplicatable for the next board. And as we move board members, you know, off and on, who fills a seat better than someone else, and using, like he said, leaning on people's expertise. And so I just feel like when the chairman's not the chairman anymore, the next person comes in, they're going to have to relearn everybody, who their strengths and weaknesses are, and try to figure out, how am I going to do these subcommittees? So if we already have them assigned, it's something that, in my opinion, is going to constantly be a living, breathing thing within the board of, okay, right now we have these 5 committees. Maybe one day we find we do need some more of a committee just for the construction projects that we have coming up, or something like that. So I just think it would be better to have it something written and more formal than just, hey, do you want to go to this meeting? Do you want to go do this? And then report back.
Okay.
Let me also add, you know, there's a saying that everybody's money is nobody's money. And I don't have any problem with, if someone has a responsibility. I mean, as a commissioner, I'd like to feel like I'm equal with everybody else. I have the same opportunity to know that anyone else does. And when Butch is the chairman, he does something in his role as the chairman, I don't have any problem with that. But what I do have a problem with is Commissioner A going off and doing and representing the board with no official position. And I don't know what's going on, and they having a meeting with this group, and Commissioner B is having a meeting with that group. There's no official capacity for that, and you don't know who's meeting with who's deciding what, because there's no structure. And I think it's inefficient, and I think it's not the way you ought to be running the ship.
Mr. Braswell?
I agree with Commissioner Smith. I don't think one individual ought to be speaking for the board without the capacity to speak in that, for the board, without giving prior authorization, either by appointment to a committee or whatever. I understand that there's times when we all have to answer questions, but I'm always careful to always point out that I don't speak for the whole board. I speak for me, and that there's 6 other members on that board, and they've got an opinion, and they've got to say so in it too.
How do you feel about the committee approach? Do you think that
Yeah,
solves that?
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think that's relevant to what we're talking about,
Yeah.
really.
Well, the
I
committee
mean, I
approach.
agree with that. Nobody should be representing the board with, you know.
But business has to be done. Business has to be
Yeah.
done.
The committee, you asked me about the committee. I think committees have a very important role to play in certain areas. I think you could easily get overwhelmed with committees,
And meetings.
but I think that there's going to be times when we're going to have committees.
I think, and one of the facts, reality of it too, is the question of what do you do if you don't get the committee you want?
Well, that happens all around.
I don't need more meetings to go to. I think we need committees when they need them, and not standing.
Yeah, that'd be a fun job for the chairman, sign committees.
Well, I also like the consistent part. So if we have committees, so for instance, I'm just throwing scenarios out there. We have three commissioners that are on the Board of Education Committee, and they're the ones that are constantly keeping that line of communication open and reporting back to us what's going on behind the scenes. And then if I have a question, I'm raising that to another commissioner instead of holding up meetings of conversations that have already been had. So, I mean, I can see how things get redundant if all six of us have to interject and ask the same questions over and over or have the same discussions that have already been had.
I see what you're saying, but on the other hand, you would still want all the information about all the topics.
Correct.
You wouldn't want to depend on those three board members to give you your answers.
Right.
You would want staff to provide you all the information they provide the committee and everyone else.
But staff would work with that committee and then that committee could make a recommendation.
I'm just thinking as a manager, you're going to treat all your board members the same.
You are treating them all the same, but then certain people have we can't all do all this. Some of us have a day job. And so, but we all need, the committees, I mean, I trust Patrick about fire stuff. I mean, I really do, and Tony, and so I don't really need to get into that. I mean, there are other areas I'd like to get into. I don't want to get into wastewater. I don't want to get into water. I mean, we have people who are experts there. But I really, when I hear, well, so-and-so and so-and-so has met with the school board, what authority do they have to go meet with the school board? Or met with this group, or met with that group, and you just say, well, suppose I wanted to go. Why didn't I get to go?
So let's see, I don't know, do we gain any steam on this? So I will say this, if Commissioner Smith and Stevens are willing to work with me, we'll figure something to propose to the group to see if there's something that would seem to work. Because I think there's pluses and minuses to what we do now, but I will say, and we often don't talk fondly of the school board for whatever reason, and they probably don't talk fondly of us, but they operate on the committee system. I mean, when you look at their meetings, they have a report from this committee and that committee, so they have a committee system.
Do you think they operate better than we do? Be honest.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
It's just another layer of bureaucracy, as I see it.
Let me add one thing into that, too.
Well, let me just say,
Go ahead.
I'm just offering for the three of us.
All
I
right,
didn't ask for any, I mean, I didn't say, I'm gonna ask you to do it. We'll bring you something, and if it goes thumbs down, we spend our time doing.
That's fine.
Looking into it.
We're going to create a committee for our committees.
Well, I just did. I just did.
Touche.
It's like the Methodist Church. It's like the Methodist Church. We got a committee.
So, I'm sorry.
No, I think we're done with that piece.
Could I just add one thing at the risk of my second day never being invited back? But I'm sort of channeling the manager hat. And if you decide to go the committee route, I'm thinking about the additional workload on somebody you've already said has a tremendous workload. And so what I've seen in other counties, instead of a committee for every goal or every topic you're working on, which could be, 6 to 7 to 8 at one time, I've seen a committee structure of a finance committee, a policy committee, and a facilities committee. So the building program you're working on now could be facilities, land use could be policy, the fire tax could be fire. It's just something finance. It's just something to think about, and I hesitated to throw that out, but that might reduce the number of committees, which will be a lot for staff. That's a plug for the manager.
Well, what you said is exactly what I'm saying. We're just talking about the numbers. I mean, I wouldn't know whether it be 3 committees, 4 committees, or 5 committees, but it has the same purpose.
So you're all going to come together,
Yeah.
bring back something to the rest of the board.
One thing I do want to add on the meetings, and this happens frequently, is the chairman will call around. If somebody's available to go, then we just go. I mean, it's not a behind-the-scenes sinister plan to get one person involved in something. I mean, I'm retired and I have more availability, so sometimes he'll call Commissioner Braswell, he'll call me, or I'm sure he calls April and other people too. Hey, this is going to be going on. Do you have time to go? Yeah, sure, I'll go. And then we go. And I don't know of any time that any of us have gone and spoken on behalf of the board. if I've said it once, I've said it 100,000 times, I'm one member of a 7-member board. So, I mean, what I say is for me. And I don't mind the committee approach. I mean, I think it's fine. The school board does it. It seems to be a little bit cumbersome to me, but I'm okay with it if that's what everybody wants to do. I'm still not going to not ask questions if I want to know something. I was elected by the people, and if I want to have information that I feel like is necessary to make a decision, then I'm going to ask for it. And whether if there's a committee or 100 committees, I mean, that's fine. I'll take, I'm good with it, but I just want to be clear that I don't think we have a broken system right now.
Right. Well, it's
Well,
just,
Patrick, let me deal with that, okay? Some of us have jobs and some of us don't have jobs. So I don't think we need to penalize the people who still have to pay interest at the bank. So, and I think also somebody else's emergency doesn't make it our emergency. There's nothing that we're dealing with that can't be planned on a systematic basis to where people could plan to deal with the issues. And then everybody gets a chance to participate that way.
okay.
I
So we-
thought everybody had a chance to participate. I didn't know it was a rigged system. Go ahead.
So we're going to come back on that one.
Yeah, come back on that. So the other piece
Other one would
is-
be in the staffing.
Yeah, the other piece would be from a staffing standpoint.
Administrative
Again,
structure.
And, yeah, that's, I won't say mainly my opinion, but I don't want us to wait until Rick says, hey, I'm out the door to try to figure out what we're going to do. We may not implement it, but I do want us to have, some idea of what we think the structure, should look like. And if we can build it out, under his leadership, that would be awesome. But if we can't, I just want to make sure we're not looking for one person to come in and duplicate everything that he's got, so that's where I'm on that. And that's, to me, that's not a short term. I mean, it will be over the next year or so that we're looking and evaluating and working with, with Rick to figure out what does that look, what does he think? I'm obviously going to rely on him a bunch because he does it every day. But to figure out what that looks like down the road for us, because a single manager and one deputy manager is a lot of burden for a 250, going to be 300,000 person county in 2050 or whatever
But
the
it's
projection is.
it's very important to have transitional planning
Yeah.
within your organization, and I would tell you the manager and your finance officer also. That's something that we're seeing everywhere is turnover and retirement. retirees.
And I know,
And how do you transition?
For the rest of the board probably knows, but it's not like Rick and I haven't had this discussion before, so I'm not springing it on him here. And we talk often about it, and so it's not new.
Well, I can tell you, Rick is known because he doesn't have an assistant. This was up till he doesn't have an assistant manager, so that's known, and you're fortunate to have someone that's going to take all that
when
on.
we go to events, and I think how many one what?
Yeah. So I take it that's the line you're sort of wanting to talk about.
Can I add
Rick?
just one thing? And I do want to say, if I may, and this person to my left, who's the county attorney, she also does a lot of things in partnership with us. We team on a lot of things that probably don't fall under the attorney job description, but she does it. So she's got a lot going on there too, and so I just appreciate our teamwork that we have.
But I think you make a good
we have
point.
we are fortunate we have a great team who can do a lot of things. I just know in the workforce I see is people willing to put in 70 hours a week. That number's going down and down and down. So,
And it may be that, I'm not trying to push it on Rick, but getting him to bring back to the board what he sees going forward.
yeah, I think that's
Whenever he retires in 20 years or so, what's going to happen?
As long as it's not
What needs to be in place?
2026, I'm good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
Is
we
that-
all hope he does too. Yes.
Is that what you're aiming for,
Yeah,
Mr.
that's
Chairman?
what,
is-
and
is
again,
Start
it's
planting
not
that
an
seed?
immediate. Yeah, I'm not looking to change the structure tomorrow. I just want us to have,
If it's not broke.
have a plan going forward, so that we're not all trying to figure it out in a 6-month period or so.
Well, I mean, I feel like it could almost be as simple as starting with an organizational chart and then leaving spaces to add on to, and that's also going to come into play when we're looking at adding staff regardless. And so we just kind of look at what positions are duplicatable and making sure that, you know, my business coach always tells me, like, if you don't show up tomorrow, do you have somebody that can do what you do? And so we've got to make sure we have that in place.
That would probably be a great start. Do we have a full organizational chart?
Neil and Amy would tell you the county government organizational chart has really got a lot of different branches, because you got 25 agencies and probably, I don't know, 7, 8, 9 of them report directly to boards or are elected, you know. So it's an interesting tree, but it's certainly one that we probably need to refine.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if we could put, I know, in my.
Would you agree, y'all?
There's a lot of dotted lines.
Yes, but I do know there's other counties that have organizational charts where you can look and see who people are, so I think that would probably be a good starting point.
Anything else on that?
Nope.
I know we're getting close. I'm looking for, there he is, back there. Kevin's
Oh,
behind.
there he is.
I know he's the wrap-up man, so I'm going to turn it back to Kevin.
So we are. It says 3:20 on my watch, hopefully, if that's right.
Yeah.
We have accomplished going through all of the 5 areas that you asked us to go into. Hooray, congratulations. And that's, I remember, as I said, last year we got through 1 on our 2 days. So this is great. Congratulations, board. Y'all did a great job over the past 2 days, sincerely. All the things that we've said, remember those about how well y'all are working together. I'll highlight this. The chairman's asked me to put a slide up, so I'll get to that in a second, but glad you have your compass out. Glad you still have that. I owe you 2, so I'll make sure I get you a couple of compasses. Yep, there you go. Thanks for keeping that in mind as you've gone along. Thank you so much for having us back. We'll see if it happens again. I don't know if it will happen this time. I don't know.
It's doubtful.
Yeah, I know. It's pretty doubtful. We'll be back next year. But we really appreciate this time.
Depends on if you bring Neil or not.
That's right. Amy, yes. Neil, well, anyway. Thanks for letting us be a part of it. Really great discussion. So what we will do for you, and I've talked with Rick and Jennifer, and Chairman, we've talked about this in the past, but we'll accumulate all of our notes, our thoughts on this, put it as a draft in front of staff to get their input, and you, Chairman, make sure that we've got everything lined up the way we recall it, and try to put it together for you in a format that is a report so you can have it moving forward. Are there any instructions you have for us or advice you have for us? Instructions we take, advice you can give it to me now. I'm always used to getting it, or you can tell me offline too. I work for a 50-member board, so I'm used to all kinds of good advice. So I can take it.
You and Amy always do a great job, Amy Basin, in this process. But I think it's very valuable to bring Neil and Amy from their perspective. That's been very helpful.
I completely agree with you, and having that component more amplified this year has really been educational to me, because and something that we will bring to other counties, having that expertise. So thank you for saying that. Other thoughts, reactions, advice for us? Any things you want us to do in wrap up in the next couple of weeks?
I can't think of anything.
I think your mission statement, y'all really held true to it over the past 2 days. And the people of Johnston County are lucky to have you as leaders. And Mr. Chairman, thank you so much for having us. I'll leave it to you to wrap things up and go
Okay.
from there.
I was going to say I was going to start with any comments that anybody wants to make before I wrap it up. I'll take that as a no. So the reason I asked him to bring this slide up is, we talked about our 6 priorities that we established last year. And again, in 2022, I think the word we talked about most was change. We talked about change. Things are changing in Johnston County. And that was the word. And a lot of the work has been mentioned today. We paved the way to have the more in-depth discussions this year because of the work we did last year. And when I'm looking at this list, I'm looking at infrastructure, the 6 priorities: financial stewardship, education funding, land use, public safety, and county employees. I mean, we touched on every one of those in our discussions over the last 2 days. So I think that, those priorities are still good. We're still focused on those. When I look at even the individual bullets under each priority, I'm looking under infrastructure, broadband, we didn't speak to as much today. Flood control, our past 2 days, flood control, probably not as much. I think we did have some conversations about that on the impact. But for most of those, we hit on every one of those again this year. Financial stewardship, we didn't spend as much time on economic development, but we had a lot of conversation about fund balance management. Education funding, not as much this year. We did a ton of work last year. We got the bond, school bond, we've been working on that. We talked about JCC and the facility there. So those were part of the conversation, and I don't think we've lost focus on that. Land use, I think we touched on all of those again this year. Public safety, we mentioned the sheriff's department, probably didn't talk as much about EMS, but we talked a lot about fire departments this year. So again, our focus on public safety, and that being to continue to be one of the top priorities and responsibilities of this board is public safety. And finally, the county employees, I think 2 of those, we looked at the pay study we did last year, and then again, continued discussion about the retention of employees, whether that's through facilities or maintaining our pay and the benefits, and also the number of hours that we've got people working and what we're doing. So again, all 6 of those priorities and most of the bullets we spent 2 days touching on again and refreshing our ideas. The thing that we talked more of this year, the farmland preservation, we talked more about that this year than we have in the past. We talked about, again, the fire matrix and what the future of fire funding and fire service in Johnston County will look like. We had some discussions on that we added this year, again, county employee related, but the administrative structure of how do we want to prepare and position our county for the future and the growth we're seeing. So all in all, I'm very, very pleased with what we've accomplished. When you go in, both mornings I got up and I'm thinking, Lord, I don't know what we're going to be in for today, because we've got 7 different personalities and we're bringing it together. But it is to me, this is probably the highlight of what we do, where we can come together for 2 days, spend time talking about county business, talking about the people of the county and our service to them and our vision. That this is the part I really enjoy is spending time talking about that. And with technology, the public gets to see the things that they don't get to hear us talk about all the time. So they get a little better understanding of where we're coming from and the concerns that we have. I know there are things that they think we don't care about, but I think some of those topics we spent a lot of time on in the last 2 days talking about. So with that, we'll kind of wrap it up, and I want to thank again the board for taking 2 days out of your schedule to be here, and staff with Rick, Jennifer, Chad, and Martha for sitting at the head table, and then thank we can look at names, I don't miss anybody, but Chandra, Rick, Daniel, Kevin, we had Bryant Spivey here from Cooperative Extension, and Greg Walker here from Soil Conservation. And then the two people, the biggest two people I want to thank from the staff standpoint are sitting back over here in the corner, Sam and Susie. Because they keep us straight. We walk in, we don't have to do anything. We sit down, they have skinny popcorn. I just rest to say my case of that. But they do make sure that we have all the things that we need to function. Adam and Ben up there that make it possible for everybody to see us, but they're hide behind the scenes. Thank y'all for improving the technology and making this a little bit smoother than it was last year. We're not worried about batteries dying this year and how we're going to continue on, so thank you to you as well. And then it's not the final one, but the next to the final one is Kevin, as you said, thank you to your team, and Denise, who's not here today. But thank you for what you do. I think that y'all do a great job of facilitating and how you manage to get all of us to play nice together. It's great to see when you do that. And then finally, for the public who tuned in and watching, and for those who are going to watch in the future, thank you for being a part of the process. Thank you for the ideas and the input that you provide us. I know that sometimes you probably think, well, we don't listen, but I can assure you that we do hear what you're saying and take that into consideration for all we do. So thank you all again. And if that,
Sound system. This thing's sound, man.
oh yeah, the sound people. Well, Jim's not here today, but thank for Art Productions.
Yeah.
For doing that. Yeah, this and that was I'll say another step up from last year as well. We got everything, all the kinks worked out. So again, yeah, thank you for that, Ted. But again, with that, I'll just look for a motion to adjourn.
Move we adjourn, Mr. Chairman.
All right.
Second.
All right, we have a motion to second. All those in favor of adjournment, please say aye.
Aye.
And we are adjourned.
Here.